Please take your seats. We'll try and get started more or less on time. Restroom is just, yeah, it's just. Okay, maybe I'll wait. Okay, good morning, everyone. Austin? Okay? Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the conference on New Thinking in Industrial Innovation and Technology Policy, Perspectives from Developed and Developing Countries. I'm Eric Verhoeven. I'm a professor here at Columbia in the Economics Department and in SIPA. The co-organizers of the conference are here in the front row, happily populating the front row, Josh Whitford, Laura Boudreau, and Andrew Schrank. Somewhere just walked out the door. It's great to see everyone here. This conference is being sponsored by the Columbia Center for Political Economy, which Suresh is going to come up and say a couple of words about, by the Center for Development Economics and Policy, which I co-direct with Kiki Papelkis, who's also here, and also SIPA has a new initiative on technology and innovation, which is also co-sponsor. Before I forget, I want to make sure that we thank the person who's been doing the heavy lifting on the organizing, who is Alina Jennings, who's sitting out there on the table. Maybe give her a round of applause so she can hear. It's no mean feat to organize a conference like this one, and so she should get a lot of credit for that. Also, Anna Marchese, Catherine Burke, and Madeline, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Madeline Naley from the Center for Political Economy have also been very helpful. So let me say a couple words briefly about the conference itself. The motivation is that after many years in the wilderness, industrial policy is back. I think that's not a surprise. Everyone realizes that. It's back on the front burner of policymakers. It's also sort of newly in intellectual conversations in various fields. But in part because of those wilderness years, our sense is that the knowledge base to guide industrial policy and to do smart industrial policy is still pretty thin. And so that's really the motivation for this conference, is to start building a community of people who are involved in strengthening that knowledge base to guide policy. I think I can speak for myself. I think I can speak for the co-organizers that it's encouraging that there's this openness to industrial policy interventions, but we need to be smart about it and we need to be evidence-based about it. And so that's part of the idea here. I mean, partly we're going to hear some good papers. We're excited about the program. It's great to have all of you here. And it's partly about building this community of scholars. One thing you may have noticed about the program is we're trying to be interdisciplinary, right? So we're trying to get sociologists and public policy people and political scientists and engineers and economists in the same room together talking to each other. That interdisciplinarity, if that's a word, is part of the mission of the Center for Political Economy, which Suresh is going to talk about. It's also, I think, called for by the topic. To understand how to do smart industrial policy, you really have to, one, for instance, go out and talk to people, which sociologists are good at, which economists are pretty bad at generally. You have to understand The technology, you have to understand the details of sort of where the technology is going, how to sort of forecast a little bit how these things are going to evolve. For that, that's something engineers are good at, that economists and social scientists, are not. And we also need to be in conversation with practitioners to find out what's really happening on the ground and what are the concrete challenges that people are facing. Anyway, so please make an effort today. We're sort of forcing that by putting people on the same sessions. You'll have some mix of disciplines, and please make an effort to sort of reach out and talk to people who are not in your discipline today. This is the first event of. We have a new idea lab within the Center for Political Economy on firms and industrial policy. It's our first big event. We hope that this will continue. Josh and I are co-directing that. So stay tuned and please spread the word and get people coming to Columbia next year. Okay, Suresh.
All right, we'll take 10 seconds just to introduce the Center for Political Economy, which is a new center, relatively new center at Columbia that's co-directed by me, Ira Katz-Nelson, and Katharina Pister. And the idea is that we have one of these Hewlett Foundation kind of 5-year grants to kind of build new thinking in political economy. And so we've sort of hived it off into a set of idea labs that kind of are supposed to be interdisciplinary groupings of scholars. And I think the firm's industrial policy one is a great one with kind of input from both the business school and economics and sociology kind of all coming together, and we sort of have a similar interdisciplinary one around like labor market institutions and work and labor, and we have one on finance and money, and then one will be starting up next year on climate. And so that's kind of like an overview of the lab, and we've been doing so graduate students in the room. We have a graduate grant program. There's a faculty grants program. Then there's lots of programming the center is doing. So keep your eye out for all of these things that are coming along. And if you're not on the mailing list, it's political economy at columbiaworldprojects.columbia.edu or something like that, and you can and you can get on the mailing list. All right, yeah.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Andrew Schrank. Other than calling 5 and 1 while you're speaking today, this might be the only time you hear me. But it's my distinct pleasure to, that's supposed to be a joke, apparently it didn't. Thank you. You know you're in trouble when you have to call attention to your, anyway, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce our first keynote today, entitled The Micro Foundations of Technology Outcomes, Building the Intellectual Foundations, Data and Analytic Tools to Inform Strategic Science and Technology Investment, by Professor Erica Fuchs of Carnegie Mellon University. Erica is Professor of Engineering and Public Policy and the College of Engineering at Carnegie Mellon. She has been the director of the Pilot National Network for Critical Technology Assessment, funded by the National Science Foundation's new Directorate in Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships over the course of the past year or so. She's on President Biden's White House Advisory Committee for Trade Policy and Negotiations. She's on the Board of Trustees for the, I can't read my writing, the National Semiconductor Technology Center at the Department of Commerce. And most important to about half the people in this room, she's a member of the National Bureau of Economic Research. And it's really my pleasure to welcome Erica and to thank her for joining us today.
Great. Well, it is an honor to be here. And I, as Andrew was reading the title of my talk, I said, oh, is that the title of my talk? Oh, dear. In terms of, I probably gave that at some rushed moment, and I was like, I think it works. What I want to talk today about is primarily the initiative I've been leading for the past year, which largely has felt to me that it's more on behalf of government than on behalf of any one university. We've just released, if you go to, I'm feeling really good that we have a short URL, if you go to nncta.org, we have just released our report at the end of the first pilot year on behalf of 13 universities that have been engaged in this first year pilot. that's what I will talk about. But I want to give you a little bit of a history of myself before I start talking, because that's where I would like to end the talk. So as a scholar, I am an engineer. I am a material scientist, and I am largely motivated by frustration. And when I say that I'm largely motivated by frustration, my earliest work came about in terms of thinking about gains from trade. And as an engineer, I was thinking about the models I was building in the engineering lab for companies, which suggested that no matter where you located your manufacturing, it would basically the companies just wanted to know, and it was a large consortium of companies, which technology was most competitive. And I had just lived working at the United Nations in China and been on a number of shop floors in China. And I was like, but the variables, every single variable in my model that's supposed to be looking at which technology is most competitive changes. The yields, the downtimes, at every single process step. And I said, I can't believe it's the same answer. And so I talked to my professor of engineering at the time, and I said, I really want to look at this. And he said, well, do that on your own time. And so I did, but he got me access to the companies who were doing the production overseas in developing East Asia. And sure enough, when you moved manufacturing overseas to developing East Asia, not only did all the input variables change, but the most competitive technology changed as well. And so what that meant is that instead of, as we might think traditionally in gains from trade, that we make the same widget here as we make somewhere else, and therefore we now get in the new location that new widget cheaper and everyone's better off. Instead, you had a different situation where you get a different widget somewhere else. And so depending if there's gains from trade from an innovation perspective and a technology trajectory perspective, or losses from trade, would depend on what that new technology was, and whether we were diversifying our technology portfolio, or, as was the case in the particular technology that I was looking at, it was basically cheaper to do the older technology, which had more labor content overseas. And it wasn't about not wanting to move that technology for IP rights. It just literally was the cheaper way to go. And so I think it's that inside the black box thinking, inside the black box of technology change thinking, that we really need in industrial policy. And where I am going to start and end, and that's where I've made, I could give repeated examples throughout my career, that's where I've made my career, and I believe that we do need a field of students who can do that, who are bilingual and who can speak across the disciplines and the technology specialties. And we do that at Carnegie Mellon in a department called the Department of Engineering and Public Policy. We've done that for 30 to 40 years. I have two students here who are sitting in the room, and I want to talk about why the whole country needs to do that now. Okay, great. Our report. So, zooming forward in my career, I, in another moment of frustration, had begun during the pandemic to essentially come to believe that we needed, I've written a paper that is called What National Technology Strategy Is and Why the U.S. Needs One. That was before the Chips and Science legislation came out. And I had increasingly come to believe that we needed analytics to inform that national technology strategy, due to work actually with Nikhil, who's sitting here in the room, and Alfonso, that we could, with academic tools and bringing engineering and the social sciences together in integrated interdisciplinary teams, we could indeed be strategic and forward-looking. And there are tools in engineering that do that, and I'm going to talk about that. To do that well, we needed to leverage integrated interdisciplinary teams, that we needed to focus the area that I believe economics struggles with, and all of us struggle with. Actually, there's multi-objective optimization in engineering, but I would say all of us struggle with, is firms maximize profit. A country has multiple missions. A country has national security, it has the economy, it has societal well-being. So how do we start to think about maybe our job is not even the trade-offs between those national missions or the win-wins, maybe it is. Maybe our job is to put in front of legislators more clearly so they can then choose their values. What are the trade-offs and the win-wins across the national missions, but even making those directions clearer? What are the implications? Maybe the economists want to go towards, or the engineers towards optimizing across multiple national missions. But I would argue a first step is even making that connection between technological decisions and national missions, and what would the outcomes be? We need for the government a neutral third party. And when I say neutral, everyone, whether it's the universities, and I've really lived that this year, industry, different agencies, everyone has a stake. So how do you develop an objective, trusted, and I don't know what objectivity means, frankly, right? How even where you focus the light or the lens changes the what we've looked at versus what we haven't looked at. But how do we start to think about a trusted third party that is outside of stakeholder dynamics, industry or government? And then finally, I came to believe, or I argued, actually I did 3 testimonies. So if the easiest way to find that is actually if you Google Erica Fuchs, Peter Coy, New York Times. And he has an article where he links to all of them. But I had testified twice in the House and once then in the Senate just before the CHIPS and Science legislation that this needs to operate in a highly flexible, distributed model capable of rapidly mobilizing and reconfiguring star private sector, government, and academic talent, data, and resources for the country to inform national technology strategy. And the reason I came to that was, frankly, I had studied DARPA, and I had studied the way DARPA orchestrates technology directions and orchestrates and bridges gaps between, really, in creating new fields and communities. And so I believed we needed something like that, but not like that, to really orchestrate the talent across the country, across disciplines, toward helping the government inform national technology strategy. Okay, so as rarely happens, I had been testifying, and the first thing that happened is it made it into legislation on the House side, and actually a New Mexico congresswoman added that legislation to the House. It then made it into conference for the CHIPS and Science legislation between the House and Senate. I testified on the Senate side, and it didn't make it forward. It was supposed to go into commerce. And instead, however, in the way that it was originally envisioned, instead it shows up in CHIPS and Science Act. It legislates 2 sort of unprecedented things. It says that in addition to the science advisor to the president being required to have a quadrennial national technology strategy, which is unprecedented in our country, so once every 4 years we need a national technology strategy, and that's written by the science advisor to the president. In addition, the National Science Foundation Technology Innovation and Partnerships Directorate is supposed to, in consultation with the Interagency Working Group, identify and annually review and update a list of not more than 5 United States societal, national, and geostrategic challenges that may be addressed by technology, not more than 10 key focus areas. So what are our critical technology areas? And by the way, Congress takes it upon itself to list what those 5 are. I believe they include inequality and geopolitical challenges like China at that time in number 1. And in the 10 key focus areas, it's sort of like a list of a carburetor, a banana, and I don't know what else. But they're not really one technology per bullet, one dot. But they tried, right? And then it says this third one is the one that's really challenging. They said, and we want to evaluate the relationship between U.S. societal, national, and geostrategic challenges and the key technology focus areas. And NSF TIP is going to do that for us. And I think you're all in the room because, as Eric already just said, well, wait, how the hell do we do that? Right? So that's the problem. So I had the opportunity to apply for a broad area announcement under NSF TIP. We had about 4 weeks to bring this together, which you could imagine if you're submitting to a broad area announcement in 4 weeks, that gives you about a week search time to find who you're going to engage. And we were able to bring together 13 universities across the country, Stanford, MIT, Carnegie Mellon. Jeanette's never going to forgive me that Columbia's not on this list, but the goal is basically to ask, how do you do number 3? Right? How do we do that? And specifically, what NSF TIP was asking us to do was to put together a vision for national critical technology assessment, including what are the current capabilities across the country, what are the gaps in those capabilities, and what is the national investment and organizational form needed to realize that vision. So they wanted us to demonstrate how analytics could help quantify the value of different science and technology investments for the US's security, economic, and societal goals. And they also wanted to say, what's the advantage of, like, how could a whole, like, why shouldn't I just give out a bunch of grants as NSF, right? Or why shouldn't we just pay an FFRDC? Let's pay RAND or MITRE. Like, is there something where the whole's greater than the sum of the parts across our country? So that was the charge. And the way we set up this year was basically, if I walk away from this, online can't hear me. Is that correct? But I have a. Okay, so so we said, okay, let's do some demonstrations, and this was really what TIP wanted to see: is this even possible? What can we do today? So we did demonstrations, and then we run those demonstrations through a review process. This actually, the fact that we needed a review process, we figured that out about halfway through the way, thanks to our advisory board. And that review process was across academia, industry, and government. So we believe that in this case, we needed everyone at the table, not in the way that you would classically in academia just run it by academics. So we needed research integrity, but we also needed, for example, what would stakeholders think? Was this politically feasible? Was this politically infeasible? So we wanted to hear all of that. The second is then in building a vision for critical technology. Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. In the exchange, what we did is we said, okay, how are we going to have government and industry and academia at the table throughout this process, right? Not just the academics go off and write their papers and 5 years later, like we all start talking about things. How are we going to do this throughout the process? And what we did is we set up a series of workshops thanks to the Sloan Foundation where we basically said, okay, throughout this process, and I was particularly worried about industry and agencies. I didn't want agencies to have the wasn't developed here type of response. I didn't want DOD to say, well, we do industrial policy, or DOE to say, well, we've got our analytics group. So how do we have them at the table throughout this process with the academics? And the same for industry. How do we not have industry have us come out and then start fighting whatever our result would be? And I think I did not understand until we were largely done with the report that basically we had broken a rule in DC, which is that you're not supposed to have transparency throughout the process. And I say this actually a little bit not in full seriousness, because in many ways the concept was that to protect yourself from stakeholder interests, you should have a closed door activity, like even if you look back at the former OTA, and then you release the report and everyone responds. I guess I thought that we as academics are also bullheaded, that we were going to keep doing whatever we believed in because nobody was paying us in this case to do it, right? And I think that was true. And if anything, it was harder to move the academics to what agencies and industry cared about or thought were the issues than the other way around. And I think that was an important lesson because they loved knowing what was going on, even if they couldn't change. Right? If you think about the willingness to take advice, but not direction, right? They loved that. And then the last is on vision. We essentially ended up having over 100 inputs at the workshops on what a vision for critical technology assessment could be. We ran a survey, and then we did a structured report writing process that was much more similar to what you might think about in a National Academies report or something of that style in coming together with a vision for critical technology assessment. So after we ran all the demonstrations through a cross-organizational institutional review, so we had about 20, I can't remember which one's 23 and which one's 21, but we had roughly 21 to 23 area demonstration reviewers. And, you know, this is like chief scientist of Microsoft, chief scientist of Intel, various agencies relevant to each. We then, for the full vision, had another 21 to 23 reviewers who were leaders in, and thought leaders in science policy from academia, industry, but particularly in DC communication. And that was it. And then we released our report 2 weeks ago. Great. All right. The crazy part about this is that we were given a 1-year timeline. So literally, we applied for the money. 4 weeks later, the money showed up. And 12 months later, we were done. So basically, we had about 6 months to do demonstrations, another 3 months, really, to say how is the whole greater than the sum of the parts. We, at the same time, then had to finish off our vision. Here, we're running these workshops throughout. We start our review process about here. So we're running the integrated demonstrations through review as of right here. That we're continuing to review with a full report, and then we're doing our press release. It was nuts. Okay, so in thinking about selecting demonstrations for this first year, and I should say also, I would not have made it through without my research group and the incredible team we put together. I'm not going to be talking about that today, but it was a nightmare. So anyways, so what we thought about is we said, okay, there was a big interest in and a big problem about a lack of situational awareness in terms of what are the capabilities in the United States versus other countries. This was expressed by the Department of Defense, Department of Intelligence, as well as a belief that LLM technologies could do better. And then in the area demonstrations, we tried to think about, okay, we're not saying these are the best technologies to have developed. We're not saying these are or to have looked at. We're not saying these are the most important questions to have looked at. We just wanted to choose some areas that were convincing enough that they were important. They might not be the only or the most important ones, but also some questions that were important. And so the questions that we asked emerged from the academics themselves. So in AI, and then we thought about what do these represent? What do these represent? And the goal really was, what can we say about the multidisciplinary capabilities that you might need to bring to the table to inform national technology strategy? So AI, semiconductors, biopharma, and energy were the general areas that we decided to do deep dives in. And then we do really deep dives. And the goal of the really deep dives was not to say, we're going to tell you the future of where national technology strategy should go, or we're going to tell you the future of where AI should go. No, it was just simply to say, if the government leveraged data and analytics to inform its national technology strategy, here's some examples of the types of things you might be able to do, right? Here's some examples, and maybe you could use these methods across these different areas. And so that was the goal. And in terms of cross-cutting methods, we then thought about applying them just in one area, just as one example of how they might work. We then did, our goal in part was also thinking about, you know, can this like LLM global scanning of competitiveness, can that be matched up with the deep expertise we often had to have in here, and vice versa? Can that deep expertise sort of inform the global competitiveness? So before this year, I would say that we only had 2 pairs in the entire group of 22 faculty who had ever co-authored together, and we had about 80% didn't know each other before. And so you can see here some of the cross-cutting connections that we did in trying to bring this together. And that was novel in of itself, and we'll talk about the challenges there. And in thinking about the multidisciplinary lenses we were able to bring to the table, in short, in each area, we ended up, and none of this was pre-thought, right? I tell you, we were like, all right, everybody, we got $4 million. What do we do? But in each of the areas, we basically, in global competitiveness, we said, okay, can we do one example of how LLMs and bringing together deep expertise, in this case in semiconductors, could lead to a whole greater than the sum of the parts. In AI, what they emerged as their concept for was, okay, actually we all have kind of similar data. We're looking at related problems. Can we somehow bring our data together in a way that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts across different institutions? In semis, what they end up doing is saying different disciplines are able to speak to different sub-problems of the broader problem of US semiconductor competitiveness. In biopharma, we basically set two academics head-to-head. This academic is an expert in generic drugs and supply chains. This other academic is an expert in public awareness and public participation. And so how can these different disciplines and different methods offer different perspectives on making the whole greater than the sum of the parts? What does the public think versus what do the experts think? And in the last case, in energy and critical materials, this is like my rock star group. They combined disciplines. Their inputs were their outputs. They have entirely new methods, entirely new results. They've got engineering and industrial organization economics working together. It was incredible. And so, yeah, they're cool. They're all cool. They're all cool. So in the global competitiveness demonstration, so here you have like James Evans, who's interested in predicting disruptiveness, and YY On at Indiana University, being combined with the whole team from semiconductors, really led by Hassan Khan, who's now in the Department of Commerce, continuing the work that we started this year. And so they were pairing with each other. We also were looking then in the domestic case, both about foundation funding, as well as critical technologies, also Josh Lerner in terms of VC funding of critical technologies, and also Cassidy Sujimoto in terms of equity issues in terms of the funding of technologies. But in this case, I want to focus on this one and how these two came together. So James had the capability with YY and also Dasheng Wang, and what's novel about what they're finding, and this is James's work, just to be very clear, is that he finds, according to a whole set of different measures, this was the first, that China has the highest share globally of scientific papers that cause existing research to pivot in new directions. That's what he calls prescient, that initiates new lines of research, that's disruptive, and that leads to emergence of new fields. And so when we first came out with these results, one of the big questions was, hey, Haley, one of the big questions was, what, is this real? Like, oh, wow, that's a lot of measures. So is this real? And so what we did in combining that then with the semiconductor area is YY On went in with, and also Lockheed Martin, the former director of DARPA, was like, oh, I don't know if this is real. I don't believe it. We had a lot of pushback at first. So we went in and we actually, in a workshop, ran a workshop where we brought the experts in the table in one area and said, okay, we've just deep dove all the way in to something as specific as beyond CMOS in semiconductors. What's the future of computing in semiconductors? Because we have that expertise in our team. And it's real, right? So here's topological insulators. You ask the experts in that space. You're all going, I don't even know what a topological insulator is, right? Or 2D material channel FETs. And if you sit down with the experts in this space, and if you red hat this, this was a real, that people were like, yeah, that's right. So that's a real result. Okay. I'm not going to talk through, but I'm just going to briefly speak to, actually you have Lee Branstonner in the room, so he can speak to much better than me, the results from AI or from biopharma. I'm going to focus on the semis and on the energy storage ones because I think they're particularly instructive of the different ways different disciplines can speak to different things. But what I do want to say is just briefly the results from these areas. In the AI case, Dasheng really looks at opportunities for AI. So he's using more machine learning and LLM models to say, what are the opportunities for AI to accelerate scientific discovery? And so he uses prediction to say, where are fields underutilizing AI compared to their potential, and what would, if you had greater either collaborations or people who understood how to use AI in those scientific fields, what would be the opportunity? So you can actually see the difference between some fields and how much they're using AI versus other fields, whether that's economics or chemistry or material science. And then Eric and Lee really focus on the impact of AI on productivity and jobs, and using novel measures suggests that AI might be not only, and different data providing different perspectives on that, AI might actually be increasing productivity, might actually be increasing jobs both inside and outside AI. And then what does that mean given that the distribution of AI capabilities might not reflect that everyone would be benefiting from that, so maps of how that looks different. In the semiconductor demonstration, and I'm going to sit with this one, what they did is they decided that you could use, we just looked at, YY An's global situational awareness work to understand US competitiveness in the future of semiconductor technologies, that Neil Thompson could use his techniques on productivity to say what's the potential value to different markets of those next generation semiconductor devices, given that different devices affect different markets and have potential in different markets, so they wouldn't all have equal value. And that then with Granger Morgan, that he could use expert elicitation, which is a formal method if you look up in PNAS or otherwise. This is a survey and probabilistic method, not, it's not I just go and talk to experts, right? To identify technical bottlenecks and costs to commercializing those next generation semiconductor devices. And then finally, because of the current incentives for domestic facilities across the country to have foreign and direct investment come here, Christophe Kammemal uses novel methods, really combining techno-economic modeling and economics to ask what are workforce capabilities and what are the constraints to realizing this foreign direct investment in terms of workforce limitations and how might that hold back our ability to compete. Okay, so I think for those who are not technologists, my background, I had a quantum physics in my qualifying exams, so for those who are not kind of normal, who are normal studiers of the field or industry of semiconductors, I think it's really important to understand that semiconductors are not one thing, right? So there are mature nodes, which you might find in your automobile or your medical devices. This is what was really where the automotive industry was screaming about the lack of semiconductors. And these mature nodes, I actually have a paper with in issues with Andrew around specifically this space, right? The US's challenge is vulnerable supply chains. And the type of solution is going to be really different in this space, and that's a different talk, than it is elsewhere. Then there's leading edge nodes. That's what we have today in computers or in cell phones. And there, again, our real challenge is vulnerable supply chains, but it's a different type of set of solutions that we need. Here, you have too much heterogeneity in design. So you have sort of short-term monopolies in the suppliers, or kind of monopoly power by suppliers because they're so specialized. In this case, in leading edge, your challenge is that basically all of production, 90+%, is in Taiwan at TSMC. And so you have a kind of a diversifying the supply chain challenge, which is why there's domestic facility incentives. But in the future of compute, you have yet another totally different challenge, right? So here, these basically to continue to advance AI, talk about technology interdependency in the next 5 years, really. Some would have argued shorter, but definitely 10. You need to find a new computing device, a new logic device. And so if we don't find a new logic device, you've already seen the decline of Moore's law and the implications potentially, if you believe Neil Thompson's work, for productivity. So how do we find and lead as a country in this next generation of computing devices when there's fundamental physics challenges, yet no less development, scale-up, and commercialization challenges to that new technology, which is where you see, for example, the Department of Commerce's National Semiconductor Technology Center, which is trying to do that type of activity. So different problems and different technologies, we need to keep that in mind. In the case of bringing this foreign direct investment to the United States, there are announced facilities going in Columbus, Ohio, and in Sherman Denison, Texas. This is work by Christophe Kammemal, and I think it's just a beautiful, beautiful presentation of place-based challenges, right? So what you really can take away from this example that he does, now he can do it for different types of workers, but he has shop floor level data on different processes of what the skills are that are needed for semiconductor technology, so task-based skill data that is, he basically elicits ONET type responses from individual operators. He then takes ONET's skills across different regions, and specifically at metropolitan statistical areas, and says, what are the skills that are available in this region? And what you can see is that in Columbus, Ohio, if you are willing, so they need roughly 3,000 semiconductor processing technicians to run their facility for the FDI in Columbus, Ohio. And if you are willing to say, okay, there's not enough people with full 100% of those skills, right? And he does ask without cannibalizing the existing sectors that are there. And he has a second version where he looks at mobility and with cannibalizing. But so here, if you have 75% skill similarity, you still don't have enough people. If you're willing to relax that to 50% skill similarity, you can get you can fulfill the demand. Okay. In contrast, and now there's of course a whole bunch of questions. Can you take someone with 50% skill similarity and train them to become a semiconductor processing technician? And he actually does work looking at like, oh, look, a radiology technician looks awfully similar in the skill portfolio as a semiconductor processing technician, and they've just lost a bunch of jobs overseas, other work. But in Sherman, Denison, Texas, where's another FDI location that is planned, here you can see that even if you relax this to 50% skill similarity, you don't have the 4,500 technicians that they believe they need. So now you're talking about educating or training people who don't even have 50% skill similarity. That's a different lift, and you need a whole, like this idea that we're going to create a single national training program and everyone's going to get it. I don't know. Maybe this needs a pretty different national plan and training program than this does, and that type of data analytics can inform those types of decisions. What else they did, so here you can see, and this was, just very quick and cool, in my opinion. So they used LLM modeling to look at how much access U.S. versus non-U.S. researchers had to commercial fabs to commercialize their new prototypes and designs, because for beyond CMOS devices and even for current leading edge technologies, that's particularly important. It's been shown you have to, at some point, run your new design from universities in the fabs. And it turns out that over time, other countries, regardless of which those countries are, so if this is 2017 and this is 2022, they have systems set up for their academics to have access to those prototyping facilities in a way that we don't have set up equivalently in the United States. Academics complain about this, but you can see in the data based on publications that that's true. They're having to publish on older nodes in different facilities. Likewise, this is then, here you can see Neil Thompson doing productivity measurements, sort of more classic economics, of different devices given their market applications for the future of computing. And what we were able to say is that the current funding, or they were able to say, in the CHIPS and Science Act, as big as that is, that legislation for semiconductors, you would only, so it takes about $100 million to demonstrate one of these devices, just prototyping it, given the capital expenses. It takes about $1 billion to take that device and run it on a full enough facility that you can figure out how to bring it to commercialization. And this is talking to that range of experts through expert elicitation. You have enormous uncertainty. People thought it was going to be this device and then that device, and they don't know what the answer is. And so pretty much the issue is that we have in CHIPS and Science enough money right now to do the $1 billion on one of these devices. And given that you have no idea which of these devices is going to work, you're basically, from a portfolio perspective, not running enough experiments. And so we were able to see, in a very tractable way, instead of being like, more money for science, well, this is your situation, and you're running one experiment here, and you're probably, given the trillions of dollars in value for the economy, this is probably not the right balance overall. And meanwhile, other countries are closing the research gap in these beyond CMOS devices. Okay, I'm going to skip the recommendations because I think you've got them. In the biopharmaceutical section, they decided in thinking about criticality to focus on generic drugs. The reason they focused on generic drugs was the impact, the number of people impacted by shortages in generic drugs. And their question was, could innovation, like continuous manufacturing and investments therein, help overcome those supply chain shortages? And I think this is an awesome demonstration in the power of no, right? So the answer was no. The problem isn't that we don't have the technology. We don't want to be spending more money on this technology. The problem is actually that regulation, because in continuous manufacturing and the technologies that we need, regulation prevents, in generic drugs for safety, you changing the recipe, right? So if you have a novel technology and you want to bring it to market and the regulation says you can't change the technology, you've got a problem. Meanwhile, I would say that also the novel technology improves quality, and the public has no awareness whatsoever that generic drugs have the extent of quality issues that they do. They're very aware of the access problem, but the public at the same time is fighting for lower costs, whereas you might imagine that in sort of the correct market situation, you would want the public to be aware of and willing to pay for higher costs because they might not be getting the drug that they think, or the government too. Right, so that's that example. And I want to end on the energy and critical materials demonstration. So here, what the team was asking was, with the scale up, and I love this demonstration, because I think, as Eric was saying, like, how do we think about pathways? All of these are thinking about pathways. How do we think about what could we do? And I think so often we can get stuck up in needing to be able to predict the future. That's not what any of these are doing. They're trying to quantify the implications of the situation that we're in and bring in what the options are. Basically, they were saying with the scale up of electric vehicles, I have to look what my next slide is, what are we heading into in terms of supply chain shortages? And what they do in an incredibly powerful way that I think hasn't happened without bringing together engineers and economists was they're able to quantify why you care by using an industrial organization model. It's not just, oh, there might be supply chain shortages, and we'll talk about this in one moment. So what was very cool about this team is that they came in with a lot of models, right? They had a lot of capabilities already, a lot of data. So they had, on the Olivetti team at MIT, basically global market and supply chain data on critical materials across the country or world, critical minerals. Here they also had, Katie is someone who's in industrial organization and design and crosses those two, so they had existing models of the automotive sector in a way that they could model the industry organization, and they had existing models linking using techno-economic modeling specific, this is with Kumbamal as well as Cotterman and Katie as well, and myself, that we could link the difference between ICEV production and battery BEV production to labor outcomes. And if you'll note, this is like, I'm just going to do a little like, yay, engineering and economics. But basically, the UAW, there was this big thing going on about labor and so forth. And there were a number of papers that had said, well, there's fewer parts in electric vehicles, so therefore there must be fewer labor content. Well, if you're an engineer, and my first publication was in steel, and imperfections in steel, well, a vat of steel has no parts. And I can tell you that doesn't mean that it has no labor content. It has quite a lot of hours in terms of making that steel and quite a lot of expertise. And so we were able to quantify that actually a battery electric vehicle has more labor hours than a ICEV. And so that's part of that conversation is wrong, but all the labor hours are in the battery, in particular in cell production as well as pack production. And that means that who and where you make that battery is really what the argument's about. Anyways, but we're going to keep moving forward. So what they do is they take a whole bunch of scenarios, critical mineral supply chain stock scenarios. They're saying, okay, let's just put out some things that might happen. We're not predicting that these are going to happen. We're just running some scenarios. And so we're saying, okay, in lithium, let's say China restricts lithium exports. They also, by the way, ran what happens if China restricts graphite exports, just to, if you're looking at the news. They had that in there too. It wasn't part of this slide. But to 15% of reduction. What happens if there's a delay at a lithium mine that causes this much supply shortage? And they elicited from experts what might be possible scenarios that you could imagine, but they're not saying if these scenarios are true or not, right? They're just saying, here's some things that could happen. What does this look like? What happens if there's declining ore grades in nickel? What happens if there's human rights abuses and we limit our or reduce our draw on cobalt from China, from the Democratic Republic of Congo? What about due to climate change or otherwise? There's natural disasters in the DRC, and you can see graphites down here too. And what if actually they did put it on this slide. Yeah, what if PRC exports restricts graphite supply? So they ran that. What they do first is they say, okay, what are the impacts of that, right? So here, what they find is that there is a significant price increase of new vehicles, both conventional and electric. And this is matching these scenario modeling and techno-economic models to the industrial organization modeling, and that those are on the order of magnitude given uncertainties. Here you're just seeing three of these scenarios, thank you, to the semiconductor shortage. So both the 1 million households unable to purchase a new vehicle, the $24 billion of consumer surplus losses, and the lost wages and hours for battery cell and pack production workers, that this is big enough to something that we really cared about, right? So this was on the news. This looks like it could very much be on the news if it happens, right? So this to me is, wow, we care. And then what they say is, okay, if the world were a place where we could do any of these things, so let's say we could magically, through science or otherwise, or French, distribution of supply chain, changing the locations. They don't say this is how you have to do it. We could magically increase lithium supply by 100 kilotons, lithium equivalent. Basically, that largely reduces that vulnerability, right? That's what you would need to really get this out. And then they look at ways that you might be able to achieve that. So you could think about what do you want to invest in achieving that. Likewise, what if you could reduce 80% of, what if you could make 80% of battery electric vehicles not have cobalt in them? So lithium phosphate batteries exist today, right? So it's not that we couldn't use them instead. They have some lower performance attributes, but we're already using them in vehicles, but that would dramatically reduce our vulnerabilities, and as we'll talk about in a moment, it has some additional possible benefits. So all of these types of interventions largely help avoid these vehicle price increases and the consumer surplus losses, the loss of workers, the people, 1 million people not being able to afford a new vehicle. And then, so they say, okay, what are some immediate actions? You could diversify and sort of try to bring certain lithium mining capabilities up online in other places. And then also you could invest in cobalt-free battery performance to make that, as a government, to make that more, or just, you could just say, if you want to go crazy, you can say lithium, cobalt, you could get rid of all of these, right? But I think the question is, how do you reduce the supply chain? How do you incentivize if you reduce these supply chain vulnerabilities with innovations like cobalt-free battery? And then also on the supply side, technology investments in things like direct lithium extraction and other sort of alternative mineral and mining. The other thing that's a bit fun when you think about the objectives of government is that it turns out that, for example, cobalt-free batteries may also be robust to longer use and high-speed charging, which is low-income households don't plug in at their house. They have to do high-speed charging. And there's some early research that suggests that cobalt batteries, which is the predominant thing in industry today, actually could only go about a year with regular high-speed charging. And so you would also have equity benefits or distributional benefits of moving away from these cobalt batteries, if that's something you care about. Okay, so what have we learned from this year? The first is advanced analytics could be used to improve our global competitiveness awareness, right? What's our awareness of global competitiveness? Our awareness even of domestic capabilities. I didn't go through it, but they were actually in real time able to use data science to show that NSF was underfunding the leading scientists that were women in computing compared to what other funders were doing and compared to their citation counts and otherwise. We can also quantify supply chain vulnerabilities now, the scale of their impact, and also innovation and policy interventions that could reduce those vulnerabilities and impacts if you care about what those are. And then the last is there are methods that can be used to quantify technology commercialization pathways, whether that be policy investment and other interventions like gaps in the innovation infrastructure that might exist. So, for example, if you need that $1 billion and you don't have enough, we talked that through. Skill gaps, we talked through the skill gaps in semiconductors, but also public. So if the public isn't aware of the quality issues, then it's hard to get either government or the public to pay for them. Challenges, there's a lot. So we did the easy thing. We did situational awareness of global funding and publications. That's what's available. Obviously, the knowledge on the later stages of scientific and technological development, commercialization, production, are much less widely used. So if you look at our advanced manufacturing capabilities, most of that was working with private firms and getting private firm data. Timely data for critical supply chains, timely data for rapidly moving critical technologies such as AI. We had long discussions inside the team about these issues and the need. How do you, in AI, get access to the large firms that are currently maybe charging $20 million for access to that data? And how do you get the academic community access there too? In critical supply chains, you don't have the money to track everything. So how do you decide what to track? That's not an easy question. I mean, we took off small, low-hanging fruit here. That's a really hard question. And then that equity and including equity in each of these analyses requires very serious resources. So if you think about it, equity is not a single field of study. You don't tack it on after the fact. You need experts with complex analytic, technical, and phenomenological knowledge to address issues such as algorithmic bias, energy equity, health equity, and equity and discrimination in labor training. So to do that would require really bringing people with that deep expertise in each of the areas on board, not just some generic equity person on top. As well as leadership that even says that that is part of criticality, right? That's not going to happen on its own. I want to watch my time. So basically, we did talk a lot about how what the dimensions are of where you are on the S-curve in terms of discovery versus diffusion and adoption and commoditization, where you are in terms of U.S. competitiveness, and where you are in the policy-making process really drives what the relevant methods are, what the relevant data is, and what the relevant questions are to ask. And that this is a bit of an art, whereas everyone who was brought to the table were scientists in what they do. Putting this together in the multiple disciplines is truly an art, and that's a different type of thing. Obviously, we can use econometrics, possibly if the experiment was set up in advance, maybe even if the experiment wasn't, to look at policy impact only after the policy was done. If it's not even on the policy radar, there's a whole bigger lift that's required before you're able to get where you need to go. Two more things on cross-cutting lessons, and there's an entire 100 and I think someone recently from Federal News network like held up, and he was like, so there's 154 pages here, and I was like, oh God, we've been academics again. But there was so much to say because of the openness of this field, and people's examples just speak. When we spoke to the House staffers, they were like, the examples help us know like where you need to go. So I think a really big thing is to focus on I'm speaking to economists and social scientists, but focus first on the outcomes. I'm about to end on, I tend not to use the word industrial policy or industrial strategy because it's not clear to me that that's our goal. And I think that's unuseful in a certain sense. I did use when I wrote national technology strategy. So what is our strategic incentives? I think I joked to Eric, I think I'm doing industrial policy and industrial strategy. But I think that the goal is the outcomes, right? So the National Defense Authorization Act defines critical technologies as those essential for the U.S. to develop further the long-term national security and economic prosperity. Obviously, they forgot about things like health, which clearly could affect both of those, but or societal well-being more broadly, or inequality. So in each of the cases, we talked about starting with where we're trying to go. Are we trying to improve national security? Are we trying to improve economic well-being? And are we trying to improve societal well-being? And thinking about across those, what are the implications of these investments? So start at some level, it's a bit of a back and forth between the two, but thinking about the outcomes is where we want to go. The other is, this became a point of confusion that I hadn't seen coming. Technology assessment or industrial policy is not about prediction. It has nothing to do with prediction, I don't believe. It's even useful, and for a matter of fact, you can see here an example. Here's one example, and you can like get like 3,000 papers that all do the same thing. But so here was what experts forecasted in 2009 and 10 of likely solar electricity prices in 2030. Here's their cumulative distribution function. So this is what they thought the likely prices were going to be. That's in 2030, and they were in 2009. And you can see by 2019, the actual prices were already lower than any of their predictions across probability distributions. We as humans are not good at this. There is example upon example, paper upon paper that we don't do this well, that you can't take Moore's law and apply it to a different industry. You need deep contextual and phenomenological knowledge of what is actually driving that, which is, by the way, Dennard scaling, and following that equation, and then also following what is increasing more and more chips on the real estate of a wafer that drives down costs. So technology forecasts involve complex technological and social systems whose interactions and outcomes can be difficult to predict. And this is a gray box in the report, co-written by a founder of machine learning, Tom Mitchell, Granger Morgan, both of whom are members of the National Academies, who has studied expert elicitation and wrote the use and abuse of expert elicitation in the PNAS. And then a former editor of Technology, Forecasting, and Social Change. So they wrote this. For useful predictions to even be possible, you need stable patterns to exist. And part of what you're trying to do in national technology strategy is disrupt those patterns. And so forecasting of the exact times or precise technical developments should not be the primary focus of these types of efforts. What you need is to predict the general directions which people are saying are interesting. And I don't even like using the word predictions. We need to be aware of what we can be aware of general directions and how they could change, an analysis of what might be the gating factors in those technology advances, and what are the actionable policy interventions. That requires a lot less precision and can, with appropriate caution, can be of great use in driving and informing decision makers. So I think a bit of a question is then, how do you do this for the country and how do you do this in academia? I'm going to skip the next 3 slides and I'm going to do my last 3. I saw Eric look at his watch and I'm looking at my watch too, so I have time for questions. Andrew's just sitting. He's not reining me in yet. He should be. So I'm going to skip the lessons, organizational lessons, and I'm going to go to just the answer. So there's a whole. You can read the 154-page report, or skip to this section of it. So the CHIPS and Science Act calls for a new federal capacity to fortify the nation's leadership and ability to determine policies and investments that will ensure national security, global competitiveness, economic prosperity, and societal well-being. I think, oh, that's too bad. To operationalize this mandate, what we really were seeing is that the US is going to need to intentionally design a rapid critical technology assessment function. And that intentional designing, I believe, needs to leverage the incredible variety of disciplines and institutions. I mean, we also have FRDCs in addition to academia across the nation. This should not be done in-house in government, right, by another entity. They need to be able to synthesize, as I hope I've shown you today, and integrate distributed capabilities, distributed analytic power, and distributed technical expertise across the nation's rich variety of institutions and disciplines. And I believe this should be led by a single entity, right? But given the technological interdependencies, the fact that you don't necessarily, like I'm sure each organization would love to lead, you know, whether that's the university or that's MITRE or that's, and anyone else would love to lead industrial policy for the country. But I think what we need to do is leverage all of us, right? And how do you leverage all of us in a way that brings together different disciplines? DARPA's done that historically pretty well in creating new fields. So it needs to be led by a single organizational unit charged to think across national missions and technology interdependencies, and that engages topic-specific program managers trained in the art of identifying. You can't solve everything, right? I think just going at the 50,000-foot level isn't very helpful for making decisions. So what are the most important problems? What are the matching of methods to problems so that you get the scientists who know how to do this at the table, the industrial organization economists and the techno-economic modelers and the engineers who don't yet know how to talk to each other. And that mobilizes and orchestrates that distributed national capability both within and outside government. So I do have an org chart of what I believe is needed, but what I want to focus, and I do think that you should have specific areas, but I want to focus on this last one in my last set of talks, set of comments, which is that I don't think we have a lot of people who can do this well today. And so when I focus on the building of human capital, I had, in conversations with others on this activity this year, we had a lot of questions about, are we just bringing together the capabilities across the country, or do we need a new field, right? And when you say a new field, and I think in large part for a long time until a recent set of meetings I had as a part of a corporate visiting committee this past week, I thought, no, we're just orchestrating this across the country. We don't need a new field. We have all the fields. We just need to bring them together in new ways. But what I realized is that at Carnegie Mellon, we have a department that does that. We have psychologists and decision scientists and engineers and economists, and they all want to talk to each other. And we've been around for 40 years. And what I realized in being on the corporate visiting committee is maybe that's not normal. And so, sorry. So as much as I think the country needs a national technology strategy, and as much as I think the country needs a capability, and I would say an entity, an ARPA-like entity, to bring the country together and start to drive this type of field development, I do think that increasingly, you know, I was sitting with a biochemist who has done, you know, innumerable startups, is extraordinarily successful, who's trying to talk to an economist right now. Both are incredibly famous. And what I realized is that there was a whole layer in between that was missing so that they could talk the same language. And so that language, you know, the biochemist was able to articulate that basically in being able to bridge biology and chemistry, he was multilingual in being able to do that. And what I realized is I think today we really need in each of the social science fields to be building these multilingual individuals who cross between technological expertise and that social science. So that's economics, or that's psychology and decision science, or that is sociology, or that is political science. I would say that that capability has deeply atrophied today because the engineers, which I have one hat that I kind of feel like I associate with, you know, you sit in a National Academies meeting and they think they know how to do policy. And on the other hand of things, the economists say, well, I don't think that it doesn't matter what widget it is, right? If we come back to my opening talks, and actually it does. The widget changes, and these technological interdependencies are deep, and so I do think we have a burden as a country to build these multilingual ducks, and on that I'm going to quote a student. A student at actually MIT's Technology Policy Program, which is a master's program, had stood up and said, because I have on my slide here when I was speaking at OSTP, that we needed these integrative research scientists, and the student said, the fastest animal, and I'm not going to get these examples correct, but the fastest animal on land is something like the cheetah, the fastest animal in air is something like the peregrine falcon, and the fastest animal in the water is something like the swordfish. I'm sure I've gotten it wrong. And then she said, and technology policy has engineers who then want to do policy. And are taught in the social sciences, political science classes, and economics classes. And she said, do you know what is the fastest in all three? We all stood there and said, no, we don't know. And she said, the duck. And she said, why does the world not understand the value of the duck? And that's the end of my talk. That was it. I'm done. Sorry. Sorry.
It's okay. Maybe, rather than having a Q&A, we'll have people, maybe you can hang out for a bit, and people can come up afterwards and talk. We have a break now for 15 minutes, and then at 10, we'll have parallel sessions. So some will be in this room, some will be in a very cozy room upstairs. You'll see when you get there, you have to go through here and walk upstairs to get there. We'll see. Hopefully there's enough coffee for everybody there. It's great to see a full room.
So I've been contacted by a German commission, and we had 6 members of the, I've also spoken, actually, Alfonso is at the EU, I had, so I can get you the name of the German commission. There's also a, give me a moment. There were 6 members from the Chinese embassy at our press release, so. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Right. I think that those places are really rare. I'm on visiting committees for more than one university, and they really struggle. And I think that the time has come. But I think China does this in some ways more naturally because they have leadership from technology and engineering in their government. Japan also has rotational programs. So if you think about like Franzman and the Japanese model, they have a rotation between academia, industry, and government as being part of being in any of those roles. Franzman calls it like overcoming bounded rationality. Franzman, it's an old book on Japan and Japanese government. But I think that I think the time is coming that we're asking these questions, and I know Andrew is having me come to Brown to talk about how do you create a program that combines engineering and policy. Oh, great. Yes. Well, and we're doing it the other way. At Carnegie Mellon, it actually sits in the engineering school, and what you do, and at MIT, you train engineers. Well, almost it's a whole PhD in social science, right? So they did undergrad in engineering, and now you're saying, oh wait, you actually need to understand these other things, because just making your widget, but I actually think that it could be done. So I am talking at MIT about this as well, and
what else to do besides like the things that they normally do. And I think we haven't figured out the languages that like what would resonate with the engineers. That's like, and economists I think are actually probably the people that can do that the best. But it's like I just felt like this like words falling. You're trying to talk to the engineer. I guess it does have to do. Yeah, so and it's like, and it's not even one engineer, it's just like the engineers all like meeting together.
you could just do it. I will say I'm very interested.
So we're like close to
except the title of the paper and go all the Harvard and on your talk. The other thing I will say is that we're playing economist rules on questions. Try and get, so I'll say try and let them get the first 5 minutes out so they can sort of say things and you'll handle your own questions. You go with that? Perfect. You're an economist, so you're used to economist rules. Yeah. It's changed, but I should learn a little bit. Political scientist, though, he's fairly used to it.
And you'll be timing for me?
Yeah.
Where are you sitting?
I'll sit right there,
okay.
right up here, and I'll tell you 5. Excellent. How much time do you want? You want 5? You want 10? What would you like?
Yeah, I'll be watching the watch, so about 5 is fine.
Okay.
Okay. Hi. Hello. Okay, so you are here to hear the papers, not to hear me. I'm Josh Whitford, co-director of the Idea Lab on firms and industrial policy, but what I'm doing right now is introducing someone else. So Gordon Hansen has a paper with Danny Roderick entitled "How Do Place-Based Policies Work?" It's got a half an hour. We're playing economist rules. For you who are economists know this. The rest of you, meaning that try and let him get the first 5 minutes out. But so you kind of know where he's going. But we want dialogue. We want questioning. So if you have a question, try and raise your hand, and he will handle his own questions. If it gets out of hand, then I'll step in. But what I'll do, I have no idea. So, take it away.
Thank you. Great, thanks. I really appreciate the invitation to present this work. This is, we don't have a paper yet, and so what I'm giving you is a progress report on a big project that Danny Roderick and I are undertaking at the Kennedy School that's also funded by the same Hewlett initiative that Suresh mentioned earlier. I also need to thank the organizers for the fact that it's not explicitly industrial policy, it's place-based policy. Now the distinction between the two is fuzzy, but we're going to give you a definition of place-based policy, and it kind of echoes the definition that Nathan and Rekha have used in their work. And so it is different, but place-based policy often ends up with an implicit sector bias, even if not an explicit one. Okay, so like industrial policy, place-based policy is kind of back. And the overlap with industrial policy is substantial, but industrial policy is a lot sexier. It's a lot sexier because it's at the technology frontier and it's happening in superstar cities and it's new and it's exciting and it's where human prosperity will be founded going forward. Place-based policy is about the other tail of the spatial distribution. It's about the places that might have been at the frontier 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and then woke up one morning and said, the world has changed. How do we then position to do the new thing, and are having a hard time doing so? I'll give you our definition in a little bit. We're thinking about place-based policy as interventions that target places that are stuck with low wages and low employment rates. The tools that we're talking about, a lot of them are kind of what industrial policy does. You're promoting investment, you're promoting skill acquisition, you're promoting land redevelopment. But a lot of this is not so much about getting to the new thing. It's helping factors that are trapped doing an old thing that doesn't work very well to reposition to do something new. The aims here are multiple. The thing that that resonates across different interventions is the idea that we're talking about places that used to have good jobs, and they don't have good jobs anymore, and we'd like to create good jobs again. And so that means kind of upgrading economic structures, and it means finding ways to raise productivity. The industrial policy is very much in the news. Place-based policy is kind of under the radar. Economists and academics in general were a lot more involved in place-based policy 25 years ago. There were master's programs all over the place that would talk about this stuff. Today, the academy has kind of abandoned the domain, is just coming back in. The people doing the work in this area didn't stop doing the work. There is an entire industry of local economic developers who have their own associations, who have their own networks, and who have their own concept of policy practice. And part of what we're doing is just kind of rediscovering this world. So with the typical arrogance of economists, we assume it doesn't exist if we don't know about it, and then we discover it, and we say, we discovered the world of place-based policy. No, they've been doing this all along. And so we're trying to, what Danny and I are trying to do is kind of get inside the conceptual model that folks have in their heads about what they're doing and where do those models come from.
Can I just ask that?
Yeah.
Should I also think about place-based policies including moving people? Or
Well, I'll talk about that in just a second. Okay, so simple motivation for this. Sorry, the colors don't come across as well as I'd like. On the left, you're looking at the fraction of prime-age males, 25 to 54, without a BA degree, who were jobless in 1990. And so red is bad. Red are places with high joblessness. 30 years later, what do you see? A lot more red. And so this looks like spatial misallocation. We're not deploying a substantial fraction of our labor force in a lot of different places. And think of this as these places that are red, aggregate them up. You're talking about 25 to 30% of the U.S. population living in these places. And so it's not a trivial share of the overall economy. And so what place-based policy is about is how do we kind of undo the redness? Okay. So, quick. What's that? So the thing, if I go back to 1990, the great question on women, because today the map for women looks almost identical. Joblessness for men and joblessness for women have converged. The time series on women is complicated because female labor force participation increased substantially over time. But today, the places where joblessness is a problem for men are places where joblessness is a problem for women.
I guess I have two questions quickly. Is it place-based policy to use the same exact tools in a high-income region? And is it okay to be disemployed if you don't have a BA?
So let's wait till I get to my definition, okay? Okay, so what are our options to deal with joblessness? One is kind of let market forces work. This is more or less what we're doing in most places. The place-based policy we're doing is kind of stuff on the margin. Now, the problem here is the excellent recent work by Pablo Falhobam and Cecile Gobert and Adrian Bilal show us is that kind of places can get stuck in these low-wage, low-employment equilibria. And what this work has also told us is that policy is not irrelevant. Our old understanding of agglomeration is that forces of agglomeration are common everywhere. So if I try and create a cluster here, I'm just going to undo a cluster there. I'm not changing the spatial distribution of economic activity. What the new work shows us is, in this world with compensating differentials that interact with spillovers, there is a constructive role for policy in theory. Now the question is, how close do we get to that? Part of the goal for our policy, for this project, is telling us, well, what are the resource flows doing? Are they doing anything like theory might suggest? And we don't need to get super precise on this. We're going to have some very simple first-order tests that I'll show you in just a bit. Second approach, don't treat places, treat people. So this is Dixit concept of targeting, and this kind of dominated economic thinking, and why do we want to, and why we didn't take place-based policy seriously. The problem here is that the existing policies we have, social safety net programs, they still don't really work. They're delivering small amounts of resources and not for very long, and they aren't really helping regions transition. And what we've learned from a lot of different pieces of research, a lot of it coming out of Opportunity Insights, is that there's such a thing as place effects. When you move people to a bad place, their life outcomes deteriorate. When you take people out of a bad place, their life outcomes improve. And that's not just true for kids. The recent Card, Rothstein, and Yee work shows that it's true for workers too. The place effects are then all the more important because of challenges with mobility. Now, mobility is not an issue for young workers with a BA degree. They're pretty mobile in response to economic shocks. There's essentially no mobility for people over 40 without a BA degree. And then there's some amounts of mobility for younger folks who are less educated. So the existence of labor immobility is a real challenge here. Now, the question is, what would it take to get people to move? We've done experiments of this in developing countries. We haven't done experiments in high-income countries. But the economic gains to mobility, I'm going to come back to this in a little bit, so I just wanted to highlight that there. So, okay, well, the other stuff's not working, so now let's think about place-based policy. There are a lot of pitfalls here that we know very well. One is that big firms can just come in and subvert the entire process. Second is that policies just might end up being capitalized into land values. And then, policymakers are gonna make mistakes. Best example of part 3, my colleague Ed Glazer, 2008, Brookings paper, place-based policy. Don't go there. 2016, Brookings paper, we might want to think about place-based policy. So even Ed Glazer is kind of reconsidering things here. Okay, so what are we going to doing in this project? I'm really happy that Chuck Sable is here. Chuck is one of our intellectual godparents on this work. And it's something that is strongly multidisciplinary. Some of that work Danny and I are doing with folks in other disciplines, and some of that work we're just trying to enable. So first thing we're trying to do is just kind of map out the policy production chain. How is policy created, and then how is policy delivered? The funding part is not at all like I thought. The recipients, this we kind of know, but there's this intermediary layer that's incredibly important for how flows go from state and federal governments to folks on the ground. And understanding who those intermediaries are and where they come from is an important part of what we're doing. Then we want to say, well, okay, we have this apparatus in there. What does the apparatus deliver? And we then want to look at how, what conditions are different policy flows targeting. And I'm going to show you this for 4 policy domains today. First order, what do we want funds to be doing? Well, if it's place-based policy and it's about regions in distress, funding should be going to regions in distress. And so we're going to use a very simple test and look at what's happening in these different domains. And then, because these intermediaries are really important, and I'll give you examples of what these things are in just a second, understanding what the determinants of their capacity is important, but first we got to measure that capacity. And I probably won't be able to say how we're doing this. The 2-second version is, every policy resource flow leaves some data residue about the agencies that are involved. And that allows us to track who's showing up. But then we're doing a much bigger thing that's going out and making use of the industry associations that folks belong to. The International Economic Development Council is a big one. 5,000 members. Everyone who's an economic developer belongs. Okay, what is place-based policy? Here's our definition. So it's narrow. So it's policies that want to kind of promote factor accumulation in regions that are economically distressed. And so this is what, you go to Fahobam and Gobert, that's what the optimal place-based policy looks like. You want to be redirecting capital to low-wage places. And so that we're going to take that, that's the definition of what place-based policy is trying to do. Now, there are a bunch of other policies that might be place-based incidentally, if not intentionally. Social safety net, because poor people are concentrated in particular places. Income taxes, because brackets are nominal, and low-income places are going to be in lower tax brackets. And then anything that's infrastructure, highways, military bases, hospitals, prisons. we're going to be measuring as much of this as we can. We're not going to do the income tax piece. But for all the other stuff, so that we then say, how place-based is place-based policy relative to social safety net, prisons, military bases, and so forth. I won't have that part to show you today because that's in process. Okay, so then think then just in terms of the analytics as we think about, now we're not, nothing I'm going to say is normative today about what we should be doing. It's positive in trying to understand what are the mechanisms through which policy is delivered and what can we say about the objectives of folks involved. So start at the highest level. You know, any model is going to have a social planner who's trying to address certain distortions. Now, how does it work in practice? How it works in practice is we get major pieces of legislation that are going to try and do a thing. Small business administration, promote small business. Different pieces of different iterations of workforce development legislation, which subsidizes worker training and funds community colleges. That creates a framework and formulas that stay in place for 15, 20, 25 years. So for the purposes of policymaking, those structures are given. Now, there's annual appropriations within that structure, and those vary year by year, but they don't really vary in a targeted way. When a big national thing happens, Congress says, we got to throw a lot of money at this. Great Recession happens, federal government more than doubles the money it gives to community colleges for worker training. Great Recession's over, money's gone. COVID, again, flooding the system. The Economic Development Administration has a $350 million annual budget until Build Back Better. It went to $3.5 billion. It's going to go back down to $350 million. That challenge in the appropriations is an enormous issue for the organizations that are on the ground because they have to deal with what they colloquially call the pig in the python funding model of the federal government. Okay, second level. Now, states are doing their own thing. And mostly what states are doing is trying to attract business. So this is mayors and governors going out and hunting for trophies and using tax incentives to do so. And here's the funny thing about those tax incentives. We think of this as kind of backroom deals and it's all kind of negotiated on a bilateral basis. Mainly not. The tax breaks are statutory. They're on the books. And then what you have to figure out is, well, what does a given deal qualify for? And so the negotiation is there's a little bit on the discretionary side, but it's kind of figuring out kind of how do we structure, how do we figure out how a particular company can avail itself of particular things. And this is a big deal. It's not as big as you think in terms of the magnitude of the flows, and I'll show you that in just a little bit. Now, what we're kind of emphasize is this is not where place-based policy, much of place-based policy happens. It happens at the third level with local actors who have to take the federal structure and federal funding as given. They have to take governors' trophy hunting as given, and then they have to figure out, well, how do we do things on the ground? So to do things on the ground, what they typically have to do is then create intermediary organizations that can pull funding out of the system or put themselves higher up in the list to get one of these trophy firms. There's a little bit of work that kind of gets into this domain. Marianne Feldman and Nicola Lowe have a couple of really nice papers that talk about these organizations, and I'm going to give you an example in just a second. And a lot of it has a flavor of the stuff that Danny and Chuck have done on ARPA, though in a very different guise. Okay, so let me then, going back to this model of these three levels, let me give you what a lot of economists think of is canonical place-based policy. This is the Kansas City border war, which if you don't know it, it's awesome. Kansas City is a city that lies partly in Missouri and partly in Kansas City. Economic developers have incentives for gross job creation in a given year in their jurisdiction. The Missouri jurisdiction is not Kansas City, it's the Missouri part of Kansas City. What's the easiest way to increase gross job creation in the Missouri part of Kansas City? Bribe firms from the Kansas part of Kansas City to move across the state borders. Missouri started doing that. Kansas said, oh, no, you don't. In the 2010s, the two states together spent $350 million bribing companies to go back and forth. So even if economists don't know about the Kansas City border war, this is the model they have in their head. Now, I want to give you a very different model, and not to say this is more true, just to say it's also true. So Grand Rapids and Rochester in the 90s faced existential threats to their economic futures. Grand Rapids produced furniture. So the China shock, stuff I've been living and breathing for a while. What were the two industries most at risk of being China shocked? Furniture and textiles. Rochester, home of Kodak, which made the wrong bet on digital photography. They had to figure out how then you become something new in a world that has turned against you in a significant way. A big part of how they did this was the creation of an economic development organization, a public-private partnership, which then didn't have a budget. Its job was to convene, to orchestrate, to navigate, to strategize, to be the civic champion, to get people on the same page regarding where do we want to put our investments in workforce development. What type of small business services can we offer and how do we fund this? What do we need to attract people to come back to our towns in terms of revitalizing downtown and so forth? So the trophy hunting happens. It's a big deal. But so do these local intermediaries happen. And these are the good cases. What we're trying to figure out is, are these examples from Grand Rapids and Rochester, are they at the 80th percentile? Are they at the 90th percentile? Are they at the 95th percentile? Can't tell you that right yet. Chengjin. It sounds like a what? It's got some public sector funding, and the organizations they're representing include a bunch of public sector actors. So you're going to have the president of the local state university. You're going to have the president of the local community colleges. You're going to have the head of the Rochester Economic Development Authority. So the private sector is here, and in each case, philanthropy played a significant role. But you can go to other contexts where the actor is actually coming from a public sector institution. In smaller places, the civic champions are oftentimes presidents of the local community college. So these intermediaries come in different flavors. And we're trying to, right now we have a bunch of examples and we're trying to figure this out. This is kind of what we've done the least on. So this is kind of what we then, if we want to say something about place-based policy, we need to detect these intermediary organizations and we need to know what they do. We need to say something about how good they are. And then once we've done all of that, we can say, it doesn't matter. When you have higher state capacity, do you actually deliver something that looks like better policy and is it effective? Okay, but what I want to do in just kind of the remaining few minutes is now just let's go back to part 2 of our exercise, which is tracking place-based policy funding to try and say, well, what is it, where is it going, what is it targeting? And in so doing, I will help you, I will chart out the 4 main policy domains that we're calling place-based policy and identifying some of the actors involved. Question?
I want to know if in your inventory case that you looked at Greenville, South Carolina, is that part, because there is a case of competition within the state, but the state looking over its shoulder at the research triangle and say, we want to beat them.
I would love to get the reference in the break. It may be that some of our RAs have actually prepared a Greenville case. We're producing lots and lots of cases on stuff. Okay, so as a benchmark, I'm just kind of going to take the social safety net. And this includes income maintenance programs. So this is food stamps. This is earned income tax credit. It's just kind of cash welfare. It's also Medicaid, Social Security, disability insurance, and the like. Where do these government transfers go? On the left-hand side, in every graph I'm going to show you, it's going to be benefits per capita, okay? And then on the right, on the x-axis, what we're going to have is the employment to population ratio for prime-age men without a bachelor's degree. We're using men here because if over time, this is kind of the simplest metric of labor market distress. If we're going to use, for this year, I could use women here, and it would get a very similar result. But I don't want to use the total employment rate because there's no action on the college-educated side. So I want to say, we're thinking about the bottom 65% of workers and places where their employment rates are low. So what does, this is a bin scatter across commuting zones, and this is the employment rate, the employment to population ratio around 2010 at the end of the Great Recession. So Great Recession has done its damage, caused massive increases in unemployment in a bunch of places. Danny Yegan's work has shown the places that saw big increases in unemployment, it's stuck around, okay? Now, so what about social safety net? It's going to places with low employment rates because those places have low income and people with low incomes qualify for these programs. This is a bin scatter across 722 commuting zones. So each dot represents 5% of a 5% bin of commuting zones. Okay? So now we're just going to redo this for 4 different policy domains. So let's start with business recruitment. Now, what is business recruitment? The Good Jobs First organization has tracked these subsidies. This is the same data source that Kaylin Slattery uses in her work. She focuses on the mega deals. We're looking at everything. These subsidies come in 2 forms. One comes from state governments that are primarily tax breaks, tax abatements, tax credits, and so forth. You see in blue here, those average kind of around $30 billion a year, okay? So keep that figure in your head. Now, the federal government does a bunch of stuff regarding investment on the side. They aren't providing tax breaks. What they're primarily doing is providing loan guarantees. So this is Export-Import Bank. This is Department of Energy. This is the Small Business Administration. Those tend to be high during periods of crisis, so coming out of the Great Recession, and then in normal times they're small. They're around 10 billion, so about a third of what state governments are doing. So first fun fact, federal government and state governments never coordinate on business attraction. A deal has federal funding, a deal has state funding, they're not working together. So think of these as coming out of 2 very different parts of the bureaucracy. So now we're just going to look at the state piece here, do subsidies to attract investment, and we're going to look at average subsidies per capita over the 2010s, plotted against your initial employment rate. Are these subsidies going to places with high joblessness? No, not at all. Where are they going? They're going to places that are already doing pretty well. They aren't going necessarily to the true winners. They're going to places that are okay, but they're not going to struggling regions. And that's not what governors are about. Governors want ribbon cuttings. How do you get ribbon cuttings? You don't do it by saying, trying to convince a firm to come to a place with high joblessness. They're like, I don't want it. I don't want to be in a place with high joblessness.
Is it maybe looking forward and saying you want to prevent this place from becoming?
I can show you this 10 different ways. And it's very, very hard. And the other work, Kaylin's work finds a similar thing. The big trophy deals don't go to hurting places. Okay, so this is one domain. Domain 2, now we're not mega deals, we're thinking about small business development. This happens primarily through the Small Business Administration, and their programs take 2 types. One are loan guarantees, and the loan guarantees can either be for working capital, debt retirement, or whatever. Those are pretty easy to get, and they have to go through an approved lender. So to get those sorts of small business lending, you have to have approved lenders in your place. That's a hurdle. Now, they also provide loan guarantees for long-term capital investment. That's the really valuable stuff. To get that, you have to have a certified development corporation nearby. That's a higher hurdle. So we already have kind of one form of state capacity that's going to be important. Can you form this type of entity? The other thing that the Small Business Administration does is fund small business development centers, which do the sort of which conduct the sort of management training that we've analyzed via RCTs in developing countries and found that they really work. Small Business Administration has been doing this for 30 years, and it hasn't been studied in a meaningful way. Everyone we've talked to says they're great. Small business comes and they get good management advice, and they get it quite cheaply. Now, I'm not going to talk about that advice. I'm going to say, let's talk about the loan guarantees, which places get loan guarantees? Are they places with higher joblessness? So are we promoting capital accumulation where joblessness is scarce? Because capital gets scarce where jobs are scarce because housing prices are depressed and people don't have the collateral to start a business. No. Small Business Administration loans perfectly track the market. There's a reason for this. Congress forces them to break even on an annual basis. And not only that, it seems to be happening at a regional level, so you're preventing any sort of redistribution. Now, you could want the Small Business Administration to break even over some horizon, but if you're trying to reallocate capital to areas where you want to promote job creation, you got to allow for some redistribution, and it's not doing it. Third, investing in, I've got 2 minutes left, so let me get to that, and then I'll break. It's subsidies for investing in low-income areas. After trophy firms, this is the other thing that folks really focus on, enterprise zone. Enterprise zones are rounding error. The Obama administration empowerment zones, which were defined in 184 communities, over 10 years gave out $1.4 billion. Irrelevant. Now, there's a piece that's not irrelevant, and these are subsidies that are given out through these financial institution called community development financial institutions, and a subclass of them, community development entities. You have to have the wherewithal to create one of these things in order to get access to the tax breaks. Guess what? Only bigger, richer places are able to create these entities. They serve low-income areas, but they serve low-income areas in richer cities. And so when you look at the tax credits that they give out per capita, are they going to places with high joblessness? No, they're not. And that in part because of this hurdle that's built in. Okay, finally some good news, okay? Fourth domain. So we're talking about incentivizing big capital, incentivizing small capital, redeveloping land. Then now we have to talk about labor. The labor is not about subsidized worker training through the vouchers that the federal government provides, because it's also rounding error. $1.4 billion a year to dislocated workers. Where the real training happens is in community colleges, which have certificate programs targeted to specific occupations. It's 40% of the degrees that community colleges give out are through these certificate programs. And the money here, state governments are spending $35 billion a year on community colleges. Federal governments are spending $10 billion a year. Tuition only covers about 15% of expenditure. So these are heavily subsidized. These certificate programs target good jobs. And there's increased enrollment in these programs when local unemployment goes up. So what do we see? We see more public spending in areas with high joblessness. In work I'm doing with Harry Holzer, we're trying to estimate, in effect, the slope of the supply curve for career and technical education by community college. You want that to be pretty close to flat, kind of on the relevant margins, because when unemployment goes up, you want people to be able to on average, it's not flat. On average, it looks almost vertical. But at the 75th percentile, there are programs that are quite responsive. So summing all of this up, state governments have this kind of default of saying, let's go after trophy firms. The federal government, by decentralizing stuff, and then puts a heavy onus on the local capacity of places to make place-based policy work. They create high hurdles in terms of the organizational requirements you need to hit in order to get that funding. And then what's happening at the local level is all sorts of policy experimentation, which we're trying to learn about. We can find examples of really effective economic development organizations that are happening at the local level, but we don't at all want to, but we know that on the average place, the median place, this is not happening. And so what we're trying to figure out is, does this experimentation, is it responsive to local need? What are the features of places that allow that experimentation to happen?
Chase, we're going to get Chase's slides up. Take a question or two while Chase gets his slides up. Yep, get your slides up.
So you started with about the scale there, and I guess my understanding of that paper is that if the economies of scale are the same everywhere, then you would want to redistribute to the lower employment areas, low wage areas. But it could also be the case that there are more economies of scale in the high employment areas, which would mean that the redistribution trends you showed could be efficient.
So you're out here wanting to get us, how close are we to optimality? Policy is here. Policy is pro-cyclical. Policy is biased in favor of bigger, richer places that happen to have some poor neighborhoods. So given we're spending the money in that second best world, we could be doing things a whole lot better before we try and get to the issue of what would optimal policy actually look like.
We are gonna have to talk to him because we have 25 minutes now for Chase. So
Thanks for your question.
I'll be fast. So okay. So, but we are talking about a similar sort of thing.
So it's a file called Foster, I think. Foster something.
Okay. I'll just
Should be loaded. Yeah.
So we now have a paper by Chase Foster and Malik Arslan entitled "Beyond Smokestack Chasing Toward a New Typology of Subnational Investment Subsidies in the United States," which is same basic thing. And while we're going, why don't you stand up? You can ask while he gets the slides up. Another question? So, go.
I can be fast.
Yeah, and we'll run to 1:05.
Okay, great. Let me just start my notes.
Okay, so here we have Chase Foster. We're going to cannibalize a little bit of the break. We'll run to about 11:05.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So I'm one of the non-economists here, but I think you'll be happy to hear that we're not as different as we may think. And some of the concepts and even some of the data is going to be quite similar to the previous presentation. So this is a project that I've been working on with Malika Arslan, who can't be here today. She's a postdoctoral fellow at the Max Planck Institute in Cologne. This is a project that is supported by the Economic Security Project, which is part of a bigger project looking at comparative state aid policy, primarily across European and North American jurisdictions, and with a particular focus on business power, right? But as you'll see, this paper is kind of our attempt to take a step back from sort of our primary focus of sort of doing causal explanation and really try to understand what is the phenomenon we're looking at. And in particular, what we're focused on is a subset of place-based policies, what we're calling subnational subnational investment subsidies. These include, of course, public grants, tax increment financing, other kinds of loans, and we're thinking of this very much in a broad way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through sort of a very brief overview of the current literature on tax incentives and subnational investment subsidies. Then I'll look at some of our initial analysis of heterogeneity, both across subsidies in general, as well as the mega deals that were mentioned earlier. Then I'm going to introduce our typology, and I'm going to give a few contrasting examples in 2 states, and if we have time, maybe some additional ones as well. Okay, so we know what locational investment subsidies are: direct and indirect public subsidies, tax breaks, other financial benefits provided to business enterprises in exchange for an investment, usually in a particular place. Historically, sort of, we see the most prominent use of these in kind of the beginning of the 1940s and 50s in southern states through municipal bond financing, with the primary aim to lure northern manufacturing into the South. They also attracted them through having very weak labor laws. But one element was essentially taking away some of the risk of investment in new places. We also know that since the 80s, the aggregate amount of investment subsidies has really significantly increased in real dollars. Of course, this is not something we know precisely because there are so many governments in this country and there are so many different programs, and how do you even quantify the value of a loan, for instance, a subsidized loan? But most people who have looked at this really do point to a clear secular increase, some pointing to maybe a quadrupling since the 80s. But since about 2005, 2010, it's been fairly steady. So we haven't really seen a continued escalation, but let's say a sustained amount of spending. We also, as most of us are aware, there have been a significant number of really large deals, what we're calling mega deals, like the previous speaker. The classic example being the Amazon HQ2 subsidy competition that pitted jurisdictions directly against each other. I think there were 238 cities and states that made a bid for Amazon's other headquarters. We also see this at the municipal level with the Kansas City border wars that were just mentioned. We're really going to focus only on state level subsidies. So we're excluding municipal in part because that data coverage is not as good, and then we're not looking at federal at all because we think there's a different political economy, a different logic there. So we're really looking at diversity within state-level subsidies. This is a rich literature, and there's been a lot of different papers on this, but if we were to summarize the main takeaways from both economics and political science, it would be as such. Economists usually find that these deals don't produce the outcomes that they claim, right? We saw some of that evidence in the previous speaker. They don't work, they don't produce jobs, they're not necessarily good for encouraging entrepreneurship, et cetera. Political scientists, I guess, sort of respond to that finding by saying, but they do work quite well for helping politicians get reelected, right? And there's a lot of evidence that incumbents benefit greatly when they open a deal or when they snag a big company, regardless of whether or not it's actually good for the public interest. It certainly is benefiting politicians. And sort of the extent to which it benefits them depends upon the local system. There's lots of variation, but that's the main takeaway. And we're not necessarily disputing either of these findings. But what we are concerned about is that we're lumping all of the subsidies together and then looking at average effects, and there actually might be different kinds of programs that do work better or might have different logics. Even if they do serve politicians, that may not be the only thing they're doing, right? After all, we do live in a political economy where we need politicians to get rewarded for what they do, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad policy. And we're very much responding to, I guess, a debate in economic sociology and political economy rather than necessarily this great work in the top of the slide, who, for the most part, have ignored subnational investment incentives, right? If you kind of think about like the entrepreneurial state and these kinds of things, it's not really focused on these kinds of programs, right? If anything, these programs are seen as corporate welfare, smokestack chasing, supply-side inducements that basically reflect the vulnerability and powerlessness of states in the face of footloose transnational capital, right? I mean, if we were to kind of really get down to the basic conclusion. Well, we think this is too simplistic. Like I just said, we need to go beyond a single category or even a single dimension of variation. And then also there's a tendency to view developments in a diachronic way. Sort of all subsidies are moving in one direction, right? So sort of it's, Peter Eisinger's great work in the 80s actually predicted that things were moving away from supply side to demand side, right? That states were being forced to not just compete directly for factories, but instead start to invest in shifting demand, right? But then in the present day, we often see the opposite prediction, that sort of we're moving from a Fordist system where the state had some power vis-a-vis capital more toward a system where states are quite powerless. And as historical institutionalists who are trained in kind of the comparative political economy, comparative economic sociology tradition, we, of course, are skeptical kind of intuitively about any claim that like a common secular trend is going to lead to the same institutional response across countries or that globalization will lead to convergence. We actually think there's a lot of reasons why a common trend will actually lead to diversification of policies as states seek to kind of carve out different niches, et cetera, as we see, for instance, in the varieties of capitalism literature. Okay, so this is a typological study. We're not focused on causal inference. Our aim is to identify how subsidy logics differ rather than why different strategies emerge. And we rely on extreme cases to build ideal types, which we then sort of try to imply empirically. And this is Max Weber in 1918 reminding us all to think hard about our concepts before we run our experiments. Okay, and the data, it's the same data that was used in the previous presentation. We've started to do some Orbis matching so we can get a better sense of the kinds of companies that are receiving subsidies in certain states. That is not complete yet, so I won't be presenting that today. We've also done hand coding of 400 mega deals. These are the deals that are valued at 50 million or more. And for these, we've really tried to kind of not necessarily do many case studies, but really understand based on news articles, other reports, what was entailed with each one of these deals, and then to classify these deals in terms of sort of market failures that were possibly addressed in the deal. What is the dynamic in terms of relocation or the purpose of the deal? These kinds of things. And then we conduct case studies in 4 states. I'm going to present 2 of those case studies today. Okay, so real quick, here are a few dimensions of variation. This is looking at the broad data of about 600,000 awards that are in this database. You can see there's a lot of diversity across states in the intensity per capita, right? And it's not necessarily clear what organizes that logic. It's not a red state, blue state logic, rural state, urban state. There's just very different kinds of policy, kinds of intensity of subsidy spending across different states. We can also see that there are a lot of different instruments used. So clearly, tax expenditures are the largest, right? And that includes a lot of different things. But significant amounts are also spent through the enterprise zone, through direct grants, and cost reimbursements at the state level. You can also see that there is diversity in the kinds of projects that are supported, right? So about half are manufacturing facilities of some kind, right? So that clearly is, the most common kind of big deal. But we also see, corporate relocations, shipping and distribution centers, real estate deals. That's especially true for tax increment financing, and even research and R&D facilities. And while the common perception is that these deals are often the big deals, this is the big deal analysis, that the big deals often involve some kind of jurisdictional competition between states. We find in our qualitative coding that only about 13% clearly involve relocation from one state to another. Okay. The biggest category is an entirely new US facility, right? So it's not replacing something. Often this is when maybe a foreign firm moves in. So there we do see some interjurisdictional competition, but not always. But we also, there are significant numbers that go to retaining jobs, and then also expanding existing facilities. So there's a lot of different kinds of things going on, even in these big deals. And then a lot of the big deals do include, let's say, some ostensible market failure kind of goal. I'm not saying that that's the real thing that's going on or it works, but that is at least part of the deal. So a lot of deals involve infrastructure spending, some R&D. We also see that even some of these kind of race to the bottom deals do at least appear to reflect an industrial policy logic in terms of an industry development in the state or an agglomeration strategy. And then finally, most of the deals do result in facilities that when we looked in 2023 were still in existence, right? And some of these deals go back to the 90s, right? So about 10 to 11%, the facility doesn't seem to exist anymore. Okay, so here is the way we organize the different logics of these sort of deals. And again, we're not saying they're equally represented in the deals. That's an empirical question. But here are different ways we could think of the logic of deals. So we divide it along 2 dimensions. So the first is the market orientation. Do the deals or the awards seek to encourage investment by lowering production factor costs without shifting market signals, right? So sort of subsidizing the cost of labor, subsidizing the cost of land, et cetera, okay? Or do they seek to shape investment in some way toward a social purpose other than the firm's direct profit incentive, right? By addressing market failure, by creating public goods like infrastructure, R&D, or by steering a deal toward some kind of particular goal, technology, development, et cetera. And then we also then look at a second dimension that relies on the traditional industrial policy distinction between horizontal initiatives and vertical initiatives. So this distinction is very much embedded in EU state aid law. And we think it's also a useful category to think about U.S. investment subsidies. So are the awards or the programs available to all firms in a wide range of sectors, or are they really targeted toward a narrow area, right? And of course, we can argue over exactly how to distinguish this, but in principle, we should be able to distinguish between these kinds of deals. And that produces our 4 kind of ideal types. I mean, laissez-faire subsidies in the top left. This is sort of when the state essentially says, let's not have any taxes at all for business. This is like the South Dakotan example where 83% of state revenue comes from the sales tax. That's, in our view, a horizontal subsidy, right? Because every business basically doesn't pay tax. And then in addition to that, South Dakota throws in a lot of investment subsidies for recovering property tax and the few taxes that businesses do pay. this we view as quite different than a beggar thy neighbor subsidy, which involves a lot of state spending to recruit particular industries, right, without necessarily trying to shape the direction of investment or the kinds of technology that is used. Then we go down to the bottom right. This we call developmental subsidies. These are market-shaping vertical initiatives where tax incentives or subsidies are used to try to achieve some kind of state-determined industrial policy goal. And then finally, we have market-shaping and horizontal initiatives, which are very much focused on addressing market failures without necessarily targeting particular sectors, technologies, and firms. Okay, so here is one of our cases. So Alabama is a state that, as I said before, was a pioneer of municipal bond financing in the 40s and 50s. And during this period, the state didn't really it didn't really have a coherent industrial policy in terms of trying to attract a specific set of sectors or firms. But this began to change in the 1990s, right? And the watershed moment was the luring of Mercedes-Benz to open its first North American plant in, I believe, Tuscaloosa. And as part of that initiative, they not only gave, I guess, Mercedes $300 million, which that was in 1993 dollars, but they also changed their policy. They passed what's called the Mercedes-Benz legislation, and they developed what actually reads very much like a sort of European industrial champion policy. They say, look, we want to recruit auto companies. We have no auto companies here. This is going to be our plan, and we're going to just systematically recruit and target auto companies to come to the state. And since then, you can see they've done a lot of that, right? I mean, strikingly, I think 8 or maybe 7, 8 of the 10 biggest deals are all foreign companies, many of which are in the auto or aviation sectors. And a lot of these deals really were the result of very clear interstate competition. Sometimes dozens of different bids, and Alabama just was willing to just always go past what any other state would offer. And as a result, we do see a quite substantial auto industry in Alabama today. I mean, it started out at 0, and now there are 54,000 jobs in the auto sector. Now, we can argue whether this really, what's the opportunity cost of this, of course. But it has sort of worked, and it does seem to be durable, and Alabama has almost as many manufacturing jobs as Michigan, right? So it is the most industrialized state in the South. It would be very hard to imagine Alabama politicians reversing this policy, right, anytime soon. But the cost has been an average of $361,000 per job, so it's a lot of money. Okay, this is sort of a very different kind of logic than what we've seen in Michigan. Okay, so Michigan, of course, starts from a very different place. It has all the auto companies, right? It's the birthplace of the 3 big ones. And beginning in the 1960s, we know the auto industry started to shed jobs, and in the 70s, Michigan really faced some major economic problems and crises. And in response, Michigan initially pursued what we consider to be market-conforming strategies. They just sort of significantly reduced property taxes. They created a new way industrial property tax worked that significantly cut the tax bill. But then in the 1980s, they started to in addition to that, do more market-shaping vertical strategies. So they created a number of strategic funds, kind of sort of state venture capital funds that started to invest in high-tech, knowledge economy type stuff, commercializing University of Michigan projects, things like this, okay? And then in the early 2000s, they created a number of new entities. One was the Michigan Economic Growth Authority, which would identify sort of upgrade manufacturing, higher value-added products. And then more recently, they've started to really invest in advanced battery manufacturing. So they passed the country's first kind of battery sort of tax credit. Sort of any kind of battery manufacturing gets a significant cut to taxes. They've also identified wind energy, solar energy, bioenergy as prime sectors for subsidy investment. And when we look at their mega deals, they look quite different than the mega deals in Alabama, right? They're kind of equally substantial in size, but almost all of the deals go to local companies that already are in existence. So it's sort of more about trying to change and transform the capacities of your existing resources rather than sort of rather than try to lure whoever wants to invest into your state. And 8 of the 36 have gone to some kind of green initiative, right? Particularly related to electric vehicles. And then they also have created the Office of Future Mobility and Electrification that is very much sort of concerned with developing new unproven technologies. So in our view, this is a good example, at least in part, of a kind of more developmental approach to the use of investment subsidies. How much time do I have?
You've got 10 minutes total. More questions.
Okay. Well, I'll just do California really quickly because I think it's interesting. So California is a great example of a state that really has not used mega deals at all, right? More recently, there have been a couple, but considering the size of their economy, they have a very low per capita spending on like really big initiatives. But what they do is they have significant subsidies for exports and research and development, right? So they have what I believe is, after Hawaii, is the most generous R&D tax credit in the country. I think you can get like 24% back or something like that. And this is used by a wide variety of knowledge economy firms, right? So it's not particularly targeted. It wouldn't, in our view, be a good example of vertical policy. And it's by far the most expensive subsidy. So it's sort of, in 2012, it was around 45% of total spending. In addition to that, we do see some of the horizontal market-conforming strategies, some vertical targeting toward the film industry, computer programming, farmers, right? Most states have some element of this. What's interesting about even their market-conforming horizontal and vertical policies is that they tend to be more conditional, right? They tend to require more proof, the jobs are created. There's also very strong clawback provisions. So I think the California Competes program, which we classify as horizontal and market conforming, the states recovered more than a third of the money, right? Because often, as we know, firms don't actually deliver what they promise. And California seems to be transforming even these kinds of sort of beggar thy neighbor subsidies into something where the state is able to leverage more direction than certainly in Alabama and other states in the South. Okay, so now I'm going back to my conclusion. Okay, so this is, we hope, a helpful theory building exercise to develop a sort of way to maybe categorize different kinds of programs and then maybe analyze different categories of programs. We also think that these differing cases are a good reflection of some of the diversity and heterogeneity of state policy. We don't necessarily suggest here that any state can do any strategy. You need to understand exactly how path dependencies and different structures affect things. But we also do want to assert that there is some agency here, right? You could imagine shifting slowly or adding different kinds of programs, making programs more conditional, adding sort of perhaps some developmental subsidies to go along with horizontal subsidies. And then we hope now to kind of move more to the politics, right? To sort of do some interviews and try to understand exactly what's going on behind the scenes in terms of state decision-making and program design, and also how policy learning occurs. Because one other kind of finding is that the policy programs are constantly being adjusted, right, and adapted. And so there is a potential here, I do think, for important social learning in this sphere. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Thanks. This is great. Very much dialogue. I want to hear more. I want to ask you if you guys distinguish. I like your distinction between market shaping and market forming. I was not sure if you have an argument about which one would be more productive, or I mean, except that there's a difference between them. But are you also saying that one is better than the other, one is more effective than the other, or both of them are, would be okay?
In this paper, we're really not trying to say one is better than the other. I mean, we maybe have our personal views. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I would like to think that maybe shaping, if the state's going to give money to a company, there should be something that they get back for that, right, in terms of social public purpose. So I would say, that probably is a better way forward, but you could make arguments that in certain contexts, a market conforming strategy is what you need to attract capital to the state. So perhaps in certain contexts, you just don't have enough to offer. And so maybe having too many conditionalities, could undermine that effort. Yeah.
2014, the Inter-American Development Bank issued a flagship report called Rethinking Productive Development Policies. And they created a framework that looks very much like yours.
Okay.
Like 2 by 2, almost the same. Regarding your question, the tone was quite clear that we had too much of subsidies of shaping, and there was a lot to do about, there had been a lot of conforming.
Oh, okay.
And a lot to do about shaping.
I would love to see that paper if you can find the reference.
Yeah, it's just a flagship report, 2014.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, in the back.
I'd like to know something about the institutional requirements of different policies. So what strikes me about the California case is that if you're going to have clawbacks, you have to have pretty good monitoring of the things, whereas in the Alabama case, my assumption is these do not require a lot of monitoring of the state capacity.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the implications when you go into that?
Well, I think that's the next stage. I mean, Alabama's been moving, though, all states have been moving toward more transparency and more conditionality, right? Just in the Alabama case, the conditionality would be, did you produce the jobs? Not did you achieve other social objectives? So that might be a positive trend, is that more people are interested, and states do seem to be at least improving transparency reporting and clawbacks. And did I see Matthias? You had your, yeah.
Thank you. Wonderful. I have a question about the Michigan Economic Development Corporation.
Uh-huh.
And also in the prior talk we were told about the certified financial institutions. Is this a development bank? Is it not? And if it's not, what makes it different from a development bank? These corporations that you're mentioning.
Yeah. Oh, you're the development bank expert, so maybe I should get your definition first. I mean, it seems like a development bank. Some of them do seem kind of like a development bank to me.
Okay, so there's basically a literature that is missing.
Okay, great.
US development banking. No.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Great. No, that's interesting. Yeah.
So on your typology, first thing, having spent the past 15 years in the southeast of the U.S. looking applying these terms of this policy, I'm not sure if it's, I'm trying to still think about how you're putting together aims and means.
Uh-huh.
Tax breaks are everywhere, and that's not a very, I don't think that's the most effective thing that you may want to think about, as opposed to
Yeah.
doing what, like Rick was saying, is what are the means to try to stimulate what you're trying to do? So in the Southeast, they readily say now, it was all, like you said, it was jobs and the size of the deal for 25 years. And now they're shifting. They're overtly, they're very publicly saying we have to create more value added. By the way, they don't know how to do that necessarily. Because what it means is they have to change the means. Like they, sure, throw some money at research or education, but actually how it works.
Sure.
Does that mean, so I'm thinking, and they're both, by the way, as they do that, they're both really interested in attracting new investors outside the state, as opposed to necessarily transforming their local actors. So, do you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
One's all about jobs, the other one's about value and science. And they're both still shopping foreigners, right? That's what they're trying to do. But they're actually having to change. They've gone well beyond tax credits.
Yeah, I would love to talk to you more about what's been happening. I'm from North Carolina myself, so I kind of always had the example of RTP in the background as something, and I do think that is a model in the South. But when you look at the actual deals, there aren't that many RTP-like models in the South. I mean, I'm sure they're talking about it, and perhaps this is because of capacity limitations. Yeah. Okay, one more maybe, and then, okay. Yeah.
I'm super curious about the distinction between policies that change the conditions for local companies versus try to lure companies in.
Yeah.
So I think that there's a lot of cases, and I'm thinking about Alabama, that over time the luring in of companies actually ends up materially more changing the local conditions for
Yeah.
that you're seeing. And so I'm just like curious, like how you think about, when you're distinguishing between, I guess, market conforming and market shaping, is that basically just saying that you're attracting incumbents versus like you're trying to, change what people
Sure.
are doing? And how do you account for situations where the attraction of those incumbents actually changes what's happening and ends up shaping the market in the long?
Yes, so the original Isinger distinction between supply side and demand side was very much focused on, are you getting new companies or are you transforming existing companies? So we kind of do build upon that, but also maybe move beyond it. And then in terms of the evolving political economy, that's going to be something I'm quite interested in, is sort of whether when you create more industrial jobs in Alabama, that shifts the politics of Alabama. Unfortunately, these jobs don't tend to be unionized, so that's not going to, in part because the state doesn't insist upon it. And so it's not going to create a kind of, it's not going to make it Detroit, right? But perhaps it still will shift things in ways we can't fully appreciate. Okay, thank you so much.
Somehow I had it in my head that this was one of the sessions with 2 papers and not 3. In my defense, I have a 2-year-old. So my brain is very confused a lot of the time. So we now have Peter Schott doing collocation of production innovation, evidence from the United States, which is obviously related to the other pair in sort of an obvious way. Is like, okay, if you're trying to do place-based policies, why would you want to, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to think about production innovation, things like that? So that's underlying it. So papers along with Teresa Fort, Wolfgang Keller, Stephen Yapel, and Nicholas Zoas. So please.
Thanks for having me. Similar, I guess, since I was trying to think how this paper fits with this session. Partly, it refers back to Erica's keynote in the sense that I'm going to be talking a lot about bringing some data to bear on a question I think that's quite interesting. And then it relates to Gordon's in that we're not quite finished yet. We're doing a whole bunch of data gathering, and so we have some interesting messages, I think, and I'd like to show those to you. And then, of course, across all 3, there's a geographic, a spatial component to what I'll be talking about. Okay, so census data. So here's the usual disclaimer. So why are we looking at this? What's the motivation? So historically, and when I say historically for us, we can go back, I'll say more about this in a minute, we can go back to the 1970s, the mid-1970s. Manufacturing firms have dominated patenting. I'm going to be talking about patents today. I'll say more about this later. I'm going to think about patenting as a decent manifestation of innovation. And so manufacturing firms have dominated patenting. And then, as probably most of us are aware, manufacturing employment and manufacturing establishments have been in decline over the last 20 years. It's not true of manufacturing really value added, but it is true of the location of the production jobs. And so here's just a little bit of data to bring that to bear. I've cut it off. The manufacturing rises, of course, in the post-war period. The peak is in 1979. This is employment. You get U.S. changing trade policy with China when China enters WTO, and that is followed by a big drop. And then, of course, there's another big hit, which is the Great Recession. So manufacturing employment takes a hit, doesn't recover, won't recover. And then this is a maybe less well-known series. This comes from the business dynamic statistics that are available publicly. This is the number of manufacturing establishments in the United States, and you'll see there's also that very sharp decline. And so there's this concern out there that if the manufacturing jobs go, if the manufacturing establishments go, so will the innovation. I tried to do a little interdisciplinary stuff on my own. So these are from 2 engineers who have a policy institute. And they have this summary quote. It's not hard to find quotes like this, as I'm sure many of you are aware. Once manufacturing departs from a country's shores, the know-how, the engineering, the ability to think of the next thing goes away. And so that's a strong statement. And I will say, as a trade economist, when I go and give public lectures and I espouse the benefits of free trade, I'm often accosted at the end of the presentation, you're an idiot, you don't really understand that all the innovation will go away. And so I've really wanted to look at this question for a long time. I think it's like super interesting. And so we're going to try and take a step in that direction. And the initial part of this research effort will be to create the data infrastructure that allow us to do that. So I'll take you through that. Okay, there's also a broader context for this. Nick Bloom and co-authors have this nice paper where they make the claim that ideas are, in general, getting harder to find. And so if you could think about this what we're doing as maybe a component of that, or you could think about this as being another way in which that's might be playing out. So I'll maybe say more about that towards the end, but there's this backdrop about where does innovation come from, and is it getting harder? And I guess it relates to some of what Erica said about Moore's law, et cetera. Okay, so we're going to start with a simple question, and the simple question is, does the collocation of R&D and or some measure of inquiry that leads to ideas, is that related to innovation? And we'll use today the measure of patents. And so two basic pieces have to come together in order to do this. So let me show you the kind of punchlines in terms of what I'll show you, and then I'll tell you how we kind of found those things. So first, in terms of data, there's two big pieces. One big piece is understanding information about innovation, so that's patents. And the other is taking US Census data that, not the people side of the census data, but the firm side of the census data that tracks basically all private US establishments. For the firm level data, census data is really good. It's been used in many, many, many studies. There's always been some location information in the census data, but it hasn't been systematically cleaned out and put in for all establishments. So we go back to the kind of native data set that the census data are derived from, and we've geocoded that in terms of latitude and longitude. So you'll see why that becomes relevant. And then another thing we've done is we've taken the US patent data, which are publicly available and contain information about the assignees and the inventors, and we've matched that to the firms in the census. Of course, the patent data have been matched to firms in a publicly available data set, CompuStat, and there's lots of papers. Gordon, for example, has nice work on this. But that hits the very big firms, and so what we're trying to do here is, if we want to look about innovation in the US economy more broadly, let's match the patents to all of the firms in the US. So that also took quite a bit of time. This paper, you'll see this working paper is quite old. One reason is this matching took a while. But it's done now, and so we're starting to use it. It's done and done better than I think it was in the first version of the paper. Okay, and then what are the results? It does look like there is an association. Everything I'm going to show you today is descriptive. We don't have a fancy identification strategy. We have some ideas. Maybe we can talk about those later. But descriptively, both production firms patent more in the data. You see more patenting by firms that have both innovation and production establishments. And if you drill down a little bit and look only at the firms that have both of those establishments, the ones that have those establishments closest together also patent more. So it's kind of interesting finding. So the rest of the talk is just kind of taking you through how we found that, how we know that. Okay, so first on the data, in case you don't know the census data, there's this backbone data set. It's called the LBD, the Longitudinal Business Database. This basically tracks all US establishments from nowadays it goes from 77 to 2020. I think 2021 might have just been released. Establishments are plants, I'll use those synonymously, and firms are collections of establishments. So the LBD also has firm identifiers that allow you to track which firms have which establishments over time. That's going to be useful for us because we want to think about collocation of different types of establishments. How do we know what the establishments do? There are these NAICS codes, industry codes, that Fort and Klimek have kind of done a lot of work on making those industry codes consistent over this very long period. That's not trivial because there was a big change in systems between SIC and NAICS. You may not care about that. I love that kind of stuff, but you may not care about that. But it's really important because the way that innovation establishments were tracked under the SIC is very different than under NAICS. And so in some sense, that contribution is really critical here because in the past, an R&D facility at a manufacturing firm would have been classified as a manufacturing establishment. And that's not true anymore, so we're able to tease these out more cleanly. Okay, so we know where the plants are located. I told you that. There's economic censuses that'll give us a bit more information. LBD is really good for like every year, where they are, what's the employment, what do they do. EC adds in on every 5 years, things like what are the sales, a bit more data on for manufacturing firms on inputs. And then we can match the firms that show up with trade. I'm not going to do a lot with trade today, but I'll show you, if I have time at the end, a little bit of a teaser what we could do. And then, okay, so we're going to use patents today. But patents are both great and have like all data, they're good and bad. They have good qualities and bad qualities. It turns out there's a lot of information in the forms that firms fill out for the census that allude to or capture different aspects of innovation. And so part of this project is also gathering the answers to those not very well, not so far up till now, not quite intensively analyzed data fields and trying to bring them in. I don't have anything disclosed on that yet, so I can't show you that today. But we are aware that it'd be nice to have a kind of constellation of innovation measures as opposed to just patents. Okay, those things come from, if you want to know, those come from the CERD and the BERDIS, which are these two surveys that Census does. Not censuses, they're surveys, so there's also differences. There's liabilities in using the survey information as well. Okay, and then on the patent side, we have the PTO, patent office data. That tells us the location of assignees and inventors. We use the assignee information to match it to firms, and we use the inventor information for regional analysis that also is not yet disclosed, but I'll allude to when I get to that point of the analysis. And then the paper that's linked is really going to split into a couple things, at least a couple things. One is this effort for the bridge. So this bridge was been done by a slightly different research team. And so that's the one that matches the patents to all private firms. The match rate's actually pretty good for domestic patents, upwards of 90, close to 100%. The thing that's hard to match are when it's a foreign patent, which is we would define as a patent that has no assignees that are located in the United States. Okay. All right, so just some data. These are US patent grants that are matched in our data. I'm not showing you the match rates, we didn't disclose that yet, but these are the match series. You might be worried about that little hook there at the end, but that's just because in this version of the paper, we've reached the end. And of course, there's a gap between when you apply for a patent and when you get the patent. That's not going to affect anything I'm going to show you. We'll take care of that. And then I'm not, as I said, I won't do much with R&D, but from those R&D surveys, I can do the same thing for the firms in the survey. I can add up the R&D that the firms respond doing. This is where the public information on US R&D and the national accounts comes from. They have these weights in there that allow you to gross it up to the total. Most of those weights, interestingly, are near 1. But anyway, this is what the series would look like. So in the future, we'll do more with R&D, but for now, we're just doing patent information. Sure.
Is this million or billion, and this preferred firm or industry?
These are both aggregate, and that's wrong. That should be, I'm pretty sure that's billion, but I'd have to double check. Sometimes when I'm on this side of the microphone, I can't remember very well, and I'm better when I'm on that side. That's too small. It has to be billion. Yeah. 300 billion, yeah, in that end year. Yeah. So, and these are not, yeah, I have to check if these are nominal too or not. I'm sorry, I switched it now. At Census, everything's real, but I think in this version of the paper, things are still nominal. So, okay. Good. All right, so for answering that question, we need to know something about plant types. Manufacturing plants are easy. They have a NAICS code that begins with 3, okay? There's a historical reason why we call these P. You might think of calling them I for innovation plants or R for research plants, but they're called P for now, and it's hard to change that in the short run. Why did we call them P? We call them P because professional services is the NAICS category in which research and development sits. And you could use a very narrow definition of an innovation plant, which is an R&D plant. That turns out to have a NAICS code of 5417. But for this version of the paper, we went a little more broad, and that was partly discussing with people who kind of thought what would be reasonable. Everything I show you for these bigger things, I could also more or less show you for R&D. Yeah?
So are R&D labs, does that include national labs, or that's a separate?
So we're doing, no. So what we have is the R&D labs of privately owned firms in the LBD. Okay, so what else? What is that broader set? Engineering, design, everything listed. Those all are, if you'll notice, those are all in 54. 54 is that professional services category. There's another category here you might have heard of, the headquarters, sometimes they're described as, but they're also management. That's NAICS 55. And NAICS 55 is just 2 or more 54s. So a management headquarters could be, that's where the CEO sits, but it could be that's where the accounting department and an R&D lab are. So that's the reason for including headquarters. And then we pull some from 51, which is where some of the information technology stuff happens. Anyway, so we have this broad set for today. Yeah.
Isn't 51 certainly software more copyrighted than
Yeah, so we're just thinking, though, plausibly, where would ideas for some innovation come from? And so that's why we've included that. We could also look at copyrights. We're now matching the trademark data, so yeah, we're sympathetic to that. So that's M and P. M is manufacturing, P is innovation, professional. And so firm types, when I show you things by firm type, you can be an M firm. That means you have a manufacturing plant. You could be a P firm. That means you have one of those innovation facilities, but not the other, right? And you could be both. You could have M and P, and that was kind of captured. That's the group we want to look at in particular to capture that answer to that question. Did you have a question? And then what's the left out group? The left out group is firms that have neither of those facilities. Okay? All right. So just a little, what do these look like? So M&P firms, how many, how important are those in the U.S. economy? If you look at the scale here, they're a very, very small share of the U.S. economy, right? 1.5% over the period that we're looking at. They're small in number, but they're big in employment. That's probably not surprising. You have GM in there, et cetera. I don't know that from the census data. I only know that from reading the newspaper, because I'm being televised. But they're a declining share. Why are they declining share? Because manufacturing employment is falling. And if you think about like I said earlier when I alluded to the dominance of patenting, M&P firms dominate U.S. patenting. About 80% of patents come from these firms. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. You'll notice everything here is ending at 2012. So we did this analysis through 2012. We missed that hook when the grants go down. The new version of the paper will go all the way to 2020. So we're trying to extend that. Yeah?
So innovation on the side of manufacturing firm will be still classified as M only?
Say that again?
Two questions. One is for firms that do innovation on the side of manufacturing firm, because a lab just on the same side.
Yeah, you mean in the plant? Yeah. They'll be classified as M only. We have some degree that we've been playing around with. We can see within an M whether you have production and non-production workers, but we don't necessarily.
Or you have a P that's outside the U.S. So we also classify.
Right. So we also don't get to see if you have a P outside the U.S. We have ways we might be able to address that going forward.
Patent like innovators, they have address. We will be able to say whichever site that is patent innovators address.
Yeah. So we do observe the inventors from the patent data. We know where the inventors live, and in work I've done but can't show you today yet, we have assigned the inventors to the plausibly closest plant to where they live, and that's a way for us to kind of assign the inventors to a particular establishment. Is that what you're?
I'm saying, are there M-only firms that still have employees that do patents?
Oh, M-only firms patent for sure. Yeah, M-only. That would allow us to do that. Yeah, we could take the stand and say, if you have a patent, you must have had R&D. Yeah, but that might be a strong assumption. But yeah, we could do that. I'll show you a bit more about that as we go. Okay. I don't know if you need an example. This is a public example. Bristol Myers Squibb, a pharmaceutical company. They have headquarters, which remember are collections of 54s. Those are the ones that are purple. They have R&D labs around New Jersey, and they have manufacturing facilities in the Northeast and in Puerto Rico. Not uncommon for a pharmaceutical company. So what's our research question here? In a nutshell, does having both these kinds of plants facilitate innovation? And if you have them closer together, as opposed to imagine these weren't close together and you only had them far apart, would you notice a pattern with respect to patenting? Okay. So first question: do firms patent with both? Yes, Lee.
So some of these firms are multinationals and they have both manufacturing and R&D facilities outside of the U.S.
Yeah. So right now, we're only on the patent side. We're only counting a patent. We're focusing on domestic patents. So the ones.
All the inventors have to be located.
No, the assignee has to be located in the U.S. Okay. At least one assignee has to be located in the U.S. The inventor thing we make use of later when we want to assign inventors to particular plants of a firm in the United States. But I'm not going to be able to show you anything about that today. We don't now see whether you have an R&D facility abroad or whether you have an R&D facility here and you have a manufacturing facility abroad. We can't see that in the data that I've shown you, but there are ways we might be able to get at that, and so we'll pursue that later after we get this stuff out of the way. Yeah, Ben, you had a...
Can you make a distinction between process and product?
Yes. Patents? Yeah, I'll show you. And it goes kind of, I think it's intuitive, but you tell me if you think it's intuitive too. Okay, so I'm going to have a very, very simple regression. Left-hand side, we got a lot of firms don't patent, a lot of zeros, lots of ways to deal with that. this is a particularly controversial way, it turns out, I suppose. I'm a big fan of ArcSign in certain contexts. Maybe not this context the best, but anyway, I'm doing that for day. We could do the other stuff too. Fine. I take all those comments. The thing to notice, I'm going to run the regressions. The panel is going to be firm-level data by year, but I'm going to only use census years. Census years are every 5 years, ending in 2 and 7. So what I'm going to be looking at is what was your patent count from T to T plus 4 as a function of what was your makeup of plants in year T, as well as some other controls, X, which could be also in year T. And then I'm going to have these time, and I'll put in region fixed effects. We can add in more stuff. We can, I'm happy to add in more stuff. It's pretty bare bones the way it is now. We're just trying to think of what the patterns are in the data. Okay, so what is a sample? All US firms. So what's the left out category? It's the other guys. Firms that have neither M nor P. And of course, all 4 types patent. But what this regression is trying to ask is, do you see some kind of excess patenting from the firms that have the 2 kinds of plants? Good on the spec? Okay, so first column, no firm fixed effects. We just use those time and region fixed effects. Here are our age bins, and here are our size bins. And then here are the 3 variables of interest. So the first, how do you interpret the first number? The ArcSign's kind of like log points, kind of like percent, okay? So firms that have M plants patent about 4% more than firms that have neither M nor P. Second row, if you have P plants, innovation plants, that vector of plants I showed you, you patent about 2% more than if you don't have either. And then you do about 66% more if you have both. Okay, so again, descriptive regression, but pretty sizable coefficient. The size and the age controls, patents increase with firm size, not surprising, decrease with firm age. Really interesting stuff we started to play around with, like young firms innovating. Do they get bought by the older firms? So that's all coming, but that's nothing we're going to do today. Yeah.
So this is measuring under the same corporate umbrella,
Yep.
not physical distance.
Not physical distance yet. I'm going to go to that in a second. Yeah.
Bristol that you showed, manufacturing in Puerto Rico, research in California, that counts as
Yes. But it also had, Bristol also had 2 plants next to each other in New Jersey that were both innovation and manufacturing. Yeah. So this is thinking about, you could think of collocation being measured not spatially, but within the umbrella of the firm, controlled by the same managers, right? Or you can think of it as spatial. And then the spatial component, again, I'm telling you stuff I'm not able to show you yet, but on the spatial side, of course, for the policy question, we're really interested in whether or not, some other firm's M is located near your P or vice versa, but none of that today. Good? So first result, okay, now let's throw in firm fixed effects, which are going to be identified by the changing mix of M and P over time. I will say parenthetically also, I've been looking at a lot of transition matrices of when are you like an M firm and then you become an MP firm. And that's super interesting. Why? Because I showed you that big decline in M that's happening, M establishments. And so which M establishments get dropped is an interesting question. Do you drop the ones far from the P? Do you drop the ones near the P? All that are interesting things to look at, but I don't have anything for you yet on that. If you throw, yes? Yes, both, and I don't have that in the deck, but I have that disclosed. So the professional employment of M&P firms is growing as a share of those firms' employment. We have another paper on that. It's kind of like manufacturing firms they're losing, the manufacturing firms are losing their M, but they are adding P. And a bunch of examples we could talk about if you want. Yeah. Is it surprising that the P effect is smaller than the MP effect, or it's larger than the M effect? What do you mean? I didn't hear the end of your question, sorry. Yeah, so is that surprising? I don't know, but let's talk about that after the break. You can tell me why you think it's surprising. Okay, I guess the short answer to that would be, we have to think about what are firms that have P, but not M. Yeah. Exactly. So that's an interesting question. I agree as well. Okay, you asked about other kinds. So I can do manufacturing patents. Very complicated way to figure out if you know patent data. There's these CPC codes, like technology classes. There are ways to map the technology classes into NAICS codes, which tells you whether they're manufacturing. Those are concordances, so I'll say they have a lot of warts. But if you do that, you find that it's strong for manufacturing patents, not as strong for process patents. And then you could do citations. There's also breakthrough patents. There's a whole bunch of other measures out there which we will add to this analysis. So I take, what's the main message of this slide? There is descriptively in the data, you see that the guys that have, the firms that have M and P, they tend to patent more, and you see it across the different measures that you can use. So that's the answer to the first question. Second question, now I'm going to focus in on the firms that have both and ask, does the location of those things play a role? So what do I need to do that? I need to use the geocodes. So I have to know what I'm going to do is I'm going to say every firm, I know the full establishments, the full set of establishments the firm has in any year T. I can compute the distances of all the bilateral establishments that the firm has, and I can look in the subset that are just M and P, and I can look for the min across those things. If there's only one pair, it's trivial, but if there's two, or there's more than two, like in the Bristol-Myers Squibb, then I can look at the min, I can also look at the mean, et cetera. And I'm going to first show you something about the distribution, and then I'm going to run the regression. So this is minimum within firm distance between plants at the firm level. Every firm, I compute the min. And then for every firm, now I look across firms, what's the distribution of those mins? So the median across those firms of the mins is 3 miles, going up to 6 miles by the end of the sample period. And the mean of those mins, right, across firms is much higher, 95. So things to recall here, the firms with both M and P are a very small number of firms, but they're 80% of patents. The median is much, much smaller than, it's smaller, I shouldn't say much, it's smaller than the average. There's a definite skewness there. They increase over time, and remember, there's lots of M plants closing, right? But although it's increasing over time, that median distance still stays pretty small. So can't say more about that now, but I mean, that's kind of interesting. And so we're going to use this information for the second regression, and then I'll be wrapping up, to create 2 dummy variables. So, well, 3 actually, but I'll leave one out. So we're going to look at so a firm, F, in year T, will have this dummy variable turned on if the minimum distance is between 0 and 5. Why do we pick that? If you go to industrial parks, they can be quite large. So we thought, okay, that's within like an industrial park. And then the next dummy would be within 5 and 60. We're thinking, all right, that's like within an hour's drive. So if they had to like go and visit and stuff like that, it's not such a big deal. And then the other category, since this is all M&P firms, it's anything more than 60, and that goes up pretty high. It can be hundreds of miles apart, as I alluded to with the Bristol-Myers Squibb example. So first, let me show you what these looks like over time, just in terms of dummy variables. It's an easier way to describe what's going on here. Note that these are log scales. So over the sample period, the dark line is within 5 miles. The long dashed line is that intermediate group, and the short dashed is the bigger group. And you can see in terms of numbers that most of the observations, most of the firms that are in this category have very closely located M&P plants. And they're all slightly, they're all declining slightly or whatever. They're declining over time. Again, that's an interesting phenomena. I don't have much to say about it yet today. If you look at the patents of these groups, again, this is not surprising perhaps, given the first thing, but could be surprising, right? The guys that have, sorry, it was surprising the first time. I'm messing up the wording because I'm trying to hurry. We weren't sure how this would work out, and it is dominated by the ones that have it close together. So that seems to be a pretty strong signal of the data, again, descriptive signal from the data. Again, these are in log scales, so these are substantially higher than the, and you can see that the contribution of these 2 categories that are a bit further away, those are rising a bit faster, log scales again, so these are rising a bit faster. Again, that's probably related to these dynamics of the firms dropping their manufacturing plants over time, but still, these are increasing as well. Okay, very similar regression. I'm going to use that arc sine measure on the left. I'm going to have a dummy for within the industrial zone, a dummy for within an hour's drive, same controls that I had before, same years I had before, but now it's a much smaller set of firms. It's only ones that are M&P. I'm going to leave out the category where you're further than 60 miles apart. And what does that look like? So again, no firm fixed effects at first, and you see that within 5 miles lights up, but there's nothing happening with the next category. Put the within firm fixed effects back, put them in. Again, there's an interesting transition matrix to look at here, which is what's going on with when you had a close one versus a far one, who's changing. I can't say anything about that yet, but we're looking at that actively, both because it's interesting and for ideas about what might be going on. And now you see both light up, and they also light up in an ordering that might make sense if you thought of this just from just introspection, right? The closer has the higher coefficient, somewhat closer has another positive coefficient, but not as high, and then those are both relative to the left out category. So again, now at this level too, the data are telling us that there seems to be this association between patents and the collocation now spatially, not just within the firm, of those two facilities. We can do this again with the different measures, and what do you see? So for manufacturing, again, it's highest for manufacturing patents. That might make sense. I don't know. You can also do it for process patents and citations, and again, you see a similar ordering.
So if Danny Pettit has this paper showing that the citations of firms are often by firms with whom they have higher supplier agreements,
yeah.
and that's stronger for the patents that get lots and lots of citations.
Yeah.
So have you looked at?
No, I know the paper, and we've been. Yeah, it'd be interesting to talk about that paper too. I haven't seen it presented, but it's kind of interesting. Yeah, so we haven't incorporated anything like that, but we know that's going on, and that would be another way to think about collocation, right? Because collocation could have these different dimensions to it. Yeah, so that's a good point. Okay, I am out of time, but I'm just going to give you a broader context. So I feel like Steve Jobs when I give this slide. Okay, so of course there's this interesting example. I'm not sure if you're like me, but there's this interesting example in my head when I'm doing this paper, which is, what about Apple? I know from public reports that Apple dropped its manufacturing plants sometime around the late 90s, 2000. And so Apple does seem to be, we think of Apple, I think, culturally and economically as a firm that's very innovative, and yet doesn't have manufacturing. And so that, what about those kinds of guys? So we have the ability to look at former manufacturing firms. And there's a little bit of a break in the presentation here. I've just shown you a message that seems M&P seem really important. But they're not the only firms that innovate. So there's this other group of firms that are non-manufacturing firms. And they're, of course, Google. So the story of the 70s till now is that the manufacturing firms were about 99% of patents in 77. They're only about 50% in 2020. So there's that other sector that's innovating, at least in terms of patents, like crazy. But then there's this interesting group subset in there, which are ones that used to be M, but are no longer M. And as we talked about in an earlier question, finding out what's going on with them is also interesting. And how does that fit with this MP stuff that I just showed you? Okay, so I don't have an answer to that, and there's this break that I recognize, but it's just too much fun not to show it to you, so I'm just going to show it to you. So you can look at former manufacturing firms. I'm going to define them as a firm that had an M sometime prior to year T in my sample, and I never see it with an M up to the end of my sample. Okay, so it's not permanent, because I don't see what happens after my sample, but close enough. Okay, I can just decompose firms that way. All firms, there's most firms in the US, 4 million are non-manufacturing. That's your dry cleaner, right? And then there's a smaller set that are manufacturing. And then there's this group here, which are former manufacturing. Don't read a lot into that 0. I couldn't disclose former manufacturing going back too far. I can't disclose it because in the early days, I'm looking for firms that drop M, and there's not a lot of firms that do that, and so we're not allowed to disclose that. But they grow over time, and they have they grow in terms of their share of employment over time, and they grow in terms of their pay. So they're a kind of meaningful group of firms. And of course, Apple may be one of them. I wouldn't know unless I went into the census and looked. But there's other examples, IBM, that we could talk about. So if you think about, they don't stop patenting, right? So these are manufacturing patents. These are the non-manufacturing. I'm just breaking that first line I showed you into 3. And the former manufacturing firms' patents do grow over time, and they're an interesting set of firms. And so, and you see a similar thing going on in R&D, and when we use the other data for innovation, we'll look more at that measure too. And so the thing is, I'm not going to have a big punchline with these slides, but the thing is, I want you to think, there are these former manufacturing firms, what are they doing? How are they relevant? Maybe, as Lee suggested, well, they keep their P here, and they have an M in China, or they have an M in India. That might be an interesting thing. Or maybe they become one of these like contract firms. And if you think about, broadly speaking, U.S. integration with China made whole business models possible that weren't possible before, like Roku. where you design a good, but you don't make it, and then you send it to somebody else, but you're doing all the IP, like Apple. I'll take it in a second. Okay, so we could talk about how they trade. I'll skip over that. We could talk about the cohorts and whether or not when they became foreign manufacturing firms is interesting. It is. You have to wait for the next iteration. Let me conclude. So the thing I wanted you, the main message was the data seemed to pick out this association between M&P and patenting. Then there's a broader question of what happens to manufacturing firms as US structural change occurs and they drop their M. How do they do that? It could be the same message, it's just that collocation within the firm maybe matters for some things more than the spatial one. And so lots more work hopefully to come. Thanks for all your questions.
Since we had lots of fantastic papers and lots of submissions, we have packed the schedule ridiculously, and I'm sorry about that. We now have about 5 minutes for a break, which can maybe take a little bit long before the next round of papers, so I think I have to grab him.
Kami sudah value dekat both the location choice and organization choices. Yes. How do you plan to figure out?
Yes, I am.
I think our idea for the paper right now will be punt on the well. Okay. See what you think. So they have these changes. Okay. Here's one point.
Okay. Where?
Maybe the observe.
I don't know who can run it. I can't run it if I'm answering the questions.
What needs to be run?
The handheld mic.
I can run it. I'm the host, so I can
Hi,
do it. Hi,
Lenore.
Andrew. Very nice to
We've
meet
met
you.
somewhere before.
So,
You
yeah.
look familiar.
So it's you and someone else.
Yes, I just met him.
I did choose to buy them.
I don't know where he is. Oh, he's right here. Yeah.
Well, we're supposed to start like now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Eris. Hi, I'm Andrew. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, very nice to meet you. So, here's how we do this. I want to stay on track on time. Sure. I'm going to do this right here. I'll go like that, a five. I'll go like that, one, and okay? Okay. You each get half an hour. That's good. So we have 2 ideas. Okay, guys, we need to start the next panel. So, I love that, Peter. Thank you very much. That was great. Okay. So they'll ask you questions as you go. Okay. Okay, everybody, we're getting ready to start. I am Andrew. I am your host. We're 1 minute behind schedule, so I will take that out of the break. And I want to introduce Lenore Palladino.
Do you want to give people out there notice that we're starting?
Oh, thank you very much. Eris, can you let people out there know that we're starting? So we'll go 2 minutes into that.
Okay. I'll try to be brief. Can I get my slides up here?
Oh, they're not?
It's just the general.
Not working? Oh, that's weird. Is that... There we go. Thank you. We're good? People are coming. Okay, great.
I mean, I'm happy to talk loudly also. I know. It's fine.
I think...
Yeah.
And are they coming? Is the idea that they're coming? Everybody, thank you. So as not to fall further behind, we're just going to get going, and Lenore is going to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming in so quickly from the break, and we'll let other people come in. I'll talk loudly. So my name is Lenore Palladino. I'm an assistant professor of economics and public policy at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, and a senior fellow at the Roosevelt Institute. And I'm presenting here a working paper that's still in progress. I'm really looking forward to your feedback, called The Need for Corporate Guardrails in Industrial Policy. And I think it pairs nicely with many of the earlier papers in this room that were about conditionalities that have been already put in place, as Chase and others talked about, and I'm talking more prospectively about what conditionalities, what corporate guardrails should be put in place as we move forward. So I'll try to be brief since we are running it on time, but welcome questions as we go. So U.S. politicians, as we know, are actively market crafting, with the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Chips and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. However, my point is that these policies are necessarily layered on top of decades of shareholder primacy and corporate governance, in which corporate and financial leaders have prioritized using corporate profits to increase the wealth of shareholders, in many cases at a substantial cost to innovation and investment. So the argument of this paper is that the administration and Congress has many opportunities to use industrial policy to encourage a broader reorientation of U.S. businesses away from extractive shareholder primacy and towards innovation and productivity. The Biden administration actually has been very clear that the last 40 years of shareholder primacy did not work for the American middle class or for U.S. competitiveness. However, there are immense pressures from financial institutions that keep the corporate governance framework of shareholder primacy firmly in place, and therefore we need policy to dislodge it. My article goes from this broader claim to really looking at discrete opportunities, some of which have been enacted and some of which have not, within the major policy programs for rulemakers to include corporate guardrails to prevent public funds from flowing mainly to financial institutions, to encourage gain sharing with multiple stakeholders, and to ensure that the innovative goals embedded in industrial policy are actually met. And I argue really that public policymakers should put in place structural and very specific reforms inside industrial policy programs through their ability to contract with specific firms to encourage corporate innovation, such as limiting corporate extractive practices like stock buybacks, including worker voice in corporate decision-making, and holding public equity stakes in the private companies that our industrial policy is running through. So what I'm going to do in this talk is first try to give you a very brief overview of my broader framework, the harms of shareholder primacy, and a better way to understand the political economy of corporations, how they innovate, what are the social conditions of innovation, and then really spend the bulk of my time, which is rapidly shrinking already, on the specific interventions that I argue for. And of course, much more detail is in the paper, which is up online. So sorry that the print is so terrible here. It makes it look like a book from the 1700s. I don't know why. So what's shareholder primacy, and what do I think is a better way of understanding the political economy of corporations? So first, private corporations never stand outside the public realm. Governments are always shaping markets and the complex web of interactions between households, businesses, and the state, and it's amazing to have Joe Stiglitz sitting right there as I talk about this, so thank you for your intellectual leadership on this topic that I've learned so much from. A corporation cannot exist as a business with its privileges of limited liability and perpetual existence without a stamp of approval from the Secretary of State on its corporate charter. So that's that theoretical idea of the government enabling markets right there in how businesses become corporations. In the US, state and federal law has defined the purpose of the corporation as distributing profits to shareholders. But this is a legal framework that can be changed, and so this is my argument. The theory claims that shareholders, those who buy corporate stock and either hold or trade it, are the most critical stakeholders for the corporation, and therefore are the only group that should vote on the most important corporate decisions and for whose benefit corporate profits should be distributed. This theory, and here I'm talking about shareholder primacy, is focused on allocating corporate profits to shareholders and does not contain a theory of innovation and production, which really matters, especially when we're talking about industrial policy. We're talking about trying to run a major program of economic transformation on a very quick timeline, right? This framework ignores the fact that corporate productivity flows mostly from the contributions of the workforce, corporate leadership, and the investments of the state, as well as demand-side actors. And we have to grapple with the reality that in public markets, or markets for publicly traded shares, shareholders largely trade on the secondary markets, which means that the purchase of a share of equity from a share seller does not result in any actual funds going to the corporation itself unless the corporation is the share seller. Largely, the proceeds stay in the hands of the seller of the share. So far from being an anodyne academic theory, this shareholder primacy framework shapes how trillions of dollars of corporate profits flow from corporations to financial institutions and the small group of white wealthy households who own most corporate equity, which the Federal, I'll skip over that, but the Federal Reserve distributional financial accounts documents that for us quite well. So for me, my work is grounded in the theory of how innovation actually happens inside corporations. What are the conditions for innovative enterprises, which comes from a long line of economists working in the institutional tradition. Corporations are innovative because of the collective and cumulative learning that happens over time, and because of public and collective investments made in their capabilities. Theories of the corporation as innovative enterprises makes innovation possible. The ability for corporate leaders and workers to engage in collective and cumulative learning requires strong organization, a clear sense of strategy, and financial commitment to take necessary risks. And this financial commitment piece is a lot of what industrial policymaking actually becomes about in the US when our industrial policy is largely running through large private corporations. Economic theories of innovation of the firm ground investment decision-making not on comparisons of marginal prices and marginal revenue, but on the long-term goals that corporations have for survival and dominance of their product markets. In contrast, we can see there's a broad literature, and I've written a lot of different ways about the flaws in the theory of shareholder primacy and its harms in terms of real-world activity. And I'll be very, very brief about this so I can get to the the main portion of the talk. But corporations with publicly traded equity face tremendous pressures to maximize shareholder value. We read about this all the time in the business press, from the financial institutions that are the asset owners and managers of pooled funds, as well as from so-called activist shareholders who seek short-term profits. One specific example, something that I've worked a lot on because I find them fascinating, is the fact that corporations have spent over $6.3 trillion, with a T, not B, trillion dollars, on open market share repurchases in the decade from 2010 to 2019, and about $1 trillion each in 2022 and perhaps in 2023. To make these purchases, companies use the earnings that they might have otherwise retained to invest in innovation, expand in production, or even retain and reinvest in their workforce. This practice straightforwardly benefits executives and shareholders, those who actively sell and trade their own shares. And it's an example of a corporate financial practice that is virtually unregulated in the United States, out of line with all other advanced financial markets. So I've done a lot of policy work around it. But it's just pulling back, it's one specific practice that is emblematic, I think, of a larger challenge we have, which is that the theory of shareholder primacy really misunderstands what makes corporations actually productive and beneficial in the broader society. Many studies at the aggregate sectoral and firm level have demonstrated clear relationships between rising shareholder payments, primarily in the US stock buybacks, and stagnant and innovative investment. This is a real challenge and part of why I think we ended up with this dramatic need for public investment in the form of industrial policy. And this really brings me to the purpose of the paper. It's critical for policymakers engaged in industrial policy to reduce the incentives that currently exist for corporate leaders to prioritize financial metrics over sustainable investment and prosperity, especially when their own compensation is directly linked to such metrics. So in other words, this is not a bad apple problem. This is not something that can be solved through changing simply the culture in the boardroom. This is really something in need of structural rewriting the rules, as Journalist Stiglitz writes about. So I'm focused specifically on conditionalities. That's what I'm going to talk about more in a minute. And I just want to make clear that this is distinct from the institutional structures that can best support effective industrial policy making. So the broader question of institutional structures is incredibly important. But what I'm focused on, because we are in the middle of this very fast rollout of industrial policy-making strategies, and because Amy Kopczynski and Jill Michaels have written, it runs so much through the contractual process between the federal government and corporations, not through our regular APA administrative state processes. It's especially important that we focus on the types of conditionalities that can be put in place in those contractual provisions by the government. Okay, so let me go on to the specific areas. Let me first give you a little bit of an overview, and then I'll go through some concrete examples. So such guardrails have, we can look at a wide range of guardrails. I'm going to start with the types of guardrails that can actually limit corporate extractive practices around shareholder payments and excessive executive compensation. And this is where I'd argue we've seen the Biden administration make real gains. I'll then maybe skip over or very briefly mention all of the labor conditionalities. I think that's where an incredible broad work of done. I'm not adding much there, but just summarizing, I think, the necessity for labor conditions. And then I'll talk a little bit about other types of conditionalities or guardrails we could put in place that would structurally move corporations away from shareholder primacy orientations, such as proposals for governments to take public equity stakes over the long term when they're engaged in industrial policy with private corporations, which of course they've done to a very large extent in moments of crisis, but to think about this in a more proactive way. And I'll look at specific guardrails that could be put in place under the Defense Production Act, which has a particular framework that enables more robust conditionalities because it enables the federal government essentially to override existing law. Again, I won't go in detail through all of the proposals that are in the paper, and in fact, the paper builds on other work that looks at each of these areas of conditionalities in detail, some of which I'm still writing and some of which are out there already, but would love to share them with anyone interested. So let me start with probably the bulk of what I'll talk about, which is conditionalities that could limit corporate extractive practices, right? So my argument, again, is that straightforward policies do exist that can actually limit the ability of corporations receiving federal funds, which includes loan guarantees, as well as straightforward loans and equity stakes, that can limit these corporations from engaging in extractive practices that could hurt their focus on innovation and productivity, right? If we take that as the general goal. So let me go through first the bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law, then the CHIPS and Science Act, and then say a little bit about the IRA. In each of these major legislative initiatives, we saw some attention in the congressional process, in the lawmaking process, to including top-line conditionalities, and it made the prospect made it through in the CHIPS and Science Act and not in the other two. But my argument is that there's a tremendous amount of conditions that can still be put in place through the regulatory and rulemaking process. So let me start with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or more commonly known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. The bill focuses on physical investments that are about updating U.S. infrastructure for the 21st century. So some of these federal investments go to infrastructure services that are publicly provisioned by the federal, state, or local governments. Many of these investments run through large private corporations in telecoms and utilities. So for example, ensuring broadband internet access is one component of the bill that will be necessarily channeled through large business corporations. And as you can see here, again, the right, I apologize for the difficult to read writing on the left, but you can see here the Biden administration has launched the Affordable Connectivity Program, which I think is great. They're all about expanding access to high-speed broadband internet for U.S. households by subsidizing the cost of by subsidizing the cost directly to the household. The benefit of offsetting the cost to consumers means that while the program can meet the critical goal of affordable internet access on the household side, it's also vulnerable to the shareholder primacy orientation of the large internet service providers, companies that the program necessarily runs through. So just a little bit about the ISP industry. It's profitable and growing, right? It takes in $132 billion in revenue in last year and $113.2 billion in profits, and is dominated by 5 large corporations that dominate across the country differently depending on geography, and accounted for 70% of industry revenue. AT&T, Comcast, Charter, Verizon, and Lumen. Probably all of us have one of these in our lives, right? Despite the growing recognition that high-speed internet access is an essential public utility for U.S. households, the large ISP companies have acted to maximize their own shareholder wealth in line with the broader corporate governance framework of shareholder primacy. And I'll just give you one example. Comcast spent $36.25 billion on stock buybacks in the last decade and authorized an additional $10 billion for 2022 alone. So again, the argument here is that these dominant ISPs will continue to gain market share, continue to engage in shareholder primacy unless there are clear restrictions put in place through the mechanism of the bill. The bill also made a $65 billion investment in the U.S. power grid, right? Incredibly important for our broad renewable energy transition. And just as with broadband, the administration's investment necessarily works through a mix of investor-owned utilities, community, and public utilities, and it does not, as of yet, contain restrictions on how those investor-owned utilities can engage in shareholder payments. According to recent research by Nico Luciani, the 39 publicly listed electricity utilities in the US spent 86% of their earnings on shareholder payments in the last decade, totaling $250 billion. So this is a large chunk of funds that could be going to retained earnings to focus on innovation that is going out the door in the form of shareholder payments. Okay. So let me now turn to the CHIPS and Science Act, where I was engaged in proposing conditionalities that I'm happy to say did become part of the rulemaking in the Act. So the semiconductor industry, we had a great keynote that included a deep discussion on it this morning, so I won't talk about the industry itself, but it is a prime example of a sector where leading companies have focused in the US in the past on shareholder payments while investment in innovation slowed. So the largest semiconductor companies that are based in the US, Intel, IBM, Qualcomm, Texas Instruments, and Broadcom, spent 71% of their net income on stock buybacks alone from 2011 to 2020, totaling $249 billion, which is actually $200 billion more than the federal subsidies that ended up being the CHIPS and Science Act. This slide is a comparison done by Bill Lazanik and Matt Hopkins of US and international companies, showing the distinction in how US companies focused on shareholder payments, whereas companies based primarily in East Asia don't have the regulatory structure to do so, and so they don't engage in this high level of shareholder payments. Intel, an important company for the US, and Pat Gelsinger was at the last day of the union, the CEO, once the leader in semiconductor production, spent 100% of its net income on shareholder payments from 2011 to 2015, which, as Bill Lazanik and Matt Hopkins put it, results in, quote, Intel's failure in organizational integration that lies in the financialized character of strategic control within the company. Intel CEO Bob Swan, who led the company from 2016 to 2021, raised buybacks 186% as compared to his predecessor. But then, as a really interesting, I thought, sign of reorientation in the company and the larger business community, Intel's incoming CEO in 2021, engineer Pat Gelsinger, declared upon taking over the company, his first public statement was actually that the company would not be as nearly as focused on stock buybacks going forward. So what happened in the CHIPS and Science Act? So what I thought has been really interesting is that the Biden administration was really clear in the passage of the act that it would put clear conditions in the statute that funds from the CHIPS and Science Act could not be used for stock buybacks. That statement is in the statute itself. But money is fungible, right? Companies were permitted on the statute to use any other available funds for stock buybacks. And of course, just for those of you who are less obsessed with stock buybacks than I am, it's worth knowing that the SEC regulations purport to provide some limits because stock buybacks can cause some market manipulation potentially of stock prices, purport to limit them, but in reality provide for unlimited stock buybacks. So private companies receiving a major infusion of public funds in order to further the research and development, science and technology, and workforce of the future, which was the plain language of the CHIPS and Science statute, should not be focused on short-term share price appreciation, but should instead be focused on the long-term and risky process that is innovation. In my view, this requires clear limits on stock buybacks. So the CHIPS Program Office then led a rulemaking process in which the law's intention to, quote, preference companies which committed not to engage in stock buybacks with non-CHIPS funds was actually translated into specific and actionable rules. So again, this is an example. Am I at my 5 minutes yet?
No.
Okay, great.
People have questions, they should, because there's no Q&A after.
I'll be around also, that's totally fine. So the law passed, and then the process moved to the rulemaking side of the equation. And the Commerce Department put out first a notice and comment asking some clear questions about how they should actually meet the letter of the law through actionable and specific rules, right? So they asked, a set of questions in October 2022 in their request for information about what should be the specific terms of commitments by CHIPS grantees to not engage in stock buybacks. I argue that the Department of Commerce should grant preference to companies that restrict buybacks for a 10-year period because innovation is a long-term and risky process with no certainty of outcome, and also because the CHIPS Act, plain language of the statute, directly included a 10-year restriction on investments in China to meet reshoring goals for the industry, right? That was the purpose of the act. The purpose of the act was to establish a strong semiconductor industry in the United States. So in other words, if we're going to have a 10-year limit for companies on investments in China, let's have a 10-year limit on stock buybacks as well. This is, again, because there's such an immense amount of pressure coming from the financial industry to constantly increase share prices. You need very, very clear limits put in place outside the boardroom, outside the company, for leaders to be able to take this work forward. The final rules from the Commerce Act, so this is the set of questions that were in the initial notice and comment that I was mentioning, and many people, including myself, wrote comment letters trying to answer these questions. I think it's very interesting that it's all phrased in terms of taxpayer protection. So finally, the rules for the Notice of Funding Opportunity rules for companies to apply to participate in the CHIPS and Act programs through the Department of Commerce came out in February of 2023, and they did contain some clear restrictions, which I think is very important for us to know. We're not just talking about something theoretical here. They did directly state that they would preference companies that expressed intention to restrict stock buybacks for 5 years, not 10. So you can see this is where the politics comes in. But I still think that's significant, and I'm going to count it as a win. I also think what was really interesting, and if you remember, the CHIPS Act rules also contained a lot of language around childcare, that it would preference companies that gave childcare to their employees, and that's not up here. That was really what claimed, I think, the news cycle. But what I think is actually more significant, for reasons I can explain later, is this claim that was in there about the requirement for upside sharing. So in other words, what can be built into contracts with specific companies by virtue of this being in the rulemaking is requiring companies to contribute back to the fund if they accrue excess rents through their production process as a result of investment by the federal government in their production process. I think this is going to be a fantastic area for future research. As an economist and lawyer, I cannot wait to get my hands on those contracts. But I think most importantly for now, it put a clear stake in the ground that we need to understand these programs as in the public benefit. And then finally, the IRA, we know that it's mostly, the broad bulk of the program is focused on tax credit provisions, where I think it's especially difficult to put conditionalities in place because of the enforcement mechanism. Somebody asked a question about that in the earlier panel. But there is still, because it's such a massive program, a tremendous amount of funding flowing into companies directly through, for example, the Department of Energy loan programs, which I bet many of us are familiar with. So I would again argue this is turning from an example where restrictions, guardrails, were put in place to an example where thus far we don't have these kinds of restrictions. I would argue the Department of Energy should preference corporations seeking loans that commit to not conducting stock buybacks over the life of the loan, or at least commit to maintaining them under certain predefined limits, because again, we want to avoid the risk that federal funds could be used to displace pre-planned investment products, investment projects that use private funds, while now those funds are used for stock buybacks, right? As with the CHIPS Act, there would be, of course, all kinds of questions here about how to keep companies, from going back on their commitments, right? But I think that clawback mechanisms can be put in place, and even if they're still difficult to enforce, companies will know that if they violate the terms of what they've agreed to, that will come up in future considerations of them receiving federal funding. So I take I take very seriously how challenging these are to enforce, but I still think they're worth thinking about. All right, so in just a couple minutes, let me close on labor requirements. So this, I think, has been gotten 5 more minutes, yeah.
I'm a sociologist, probably economist. So stock buybacks are visible, right? So it's the easy thing to enforce. Excess returns have to do with the fungibility of accounting. I mean, you make profits where you make profits land.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah. 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 Then why are you getting federal funds for innovation? Yeah. Yep.
Which is one of the big advantages to it as a thing. The other one, are there any mechanisms other than that we trust you?
So I think this one is very much a work in progress inside the Department of Commerce. I don't have access that I can talk about publicly to sort of how they're thinking about it inside the Department of Commerce, but I think it's something that we have examples of around the world, particularly in Europe, that we can draw from and learn from in the US, but going to be very interesting to watch is my best answer for that question. Mm-hmm. Yep. So I can maybe point you to some sections of the paper and some other reading and some references that focus on examples in the European case in particular, where we've seen, I think, important restrictions that have borne fruit. In the US, we haven't tried this very much before, so we'll have to wait a little while to see how it works out. Let me finish and then we can talk maybe a little bit after. So I just wanted to point to this quote from President Biden that I think was really important. So I'm moving now to talk about the labor guardrails, which I think have been given much more coverage. But the Biden administration really made this a clear centerpiece for their agenda. And I would argue that, of course, we need all the guardrails around protection of the right to freedom of association and other mechanisms that encourage labor rights. But I also think we need to consider worker gain sharing and employee ownership. And again, it's interesting, the specifics are in the paper, but the CHIPS and Science Act had some specific conditionalities preferencing worker-owned enterprises that I think are interesting to talk about. Finally, I'm working on a paper right now about the idea of public equity stakes as a way to also reshape the industrial policy engagement with private corporations. These, again, have been commonly used in the form of golden shares in Europe in the process of privatization in the UK and elsewhere, and I think do provide an interesting mechanism for us to think about how do we, on a perpetual basis, engage the US government and the public interest in corporate governance processes when we've made a significant federal investment in a company. Of course, we have a track record of public equity stakes being taken in times of crisis. The auto industry, GM, the federal government spent $50 billion on a 61% equity stake in GM in 2009, right, as well as in many of the financial institutions. So we are not unfamiliar with this as a policy mechanism, but we have not thought about it proactively, and I think we absolutely should. Okay, so let me just wrap up here really briefly. Let me just repeat the overall claim and then see if there's a minute for any final questions. For industrial policy to meet its goals in the 2020s, all public financial commitments should include substantive guardrails that corporations must adhere to. Otherwise, such public funding sits in uneasy tension with the incentives for shareholder primacy. In other words, companies can't be expected to simply change their ways on their own, right? We need policy to do so. The most straightforward approach to implementing clear guardrails is to include them as specifically as possible in legislative text, as was, by the way, done in the CARES Act provisions, going back to the CARES Act, in which companies could not engage in shareholder payments and excessive executive compensation while receiving public support. However, legislation is generally written in broad enabling language that then delegates authority to relevant government agencies to carry out the purpose of the statute. So we need to look to the administrative state and particularly its contractual role in making arrangements with companies to actually set the terms and conditions of any particular financing arrangements. Because financially extractive policies or processes are not only in conflict with the public interest but actively divert from the purpose of industrial policy programs, policymakers do have the discretion under the law, under the purpose of these programs, to place conditions in the contracts that businesses agree to. How those contracts would then be litigated through the courts is another matter that I would love to engage with people on, but I think it's important to put the stake in the ground so that the goals of industrial policy are actually met. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So Erez is up. I want to thank Lenore for being perfect on time. I want to remind the audience that we're taking questions as we go. And I want to apologize to the folks on the left for my failure to pass the microphone around, and I will do better next time. I'm sorry. I'm not good at this. Less than help you out. Erez, you ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
Okay, so First of all, thank you. I want to thank the organizers for inviting us, accepting this paper. I know it was very competitive, so it's great to be here on the social science side. Second, I want to mention my co-author. This is a co-authored paper. My name is Erez Magor, but my Fabio Balfon and Timur are both on this paper as my collaborators. They're sorry that they couldn't be here. They're both in Europe. They would have liked to have been here, so they send their regards. And the third note I want to make before I start is that this is very much a work in progress. The paper we have is kind of a first draft. We're working through a lot of these ideas. So all that to say is that, you know, a lot of these findings I'm going to present are still open-ended. We're still working through them, but also would love your feedback and comments on these. Okay, so I think this talk is very much in dialogue with the previous with the paper, and we're going to talk a lot about conditionality, which we think is, and I'll make the case today, kind of the core principle and idea and the I don't know, the most crucial aspect of effective industrial policy. And we're trying in this paper not only to kind of dig deeper into what conditionalities are, what they look like, what kind of shape they take, how do we see them, what kind of, historically, what has worked, but then take another step to look at the political economy of them. So, okay, great, we can design the best effective policies, but what conditions historically have, or what kind of things do we need to get these in place, right, to actually implement them? Okay, so I think there are kind of the context for the return of industrial policy is pretty well known, especially here. It's driven by environmental, geopolitical, and domestic concerns, which are both economic, right, inequality, but also political, right, the polarization, the rise of right-wing populism. This has kind of been in the context. And this has resulted globally, I mean, in the US, but also in Europe and also elsewhere, in kind of the flow. Here's a quote by Cedric Duran, kind of hundreds of billions of targeted funding flooding businesses in the military, high-tech, green sectors on both sides of the Atlantic, right? So this is a kind of a big turning point, kind of a return to industrial policy. So in the US, we have what's already mentioned, the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act, the IRA. In Europe, they're working on the Green New Deal, or Green Deal industrial policy. But also we've seen in other places, in South Korea, we've seen Germany 2030, France 2030, kind of all these states are now putting together these kind of industrial policy big packages. So if we look at these kind of this return to industrial policy, I think it's nice to look at both the optimists and the pessimists, right? We have people kind of responding, scholars from around the world that have kind of responded to this. So on the optimist side, we have people like, again, Cedric Duran or Gary Gersel, a historian, that have seen industrial policy as signifying kind of a new reconfiguration of capitalism and even marking the fall of the neoliberal order, right? So these kind of big statements, we're having a dramatic change in the political economy landscape around the world. But also we've seen the pessimists, kind of the more critical side. I think this is led by Daniel Gabor, but also people like Dylan Riley and Robert Brenner and Thomas Piketty, which have kind of looked at what states have been doing as kind of, this is another form of de-risking or upward redistribution, right? So Thomas Piketty has said, you know, tax credit can be looked at another addition of subsidies to private capital, right? So this is maybe the continuation of tax competition in more extreme ways. So we've been lowering tax on corporations, now we're just giving them money, right? So this could be another extreme continuation of the same pattern that has existed in the neoliberal order. And Daniel Gabor said, you know, what states are doing now is taking all the risk off of corporations, funding their innovation and their R&D, but where are the rewards, right? What are we getting back in return? So we think this is crucial. This brings us back to this question of, are we witnessing industrial policy or are we witnessing corporate welfare, right? And this brings us back to the very, very important work of Alice Amsden, but also people like Vivek Chibber, Robert Wade, and our own work as recently, my paper and Fabio and Timur's work, that have kind of looked at corporate welfare and what distinguishes industrial policy from corporate welfare. And this is where we get to the issue of conditionality. Basically, what we say is if you want to identify industrial policy, what you need to be showing is not only that there is money and public funding that's channeled to corporations, but you need to see that money channeled together with conditionality, with corporate guardrails, to ensure that that money is not just flowing to enrich investors, to stock buybacks, but is actually going in the direction that we want, into productive investment, into job creation, into creating new jobs, into place-based, right? So going into regions that need that investment and not going into other places. And we think that conditionality is crucial, and it affects both the kind of the social distribution of the policies, kind of who is going to be the winners and losers, and also the effectiveness of the interventions, right? So if we're giving money to corporations in order to do chip manufacture, to do innovation, but they take that money and then channel it elsewhere, right? Again, whether it's for corporate buybacks or to enrich their shareholders other ways, then that defeats the purpose of the policy in the first way, right? So we need to make sure that the money is channeled in the right direction, right? So that's kind of leading us into stressing this point again about conditionality. And we think that we identify that kind of in the recent literature on what's called the neo-developmental state, there's been less and less emphasis on conditionality. I think because I mean, this is my reading of it, we can argue it. I think because a lot of the literature was in this, in the context of neoliberalism, it was trying to show, look how much the state is active, look how much the state is doing. But what it's forgot to do is kind of, but it stayed with kind of showing the incentives and the subsidies and not together with these conditionalities, right? So what we think is kind of this idea of within transfer conditionality is kind of crucial for the success of these 21st century, the return of industrial policy. So that's what we focus here in this paper, and we basically have two questions here. First is, what do we talk about when we talk about conditionality, right? So let's dig deeper into the policy design, focus on different types of conditionalities rather than the goals, right? So what kind of conditionalities have we seen historically? What could work? What can we adopt? And the second thing, like I mentioned earlier, is looking at the politics, right? What are the political and institutional mechanisms that produce these conditionalities, right? So, okay, it's great to have we can figure out what the ideal policy is, but we might not be able to implement it. So what do we need in order to implement it? And this brings us, so what we do in this, oh, sorry. You can't separate them, but what we're trying to emphasize are the specific conditionalities and not the goals that they aim to achieve. I mean, they're both important, right? But what we're trying to see, and you'll see this in the analysis of the results, that we're trying to dig deeper into what types of conditionalities can be used, assuming that the goals are relatively well known. Yeah.
So I think it's a good point, and you're right to focus on industrial policies for which there is a transfer.
Right. Exactly.
But a large class of policies don't entail that for guidance.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of different levers don't necessarily require that. How do you think about that in terms of?
Right. So that.
Are you really concerned with policies, industrial policies for which there is?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a great question. I need to think more about it. It could be that we're excluding important policies, or they're here and they actually don't require transfers, and we should be more specific about this. So we'll see this in the kind of when I talk about the case studies. But I think the reason we've focused on this is that seems to have been the major tool that's been adopted, right, and used now in comparison to the past. So I think, I mean, we have seen tariffs kind of return, but we haven't seen, I mean, at least if you look at these new Bidenomics, there's less of that, right, and more transfer. So that's why we're kind of, we're looking at where the action is happening at the moment. But you're right, we could maybe broaden a little bit. So as far as the method for this paper, it's kind of a theoretical paper. We're doing something that we're both trying to be narrow and broad. I mean, the narrow focus is looking at the success cases, right? So we're shooting where the ducks are. So we've gathered a bunch of historical case studies where states have been effective and succeeded in implementing industrial policies with conditionality. So we can learn from those cases, and in that regard, we're very narrow. In other regards, we're very broad because we are not limiting ourselves to specific industries. We're not limiting ourselves to specific regions. So we're looking both at developing and developed economies. We're looking both at the state level, but also locally. We're looking at anywhere that has succeeded, right? And maybe there's an assumption here that this does not matter for our findings. We can argue about that, but that's what we're trying to do in this analysis. And then, like I said, we're looking, and I'll show you both the policy design and then looking at the political mechanisms. So let's go to some of the findings. So like good sociologists, we have a nice 2x2. It started by a 2x3, but then we figured we can't have that. And basically what we have here is 4 broad categories of conditionality. We have, and I'll present them, right? But we have economic performance, control conditions, knowledge-related conditions, and environmental targets. So let me kind of unpack them and explain what these are. So I think let's start with the first one, economic performance. I think this is the most widely discussed type of conditionality in the literature. So it covers a wide variety of issues, but the common is the fact of we're conditioning assistance based on specific targets, right? The economic performance of the recipients. So it could be either production quotas, it could be investment quotas, it could be employment targets, export quotas, or production standard, right? So the state or whoever is providing the funding sets a target, and that the assistance or additional assistance or future assistance, it conditioned on meeting these targets, right? So the classic example is kind of South Korea, right, in the 70s and 80s, which set very specific export targets, right? So firms had to meet export targets, and firms that met them received new funding, additional funding. Firms that did not meet the targets would either lose funding and then see funding moved to other firms. So this is kind of just one example. The same is, so like, for example, it could be with export targets, but it's also could be, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Trying to be quick, because there's so much. No, just a question on this, because there's obviously differences across those and how realistic it is to be able to assess them. So export targets, that's an easy one, but say you have one on saving the planet or being more inclusive, that's a hard one to evaluate. And is kind of setting then an emphasis on conditionality, meaning that maybe states will end up kind of fostering something that is too narrow, not really reaching what one would like ideally to reach, and therefore actually doing a bad thing out of what was a good thing in terms of conditionality?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think at this stage we're not. I think for this exercise we don't look in that fine detail, right? As far as distinguishing, do production targets work better than investment targets, and how do you enforce them? We're trying to kind of right now kind of map out what has worked historically. That maybe kind of will require additional work, right? So we haven't gotten to that level yet. Yeah.
Okay. I just had a quick clarification question. Yeah. So I think this might just be because I'm not super familiar with this literature, but so should we interpret what you're talking about in the talk in general in the paper? Because you mentioned you're focusing on kind of success cases of conditionality. Yes. So do you want us to like interpret your findings as like these are the forms of conditionality that have a track record of success, and there are others that you're not covering?
Exactly. All right. We're looking at things that have worked in the past. Exactly. Yeah.
I would just be curious why you didn't pull out employment and labor as a separate category, since it's such a common and rich one. So we could talk about that later, but it just strikes me as buried in the other economic conditions.
Yes, we could. I mean, we could carve out this differently, so I'm open to suggestions there, and we definitely are looking at these kind of things specifically. So I would need to think that's a good point. So let me continue kind of fleshing this out, or yeah, let me take a couple more minutes. Sure. Something specific on this slide?
It relates to these. I think that the question is just, these seem like tools that nations can use pretty effectively. Would you say that, you know, within nation states can use these as well if they're interested in implementing corporate guardrails? And how might it differ from the state perspective?
Right. So again, at this point, it's not detailed enough where we can say like these could be used by both states and localities. We're trying to map out the diversity. Okay, control mechanisms. Corporate control is where the state is providing funding in return for requiring firms to alter their corporate structure in some way. This could be states getting shares in a specific firm, so we could then influence its business behavior. One good example, again, going back to labor, it could be forcing firms to accept collective bargaining, right? So telling them, if you are taking money, this kind of stuff from the government, we want you to negotiate with labor. So that could be one means of corporate control. And various others, right? You can see here, equity transfer, cooperation, right, with other firms, right? So data, knowledge sharing, collaboration, making sure that firms are cooperating with each other. Royalty payments, dividend transfers, things also we saw mentioned earlier as far as sharing, right, gain sharing with the public. And knowledge-related conditions, this is, I think, the reason it's got its own category because it's very relevant to the kind of more recent kind of industrial policy that's focused on innovation, right, in R&D. How do you assist firms become more innovative, usually through R&D subsidies and grants, but on the other hand, get things like we discussed earlier today, where firms are not just innovating, but they're also manufacturing and producing locally. So this has, here we're looking at regulation of intellectual property rights and ownership, and I think classic, very good examples here would be a state like Taiwan, which provided knowledge, created knowledge, and then transferred it to the private sector, or funded knowledge creation through R&D subsidies, but then had very specific conditionalities of firms, what they did with that knowledge, right? They had to scale up locally, they had to commercialize that, and the states had the mechanism, clawback mechanism, so when firms did not do that, they could take ownership back of the intellectual property, shift it to other corporations. Another example would be based on my own research on Israel, also with its innovation policy, where the state provided a lot of R&D subsidies, but there were conditions attached to them. One had to do with local manufacturing, right? So again, scale up from innovation to production, and also limiting the transfer of our intellectual property. So firms could sell intellectual property, but they can't move it out, right? So it's kind of creating this domestic scale up that is locally. So the state might not care about owning the property rights, but it wants to ensure what happens with those technologies later on. And then the first one is on environmental targets. Here, again, I think this is a form of I'm thinking about your question about which kind of assistance, right? So if we look at environmental targets, here firms receive subsidies, but also it could be consumers, right? So we're helping the firms by subsidizing consumer subsidies, their ability to buy, for example, EVs, right, or more fuel-efficient cars. So we're providing, the state is providing subsidies. On the other hand, it's requiring firms to collaborate with regulation, environmental regulation, right? And the classic example here, a good example I think is the kind of auto bailout in the Obama period, where firms received subsidies and also a lot of help from the government, but those subsidies and transfers were conditioned on both firms investing in moving up into more environmental friendly automobiles, but also to not reject regulation, right? Environmental regulations that the government was trying to push forward. So we want your cooperation in return for this assistance. So these are kind of these varieties of conditionality that we're thinking about. And again, like I said, this is very open-ended, so we could very much include new categories, break up categories, merge categories, depending on kind of the feedback that we get. Now, I want to shift into talking about the political economy of these conditionalities. So what we do is, the second exercise is, okay, now we've identified places and historical periods and case studies where we've seen these types of conditionalities. Now, how have the states been able to do this? And here, what we're starting off with is looking at, very basic in political economy. We're looking at institutions, we're looking at ideational factors, and we're looking at coalitional politics. And what's interesting, I'll kind of take you through all three of them, is that some seem to matter more than others. And this is something, again, that still we're working through. But let me start with the institutional. I think institutional, interestingly enough, is where we're finding a lot more heterogeneity and differences, right? So historically, and some work has stressed government structure and authoritarian regimes, right, going back to South Korea. We can look at China today, but we've seen industrial policy and conditionality work very well also in democratic settings. So it actually, there's we can actually see that very much of a variety there. Another thing is that there's a lot of debate about either do industrial policies work better as a top-down or as a decentralized structure work better, and we've seen examples of both of those as well, right? We've seen kind of a South Korea, Taiwan, more of a top-down kind of institutional setting, but we've also seen the U.S. kind of decentralized network state work very well, where there's like a lot of things happening on the local level or regional level, different policies with different state agencies and institutions, not just a one kind of meaty type. So institutionally, actually, what we're seeing is that you can get conditionality on a very, very diverse range of institutions. I think, coalitional politics seems to be a very, very, very key indicator here. What we're finding is that in almost all of the cases, in order for states to implement industrial policies that include conditionality, that include guardrails, they had to form coalitions, right? And these coalitions, political coalitions, could take different shapes. It could be a dyad where the state is forming relationships with business, whether it's business organizations or firms, and kind of creating structures, institutions, again, for collaboration, for dialogue, and negotiation between them. But we've also seen even more broad coalitions where the state is actually in dialogue both with business and corporations, but also with labor and public organizations, where these very broad organizations and coalitional structures, again, help negotiate the terms, right? So they help say, okay, what are the things that you guys need? What does business want? Here are what our conditions on, and there's a kind of negotiation with what firms can live with, what the government's priorities are. And we've seen these kind of coalitions work both on a head hoc fashion. So it could be, again, going back to the Obama auto bailout period, is where they kind of had a head hoc coalition of car manufacturers with labor, or with labor signing off on agreements that they might have not wanted to live on if it was with not through this kind of coalitional support. But we also seen much more historical kind of longevity of these coalitions that kind of sustain much longer, right? State and business working and developing a long-time relationship, and then you can get these kind of 10-year agreements that are broaden the investment. And then finally, on kind of the ideational angle, this is something that we're still working on, but at least there's a few examples where it looks like the ideational aspect of kind of industrial policy sometimes survives even through administrations, even through coalition fracturing, and even through ideational remodeling. The best example here would be Korea, and here I'm building on Liz Thurbon's work, her book on developmental mindset, where she shows that key state elites that were kind of committed to these ideas of developmentalism survived through different institutional formations, again, different coalitions, and kind of brought these. So there's something about this kind of a core ideational, but this is something that we're still kind of working through. Where does the ideational foundation work? And then to wrap up this finding, we're also kind of want to highlight the impact of what we see right now as intervening variables, things that could increase the likelihood of success for conditionality And here we're finding through these case studies.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, yeah.
Can I interrupt you with a question? Because I actually want to ask about the conditions under which conditionality is good. So you talk about corporate welfare. It's like, what if the... So one of the things we were talking about before, you could think back to Gordon Hanson's paper this morning about where sometimes you just want uptake. So like, I'm all for not giving rich people more money than they have already. But so there's enforceability, but also like, so when he talks about the SBA or depressed areas where actually what you want is just uptake, and is there a trade-off between, the conditions of conditionality, like, so there's frictions around conditionality and other sorts of related things. Like, is it always a good thing? Yes.
Yeah, and is this joining this question?
5 minutes left.
5 minutes. Okay, no, I'm reaching the end. That's a great question. I think, and my colleagues from Europe, I mean, we've had this, my co-authors, we have this debate, and when they were saying, the EU for the last couple of years, they've been throwing up massive amounts of money, and there's some regions or countries that haven't been even, the problem is to spend that money, right? They're having all these grants from the EU, and they're not being able to find. So I guess that's, I mean, it's a non-starter, right? You have to have some kind of, and then your concern, I assume, would say that, too much conditionality would, scare them off, they'll go somewhere else, right? Here I would be, I would...
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a good question. I don't think I have a quick kind of response. I think this is something to think about. My initial kind of response to that is that that states need to figure out a way to do it, to have some conditionality, because if you're just going to be giving off, if it's just going to be the kind of Amazon, take money, come here, do what we want, it's not going to, the results are not going to be the intended results. So, okay, you need to find some kind of configuration where you are able to get what you want, and it's a challenge, but yeah, I take your point. Yeah, let's go.
I'll let them go.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Chase.
Well, I'm sorry if we're derailing you here, but I guess, so, I'm thinking, of course, about investment subsidies and conditionalities. And, you could argue that almost all of them are conditional in some way, right? To get the rebate for the manufacturing investment, you have to actually show proof that you purchased the new manufacturing equipment.
Yeah.
So is that, am I thinking about this too broadly? Is that a conditionality? And in which case, is it really the presence of a conditionality? Because normally they are doing something.
Yes,
like creating a job or spending money, right? So that's not what you mean. You mean something beyond that. And so how do we delimit conditionality and distinguish more fundamentally about...
So we have this, I haven't presented it here, but we have this in the paper, I think, or it's supposed to be in the paper in the next draft, where we're kind of distinguishing between the conditions you have to meet to get the subsidies and the money, and then, so that's kind of the, on the kind of T1, but then conditionalities that are future oriented, right? So what you'll need to do with that money, right? So, of course, the initial ones are easier to enforce, right? So if you don't meet the criteria, you're not going to get our money. But the harder ones to enforce, but that's the ones that are kind of, I guess, more dramatic as far as kind of the outcomes, are the ones that you have to meet later on, right? And that's a challenge both to enforce, because you've already given, but I know some examples here, I can build on my own work, where, there's ways that governments have found, so you don't give all the money in the initial stage, right? So even if you're, it could be, if it's R&D grant, then you break them up over time with milestones, right? So there's ways to ensure and to put in conditionalities that kind of also, you're not providing all of the money in the initial stages. But yeah, we are aware to notice that there's a difference between meeting the initial criteria and then meeting future criteria. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to follow.
Keep this quick because we have 2.5
Yeah.
minutes left.
Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up I just wanted to follow up on Josh. I think you should also take into account moments when there is overburdening of conditionality. And venture capitalists that are public complain to me in interviews that they have too many conditions to fulfill, too many boxes to check before they can do any deal.
Yeah.
And in the end, they don't do any deal, because when they're done doing all the conditionality, then the deal is gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I also have interviewed venture capitalists, and they also always complain about this, but I think it's a good sign when they complain about this, because it means that there's something that is keeping them in check. Let me take my minute just to conclude. Oh, so I didn't present. I'll just present this quickly, and if you see it, it's in the paper. We're looking at the economic business cycle, the type of development strategy, right? So historically, we've seen a lot. Andrew's work has shown this, and others, where it matters what kind of development model, business model you have, right? The exports are different than ISI and vice versa. So the type of development strategy or industrial policy in this regard, and the geopolitical threats, right? So we've seen this happen now in the U.S.-China moment where states are able to demand more from business when they when they use the geopolitical threats in all sorts of ways. So it's going to just to sum up, the return of industrial policy has emerged and have to work with the social institutional remnants of the neoliberal order, but must also strive to change and adapt them, right? This goes, I think, also to a point made earlier. And then, and what we try to do here is provide analytical building blocks, crafting new social coalitions, state institutions that are conducive to effective IP. So not just showing what does conditionalities look like, but how can we get them? Yeah. That's it? Yeah. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your feedback. And please come to me if you have more suggestions and ideas. Thank you.
Where do I put this thing? Where does it go?
There should be lunch outside, and then
Oh, I know. Trust me.
in the first march of learning that is today.
That was great.
Thank you.
We have a lot to talk about. Yeah. I'm so U.S.
Yeah, a lot of the things that you're highlighting. She's kind of free that area. She didn't have to worry about this.
You're the MC for the next session?
I'm going to be introducing the speaker. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like maybe I should. Here's the speaker. We have Michael's slides already.
Yeah, they're ready.
Okay, great.
For the Q&A section.
Okay, so you want us to pass around the mic for everyone who asks a question?
Yeah, we can just give it to the audience because it's hard to read over here.
Sure.
Have a backup of all of this.
Okay, sounds good. So, Michael, I think we were aiming for there to be some time for Q&A at the end. We did not have time with Erica's, but if we have time with yours, that'd be great. But whatever works for you, timing. And if you want me to keep time, I can do anything that would be helpful.
Yeah, let me see what I can do here in terms of, maybe what I can do is set this up so that it keeps time. Feel free to...
Well, I can tell you when we're at 30 minutes, if that helps, and then if you want, I can say 30, 45, or I can count down.
Yeah, why don't you tell me at 30 or 45, and how much time would you like for Q&A?
So, I mean, we were aiming for like maybe 20 minutes, but if that's too much, even if there's like 5 or 10, because we can get a little bit of discussion.
Yeah, sounds good. And maybe I can make time for more.
Okay, cool.
I've got sort of been done.
Yeah, I'm sure you have something you want to say, and so. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. See if we can. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna be short on time.
Yeah. I think we can start. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay, everybody. Thank you for. We're gonna get started, so we're gonna try to calm down. Very glad that you're all engaged and having interesting conversations. Okay, so we are delighted to start the second half of today with a keynote from Michael Kramer. Michael is the university professor in the Department of Economics at the University of Chicago. He is a 2019 co-recipient of the Nobel Prize in Economics. He's a recipient of a MacArthur Fellowship and a Presidential Faculty Fellowship. He was named a Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum. At the University of Chicago, he directs the Development Innovation Lab, and his work focuses on education, on innovation, including in education, health, water, finance, and agriculture in developing countries. He's written many papers around incentives around innovation, including on patent buyouts, advanced market commitments, and approaches to funding social innovation. Michael himself is an innovator and a social entrepreneur, and he remains very active in translating his academic work into programs that have impacted the lives of many millions of people around the world. His work on advanced market commitments for vaccines was instrumental in the development of a new pneumococcal vaccine, tackling a leading cause of infant morbidity and mortality. Michael is a co-founder of the USAID's Development Innovation Ventures Lab, which is an open-tiered, evidence-based fund that supports innovation for development. And today he's going to talk to us about lessons from USAID's Development Innovation Lab. So Michael, thank you so much, and we're looking forward to your talk.
Great. Industrial policy is controversial among some economists, perhaps not least at my new institution, University of Chicago. But there's widespread agreement that markets for innovation are rife with market failures. And then for some particular types of innovation, those market failures might be particularly extreme. So, for example, innovations on ways to manufacture that emit less greenhouse gases, for example. That's going to not only do you have all the market failures associated with innovation, but you have all the market failures associated with externalities and global public good externalities at that. Another example would be innovations to find new uses for off-patent drugs, generic drugs. That's a more classic innovation failure that sometimes it's hard to, if you want to run trials on that, that costs money. You're not going to be able to protect that from followers. I would argue innovation and delivery of government services might be another case. It's going to be, if there's a monopsony buyer, it's going to be hard of the new technique that you develop. It might be hard to recover the costs of it. So I think even for those who are skeptical of industrial policy in general, they might be open to more narrowly tailored approaches that focus on innovation and maybe on particular areas of innovation where the market might not deliver enough for particular reasons in that sector as well. So what I'd like to discuss today is evidence from a particular program, Development Innovation Ventures, which is, as was explained, I was involved in helping set this up within USAID, and I'm still involved with it. I'm scientific director, so I'm not a neutral party, so let me disclose that. But Development Innovation Ventures invests in innovation aimed at promoting development in low and middle income countries. So, you could argue about whether that's also a special case where there's particular incentives are particularly weak for innovation. There's a clicker? Great. So let me start off without background for this conference. Let me tell you another. Here's maybe my more standard introduction, which is there's a very big movement going on across multiple areas to invest more in innovation for social areas. And one type of this has been around for a long time, and it's we have a lot of evidence on, which is scientific R&D. There's a big literature on the evaluating, going back to Zvi Grolikas or others, going back on looking at the rate of return to this investment. And the numbers that they come up with are very high, 50, 70% rates of return to public sector R&D are not unusual estimates. But what I'll focus on today is two other categories, and these are the areas where development, innovation, ventures invest, which is social science R&D, so including randomized trials of the type that I've been involved with a lot, and many, I think some people in this room are involved with, a lot of development economists use that technique. The World Bank, I've just put as an example of a funder of that type of work. And a third type is impact investing or social entrepreneurship. So there, I'll put a Meteor Network or the Skoll Foundation. There are lots of, I don't know about here in Columbia, but a lot of people in a lot of business schools run competitions, and there are people who are interested in social entrepreneurship, and this is an active field as well. So I think there's, what's the rate of return to those investments? Are they good investments? I think there's been some public discussion of that. We're going to try and make some progress relative to a lot of the existing public discussion. I don't know whether, we're quite at the level of, we can only get so far, but I think we may make some progress relative to some existing discussion. I think, let me characterize the existing discussion on this, perhaps not totally fairly. I think there's a lot of, advocates of this sort of thing talk about success stories. Critics talk about examples of failure. There's a bunch of examples of each. And then you get some people who do counts. And the counts often don't look very good. There's more failures when you try and count them than there are successes. If you look at, what fraction of RCTs wound up scaling up if they're looking at something innovative. Or if you can argue that's a very impoverished way of looking at it. We should think about what we learn in terms of social science. But if you're, putting on the, did this program scale? More often than not, they don't scale if it's in an innovative new program. Or if you're looking at, for every successful social entrepreneurship idea, there are many that don't succeed. So I would say that's, I don't think there's a resolution of this. There's some, but that's the type of analysis people have done. There's also questions, development, innovation, ventures as a funder. And partly, I was interested in, are there any lessons you can draw from this about how to structure funding systems for this? And, there's a lot. Development, innovation, ventures funds both the sort of social science research, if you want to call it that, and it acts like an impact investor in some ways. And, there's a lot of people say, well, you should try and be like a venture capital, act like a venture capitalist. That's sort of the, state of the art. That's a good practice. So I'm going to argue a little bit that maybe you should think about complementing venture capital. Oh, I should say, so work in progress with Sasha Gallant, Olga Rostov-Shova, and Milan Thomas. We have a work in progress on this, and this talk will reflect that a lot, but also some other things. I'll also talk a bit about, it also draws on some work with Esther Duflo that we did further back. Okay. Okay. Let me describe the program. So it's very open. I'm going to also note some ways in which it actually differs from what's often thought of as best practice. I'll say that I'm going to describe the program as it was. The program's been around just about a dozen years. So I'll describe the program during the first 2 years, 2010 through 12, because we're going to try and look at the portfolio in those years and analyze that portfolio to see if we can come up with any, any results to learn empirically from it. So the program was open across sectors, open across countries. When I say sectors, education, health, agriculture, microfinance, commercial. It's also open on commercial and public sector scale. That's highly unusual. There are lots of competitions to fund, business ideas or nonprofit business ideas, but still ones that are supposed to be financially bring in as much revenue as the money going out. And then there's lots of other funders who fund randomized controlled trials of ideas for the public sector. But we funded both. So very open. In a way, that's pretty unusual because there's lots of, I think a more standard way that at least in international development funders work is they pick something and they say we're going to fund in the sector, this is a priority. USAID, reading by grade 3 was a priority. People in the education sector figured you can't do much else unless you learn to read by grade 3. A lot of kids aren't reading by grade 3. We're going to focus on that. And that's not unreasonable, but maybe there's some other things that, maybe there's a great idea for grade 4 or for math. And so we wanted to be open. Okay? So in some ways I would argue that there might be one possible virtue of this program is that if you think that inside the bureaucracy you're not going to come up with all the good ideas, it's nice to have sort of an open window to complement that. And this is a quite relatively small program within the agency. Okay? But then if you're going to be open in all these dimensions, how do you make decisions? So we had this 3-level process, this tiered funding process, where the tiering was very much based on evidence, or at least so we had small grants for piloting. All of these numbers, when I hear about some other things in this conference, these are absurdly small numbers, but grants of up to $100,000 for piloting ideas. Grants for testing, when we started, this was up to $1 million. It's pretty clear, in case of things that would be scale up through the public sector, this was supposed to be, to demonstrate impact and cost effectiveness rigorously, not necessarily with a randomized controlled trial, but that was what was typically proposed. For things that were going to scale commercially, this was supposed to be a market test. Within a market, and a pretty tough one, within a market, can you cover your costs, including the costs of, the overhead costs of running the business. And then for the things that came out most strongly in that second stage, the idea was that the larger amounts of money, we don't think randomized controlled trials by themselves are going to generate scale. It takes a whole bunch of adaptation and other work to get to scale. The idea is there's funding to transition things to scale, larger scale funding, but that's only for the most successful things at the earlier stage. You don't have, by the way, you don't have to get funding, you don't have to do the earlier stages with funding from us to get, if somebody else gets you to the stage where you've got evidence, you can apply for stage 3. And I should say, although I'm mainly giving this talk as an academic, we're on the web. If you think you have something relevant, please look us up and apply. So that's a brief description of the program. I'm going to look at our portfolio in the first couple of years for evidence on which innovations scaled. After 10 years, there's at least some chance of seeing that. Second, is this a good investment? There's a lot of immediate needs. USAID money could be going to address hunger problems today, for example, or health problems today. Does it really make sense to invest in this innovation? And third, are there implications for the design? I'll say a little bit more. So that's sort of the outline. I'm going to say, and if there is time, I might say a little bit. Oh, I didn't start the timing, so you're keeping time. Good. I'll say a little bit more about the nature of the program and how it differed in some ways from some other programs. So one thing was not by design, but when this program started, there's a lot of headcount restrictions in the federal government. And so there weren't many staff at all. Extremely small staff at the beginning. And the U.S. government works under procurement rules, which are, set up for things like, if you get good government lawyers, there's actually quite a bit of flexibility. But, we were just starting. The standard rules are like, you're building a bridge. Can you can you talk to the bidders ahead of time about how to do this? No, that's like totally unfair. You're favoring one bidder over another. So there was very limited, so we're basically getting proposals and looking at them. It wasn't a lot of back and forth. Now, if you talk to people, if you talk to venture capitalists, most of them say that they add a lot of value. They go back and forth with the entrepreneur and they, help them improve their ideas a lot. We couldn't do any of that for legal reasons. For a combination of the legal reasons and the very small staff. Things have evolved. We have a bigger staff. There's now appropriate legal procedures in place so that in case any of you are thinking of applying, you can apply. Once you get through an initial screen, then the competition is deemed to have taken place and you can have more conversations. But that was the rules during that period. So another thing is we're open across all these areas. So a very typical procedure for a lot of larger scale development funders is there's very heavy staff involvement, or for venture capitalists. I don't want to claim I really know this industry. Probably people here know it better than me. But often there's a member of the staff of the venture capital firm who sort of takes this on and proposes things and writes an investment memo up, which goes to the investment committee to make the decision. And a lot of the decisions are based on that investment memo as opposed to an application. We didn't have specialized staff who could do that type of thing. So we took the application and it went for some internal review. If it's a Kenya project, if it's a project in Kenya on solar energy, it'll go to the solar energy experts within USAID. It'll go to Kenya office within USAID. It'll go to outside experts on solar energy and maybe on Kenya. And then the decision gets made by people who know how to assess evidence and the cost effectiveness. So more sort of, to some extent, finance type people, like actual venture capitalists, but heavy involvement of development economics researchers. So of academics, okay? Which is, and then how did we assess potential for scale? So I think venture capitalists, I'm told, put a lot of weight on the team. And I've been told actually by venture capitalists, like, good idea is useful because it attracts good people, and then if you've got good people, then you're able to pivot well to the actual thing, but you're not going to pursue I think they treat the idea sort of like, I don't know whether I'm allowed to say this, but like how an admissions committee for a PhD economics program would take the proposal for what people are going to study in the PhD program. Like, you're not really going to study that, but maybe we learned something about you that way. Okay, so but that wasn't that we were focused. We were judging on much more on the idea. So that was a little. So we were much more flexible on team composition. I mean, it's a plus if people had a track record of scaling, but it wasn't the core of it. We put a lot of weight on cost. If it's expensive, we thought it wasn't likely to scale, and we made some judgments about political acceptability, but that was not through any particularly rigorous process. For innovations that were designed to scale through the public sector, there was a whole separate set of funders for that. They often have rules that they want a separate implementer and a separate evaluator. They want to make sure that the government of the country is actually putting in money, so they've got skin in the game to indicate that they're really going to scale this up. We tended not to have those rules. So a lot of departures from standard approaches. Okay, I want to give a flavor. I'm not going to go through any of through these in detail, but here are some examples. I've highlighted this one. I think it's a decent example of a social entrepreneurship idea for people who don't know this field. This was a proposal for a private company that would work on sanitation in urban slums. They'd put in the public toilets, they would charge something for them, they would then take the waste and turn it into fertilizer and into energy, and have a revenue stream from that, and they were aiming for sustainable business out of this. Some of them were for-profit, some of them were non-profit, but there were also things that were much more, here's one, Ghana National Apprenticeship Program Impact Evaluation. Those academic researchers doing evaluation of a government program. Okay, I'll skip this. Let me show you a first result. This is the number of direct beneficiaries as of May 2020. So we funded 43 things. As you'll note, this is an extremely skewed distribution. Skewed enough that as long as I was going to keep this scale linear, you can't fit it all on one chart. There's a little discontinuity symbol there. So most things did not reach that many users. 9 out of the 41 actually did, which I feel good about. I think that's pretty good relative to a lot of other funders in this area. I'll explain the difference between the red and the blue later, but you can ignore it for now. But the skewness, I think, is actually completely characteristic of funding innovation. If you're a venture capitalist, you know that most of your investments are not going to yield the bulk of your profits. You're hoping you invest in a Google or something like that, and then you're going to make real money. And so that affects how you need to analyze all these things. And that's why, as a bit of a preview, why I think the count methodology is not really one to focus on too much. The question is that right tail big enough? Okay? And does it have enough impact? If you're thinking about the social rate of return. Okay. Okay. Let me, didn't get the slide to animate. That's too bad. Okay. So here's some data on which things scaled. So pretend that the last 3 columns are covered up. So there's a view that that pilots never scale. That's a sort of truism in the development world. And you can see that indeed the stage 3s were, by scale we mean reach over 1 million users. That's crude, but we did have a higher rate of scaling among the 1 data point of a stage 3 investment, but and a lower rate, much lower rate among the pilots. But if you now look at the right-hand columns, you'll see that because those grants were so much smaller, the cost per person reached actually looks quite good for the initial investments. And, I don't want to overplay that because we only have one data point of a stage 3 investment. But you certainly wouldn't say, oh, pilot. You wouldn't, if you look at this on a cost number of people reached per dollar spent. I'm not suggesting that's a welfare metric, but you wouldn't say, oh, pilots look terrible here. Okay. Here's another piece of evidence on what scales. I will try to move to something closer to welfare. So first histogram shows the unit cost seems very important. So innovations that are less than $3, and we picked that cutoff ex post, and these are all univariate comparisons, 41 data points or 43, depending on how you count them. We can't be super sophisticated here. But there was a much higher rate of scaling among things that were really inexpensive. Okay. Second one, which I think is sort of a corollary, and I think is something that gets taught in business schools, although I need to, I need somebody can tell me whether it's true. I think a lot of entrepreneurs in general think about selling to ultimate, final consumers. But a lot of business is business to business or business to government. And if you think about you're selling a product that's less than $3, customer acquisition costs are going to be really big relative to everything else. So if you can find a way to sell your product or distribute your product to a large existing business or a government or maybe really large NGOs, that tends to be more successful. And then the final component, where I guess I have a particular conflict of interest to declare, is involvement of RCTs, and that's basically virtually collinear with involvement of researchers, is actually, there's a widespread feeling that this slows things down and that, it gets in the way of the nimbleness that entrepreneurs need. And those, by the way, are not arguments about welfare. Those are arguments about the ability to scale. But we see that, researcher involvement actually tends to be pretty positively correlated. Researcher involvement in RCTs is positively correlated with reaching over 1 million users. There obviously could be a lot of reasons for that. That could be selection, people who want to get an RCT done, know they have a good product, et cetera. I actually suspect, also knowing some of these cases, I'll show one, for example. This is the bottom one, psychometric credit assessment. So this was an idea. This was Asim Khwaja's had started an organization, a firm. I think it was a private firm actually that was using. They basically just asked people over mobile phones a bunch of questions to predict their credit worthiness, and then they sold that technique to microfinance or just regular banks. That's an example of taking an idea that came from research, but then so I would actually conjecture that part of this is because if you think about other fields in biotech, it's very common for graduate students to start computer science. I mean, Google was started by graduate students. I think economics is the image of economics is people who are doing algebra or paper and pen or analyzing data sets, but increasingly, economists in a variety of fields are getting involved with, doctors who are, figuring out kidney exchange systems or auctions, or in the case of development economics, a bunch of programs in the field. And hence, I think we may be moving towards that in some areas of economics, where people actually are well placed to work as innovators. Okay, so those are some of the correlates. Okay. Now let me try and move to something that's getting at welfare. That's very hard for a number of reasons, but we care about this question of are discounted benefits greater than the cost? So the benefits, number of people times the net benefits per person. So we're going to, one thing that the funders in this field typically do, or I'm sure all funders in all fields do this, is their annual report claims all the wins, but of course everybody wants to be funding the winners, so you might get a distorted picture from that. You might get double counted. So what we do is we try to look at the total funding that went to the organization, and then look at what share development innovation ventures accounted for, and only count those benefits. That's very crude. Early investments should get more credit. And it requires some subjective assessments of things, and obviously doesn't get at the counterfactual. But at least we try to do that very basic step. Okay. Then how do you estimate the benefits? Okay, there's a bunch of conceptual issues, particularly because some of the things that we supported were very hard to, if it's a domestic violence reduction program, how do you put, or or something to reduce voting fraud. How do you put a dollar value on that? We didn't even try. Health has a system which, is subject to lots of criticisms, but it's standard to use in health economics that sort of allows you to convert things to dollars. So we use that. There's also, innovations take time to scale. A key variable, how many people they reach in the future, but we don't know that. Okay, so what we tried to do was use this bounding approach. And you can see these are non-academic slides because I put bounding in quotes, and histograms, et cetera. Okay, so, so you can take advantage of the skewed distribution. You don't even need to worry about all the ones on the left tail, or they might play a small role. So we looked at the high scale innovations, and then we looked at which ones can we potentially quantify. And then, for that, some we couldn't for conceptual reasons, some we just didn't have the data. There was an RCT done, or there wasn't an RCT. If there wasn't an RCT done, then if it's we can't always get at the benefits. If there was, but then the innovation changed a lot in scaling, which is a good thing and a necessary thing, we still can't estimate the benefits. So I'll just go back to that slide. The ones in red are the ones where we quantified the benefits. So there are 5 where we could quantify the benefits. Okay. So, but then you got a cherry picking problem. You're focusing on these 5 that scaled, and well, we solved that by trying to get a bound. We set the benefits of these 5 against the cost of the full portfolio. Okay, so then you've got a lower bound. Okay. Let me show you a little bit about, now there are problems with bounds. You can't compare bounds. So you can't say this funder is better than that because their lower bound is greater than somebody else's lower bound. Thanks. So let me show an example. This is actually a social enterprise. There's a $430,000 investment by DIV. There's an RCT for tea pickers. It showed a 22% productivity increase. Not everybody's a tea picker. We cut that in half somewhat arbitrarily. So we assume 11% gain. 6.8 million glasses. The investment share was 5%. We calculate 31 million in benefits. Okay? When we add up across the 5, we spent 16 million on the whole portfolio. When we add up across the 5, we get a 200, when we focus on the lower number, we got a 260 million benefit, so a 17-to-1 benefit cost ratio. If we haven't updated this, if we projected that straight line, it'd be 180 million. And, an additional 180 million, so even bigger gain, I think, 24. But that's, I think there's imprecision around all these numbers in the lower bounds anyway. The point is, it looks like it was a very high return. And, certainly better than 1-to-1, and looks in the range of some of these scientific R&D portfolios. Obviously, this is just one particular entity, and maybe we got some lucky draws at the beginning. Okay, this raises a question, why the positive social returns when private investors are presumably more nimble? And I think the hypothesis would be, or that I'll propose, is that commercial investors leave an arbitrage opportunity for socially minded investors when there's low ex-ante expected private returns, but high social returns. And we know something about that from economic theory about what those cases will be, and I alluded to that in the beginning of the talk. Low barriers to entry is one of them. I wrote potential customers, government. More generally, if the potential customer has monopsony power, then there might be underinvestment unless they can do it themselves. It might be even worse with the government because they can do things that other monopsony buyers might not be able to. let me show you let me show you an example like that, actually. Sorry, I should have put the slide in multiple times. So the innovation that scaled the most, and again, this was a private firm. It's a US firm that produced software for community health workers. And and they have a number of different clients, but among them was the government of India, which has, I think, 1 million community health workers. So you're serving a lot of mothers if you get this out to those community health workers. Well, India went with their product for a while, but then later they decided they were going to redo their contracting. They kept the basic idea, but they went with an Indian firm. Now, if you're a private investor, that's a disaster. If you're a socially minded investor and there's no barriers to entry, that's a plus. And and as long as the government of India, if there's no barriers to entry, so you wind up with lots of competitors, that's good. If it's this type of case where the government, there's a monopoly buyer and they go for someone else, well, as long as that other product is good, it's fine. If you think that other product isn't as good, there's some cost. But okay. Sorry, let me go forward. Okay, or cases where the customer doesn't obtain the full value of the product, the communicable disease intervention, environmental intervention, innovation. Okay. So, you can have this rough type of typology. So, there are going to be, I think sometimes people get the wrong idea. So, I think there are a lot of innovations. Most innovations are developed by the private sector for private markets, and that's, typically great. Ride-hailing apps are useful for high-income countries, and then they're adopted in low-income countries, and that's presumably great. Although I know people have different views on that. But obviously areas where so this is access to social benefits, this is private profitability. There's some things that are privately profitable but might not be good socially. There's a ton of things, and I think this is sometimes why impact investing gets a bad name, it's this thing called play pots, this idea that children's merry-go-round, or children are going to push it, and that's going to pump water at the same time, got a lot of hype, got some public funding. But, pumping water is a lot of work. It's not exactly something that, kids are going to do for fun. And it's a terrible failure, and both privately and socially. Okay? But if you said why, if you'd stop to say, well, why isn't the private sector doing that? Maybe you wouldn't have invested in that. But I think there are other things where the expected social benefit is positive, but the expected profitability is negative. So, strategies to reduce electoral fraud. There's a bunch of innovations on that. It's not clear you're going to make money from that. Or, this is something I was involved in. Water treatment dispensers. But then you're giving away. Key part of that was giving away the product for free. Again, you're probably not going to make a lot of money doing that. There are other things. There might be this area. I'm not saying there's no purpose in business schools running these competitions for innovations that could, but some of those things might they might be positive profitability once they're developed, but they're risky, and then that might be the case where it makes sense to invest. One, or at least a important case where it's important, where public sector subsidies for the innovation investment makes sense. Okay. I think this has implications for design features. If I thought about, feedback for I remember talking to a venture capitalist, and I was arguing to give feedback to the rejected applicants, and he thought I was totally crazy. The venture capitalist would never do that. Takes time, energy. You might get lawsuits. But if you're trying to, if some of these innovators are going to go in and do something, you've got peer reviews, you might as well give it to them. Why we relied very heavily on peer review. rather than internal staff analysis. Well, there's some dangers of that if you're a venture capitalists do peer review as well, but there's some dangers. Somebody might get the idea. You don't want the idea to leak. Having involvement of researchers who are going to write up papers that communicate to the whole world about this, well, that's not great from the standpoint of protecting the innovation, but it might be good socially. Support for early stage innovations. I argued that the pilots did pretty well. Well, but sure, the pilot might have done well in terms of scaling, but if you're a private investor, you want to pick the firm that is actually going to have the product that scales. You don't want the idea to do well. You want the particular firm to do well. So there's reason to invest at a somewhat later stage. And then openness across sectors. Obviously, this is conjecture, but if you're a very top venture capital firm, you can sign up who you want, the entrepreneurs you want. But if you're not at the top, then you have a real adverse selection problem. So it makes sense for you to specialize. We're working in a particular area within biotech, and we fund things there and then we employ the staff who can judge, proposals in that area of biotech. In our case, we could, because there aren't as many funders who are giving away money, I think we had less reason to worry about that adverse selection problem. It wasn't quite as bad for us. Okay, let me, there are other things I could talk about. Let me mention, I'm not going to talk about them, but let me just put them out there in case people do want to talk about them in Q&A. One is, I should say that France has set up an open tiered evidence-based social innovation fund called FID, which Esther Duflo and Pascaline Dupont are both involved in. I think there's it's different in some ways, but similar. I think there's with these high returns, I think there's a role for setting up similar funds in other contexts. This was in international development, but I think similar things could be done in climate, in other areas. I'm chairing a commission on innovation for climate change, food security, and agriculture. And this is not setting up a fund, but we've looked at a number of areas, and I think there's both a number of innovations that are ready to transition to scale and a bunch of earlier stage innovations that are worth support, which are not being, my subjective judgment is that these are not being pursued by the private sector enough because of gaps between the commercial incentives and the social value of this research. So happy to talk about that. And in the introduction, Laura mentioned the advanced market commitments, and we've got just launched a initiative on market shaping and to try to complement this sort of upfront funding approach to innovation with incentives that reward successful innovations, as in the advanced market commitment for pneumococcus vaccine. And I think that approach can also be useful, and happy to discuss that as well.
It's on already? Okay, great. So I think we have about 18 minutes, and we'll take questions, and we'll use the mic. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand, and then I can come to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Matthias Thiemann, Sciences Po Paris. Great work. I'm really happy to see this work. I wanted to ask, this seems to make a clear case for public venture funds. If you could expand on this, if this is where you would be willing to take this idea. Europeans are trying to go in this direction. And the second question that I would have is, how do you calculate, which you can't, but how do you approximate expected social benefits? Like, what's the way that you think about, so I agree with the intuition, right. It makes a lot of sense, but how could we go about establishing interdisubjectively the expected social benefits of an innovation? Thank you.
Right. on the first part of the question, would it be useful for public research funders to use this approach? Yes, so I think it would be. I don't want to take away, to the extent that public research funders are focusing on basic research, I think that's really important, and I'm not suggesting, taking away money from that. But I guess I would take from this that not only that it's worth public research funds supporting this, but that, I'll give an example. In the U.S., and I don't know how this has worked out, I haven't seen the data from it, but the Department of Education established a program to support local initiatives that would try and do careful evaluations to come up with better ideas in education. And that's funded out of the Education Department. So I would support things like that. But sure, I'd also support it if there's, if we're not pulling away money from something else that's very high return, I'd support that for public research funders. And then in terms of how did we calculate it, so I gave you an example of how we calculate that ex post. Ex ante, that's tricky, but we certainly did not do that type of calculation in TIV. We didn't have the staff. But I think and only sort of realized some of this logic, ex post looking at the data. But I do think it's possible to say, private funders, Warren Buffett is famous for saying he wants to invest in things where there's a moat, where there's protection for the first entrant against, I think it's worth public research funders saying, well, we are not interested in a moat. In fact, a moat is a negative for us. And if we fund something with a moat, we might just be displacing private investment, and we're probably not contributing as much to social welfare. So I think those sorts of informal qualitative things could be done. Or we're looking for things that, reduce emissions because we think there's a clear market failure on top of the normal ones there.
Compare the bounds across funders, because that'd be very easy. That'd be useful if one could, compare different funds.
Yeah, So first, just logically, if we have a lower bound, but we don't know the upper bound, then the fact that funder A has a higher lower bound than funder B doesn't mean that A has a higher return than lower B. So that's the logical reason. I'd also add to that, there's a bunch of assumptions that go here, and we tried to be really conservative in part because we knew we could, and we'd still get our message across. But in some ways we were too conservative. I guess for another funder, I think the question should be: is their lower bound above 1 or 1.2 or 1.4 or whatever you think the relevant marginal cost of funding is? Not whether the French. I have no idea whether the French initiative will wind up higher or lower than this, but I don't think that, we shouldn't be worried about that.
I have a question, and you may have addressed this, and I may have missed it particularly in your graph. It's about how you're thinking about scalability. So, right, we know this is very important, scalability, when you're doing startups and VC work. But a lot of this socially beneficial type of activities, and I've been looking at impact investment with a bunch of people over the years, is that it's is this limit on the scalability of the services or the type of assistance or benefit that they're trying to get. It could be scalable at some point, but it depends really on this, call it an intermediary organization, or the ability, these organizational principles that they're trying, because they need very specific relationships or information. Think of micro-lending to a certain degree. And then there's this problem, though, of getting it to a size where outsiders will say, okay, now we can ride that. And I don't know how you've thought about that problem.
Yeah, I wonder whether, I don't know, but I wonder whether one other hypothesis for why the randomized trials were associated with scaling was, obviously consumers aren't going to pay any attention to a randomized trial, but ultimate final consumers. But the intermediary organizations, like a government or even a large business, there was one thing that scaled, which was approach to reducing accidents in minibuses, and they got the private insurance companies to adopt this because they showed them some evidence. So I think I think there might be a role for evidence creation there. But we didn't. Here's what I am a little bit. A lot of these ideas were pretty far-fetched when they started, and a lot of them failed, right? So I would hate to make a requirement for that the large organization has to put in money to do this, because one person within the large organization might have authority to say, yeah, we will do this experiment, and we'll try out this idea, but they don't necessarily have authority to sign the contract for a big study or to put the money into it. So that's where I think these things do generate a social benefit beyond that one organization, because ideally these could be used in many countries. So I think it's worth. I would argue it's worth taking some risks and not asking for very, very heavy requirements for the intermediary organization. It's obviously a plus. An application where shows the intermediary organization is taking this idea seriously and is putting in money, much stronger application. But we don't require that, and I think that's for a very early stage thing, and I think that's appropriate.
Yeah. We're on this side of the room now. We've got a question here.
Thanks. This is really fascinating. When I try to step back from some of the examples and put them back in their context, insofar as I understand their context, which is very limited, I wind up with a whole host of other questions. So just to give you an example, if I understand your tea pickers example correctly, it strikes me that not only is the social return high, the private return is high. 22% is a pretty big increase in productivity. What's the market failure preventing people from buying glasses or investing in glasses when they will buy scissors or portable harvesters or what have you?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think that's a really interesting question in its own right. So this organization, they originally wanted to sell in the private market to ultimate consumers. And actually, they're classified this way. We classified them by ex-ante proposal. But that market didn't work. I think I have to conjecture it's some sort of behavioral issue where people don't realize how bad their eyesight is because it deteriorates gradually. So they now sell to firms that, a firm that runs a tea plantation, and they're willing to do this. But I don't know. It's a great question. Behavioral is my best guess.
Back over here.
I was wondering about differences across different types of innovations and different types of industries. So when I saw this, I almost fell backwards because it seems like it's like climate change, food security, and agriculture. It's so big. And then I'm wondering whether what you learn from one of these parts actually always translates into another one, and how are the differences across those areas?
Yeah, our sample size is too small to cut it off, unfortunately. I do think there is a theme of innovations in public service delivery. I think there's probably a pretty severe underinvestment in that area.
You mentioned that the returns on investments are very, over here. You mentioned that the return on investment is very skewed. I'm wondering, can you get a confidence interval on the portfolio return?
We haven't done that. I don't know how to get an upper bound. Here's why, just logically, we couldn't get an upper bound. Everything's going to depend on what happens in the future. Are these innovations going to go from where they are to 100 million or 500 million people? Then the return will be astronomical. But it's too early to tell after a decade. I mean, maybe not in the tech sector, things scale very quickly, but in most innovations take decades.
Hi, I had a question about your the rightmost project that was about software for community health workers.
Yeah.
So this was just out of curiosity, out of all the applications that you saw, because the VC model in tech, the softwares have this capacity of reaching a lot of people with very low investment. So the market failures might be preventing public benefit softwares from being developed. So my question is, in the applications, like, did you see more of those projects, and if those failed, like, why would they fail? Or if you didn't see many software applications, why not? What's your hypothesis of?
So I will note that I'm really excited about the potential of software to improve public services. This was a decade ago, so, pre-large language models, but there were still, and maybe, well, there was some work on digital agriculture that seems to be going somewhere. I think digital is an exciting area. I can't give you a breakdown of the return to digital versus non-digital.
In your sample, like, did you see any applications of that kind in the initial round?
Oh, we certainly get lots of applications for digital things, but I don't know, relative to, I don't know whether we funded too much or too little or whatever. But
any other questions? Let's see. I don't see any hands, but there's one. Okay, great.
Thanks so much. I thought the discussion around the prior RCT and how that affected the success was very interesting. I'm curious. I know the sample size is small, so this might have to be a qualitative answer. But if I was to ask the question, there's a experimental or quasi-experimental study that was done before, and do those quasi-experimental studies also predict success, or a very well done meta-analysis? So I'm trying to understand, if there's not a prior RCT, in your experience or either in the data, probably the former, what are ways that seem to suggest that it'll be successful?
Well, I think cost is a big predictor, and I think whether you're selling to, my guess is that if we took those out of the sample, so first, I don't think there's anything special about RCTs. If somebody has a great regression discontinuity design, fantastic. I doubt, we don't have the data, can't say it with these 43 data points that include zero well-identified regression discontinuity designs, but my conjecture would be, that would also be associated with scaling. And I think my guess is that the other predictors will still work, even outside the RCT context.
Maybe I might get the last question. So this idea that governments can invest in stuff that has a high social return, low private return, is very compelling. What governments are not so good at doing is recovering from perceived failures. So the play pumps is it's not as famous, but Solyndra or whatever, these things that, and so I'm wondering how you can insulate the public investment institution from that kind of pressure that would enable them to take the sort of risk that would give the right, you could get the right tails, but you're going to have a bunch of failures, which might be politically difficult to manage.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So I'll give two answers to that. One, for some reason, that problem has turned out for us to be less of a problem than I would have guessed. I mean, I've shown that graph various places, and before a decade, being 12 years old doesn't seem very long, but there were Republican supporters of this, strong Republican supporters of this. I don't know whether there still are, but I think somebody from Romney's campaign, it sounds like ancient history now, but was very excited about this, for example. But let me give another answer to thus plug the final thing that I wanted to plug. Another approach is to set up things that only pay out if they succeed, and then rely on the private sector to work out the financing. So let me plug I talked, the pneumococcal vaccine advanced market commitment was discussed earlier. So this was a commitment to buy a vaccine if one was developed for the strains of pneumococcus that affect low-income countries. But let me give a climate example. So cement, concrete, that accounts for 7% of emissions. The chemical process when you make cement releases a lot of greenhouse gases. The U.S. government procures about 50% of the cement in the United States, 49%. So imagine the U.S. government just said, the U.S. government also has a social cost of carbon, which is now about $50, but they're going to raise it to $190, or at least, that's the plan. And cement costs about, the social cost of making cement is in the same order of magnitude. So you would, now the U.S. has the social cost of carbon. It theoretically uses that when it decides whether to build a bridge or not, or a highway. But in the procurement, that isn't actually factored in. Imagine the government announced procurement rules. And I learned about this, actually. Sorry for the slightly long-winded answer. But I learned about this when I took my required training course as a government employee, which I am part-time because of DIV, and learned about, for some reason, I had to take a training course on how to procure software. I don't know why. But that included something saying that I have to pay attention to, or the focus of the training course was procuring software for people with disabilities. And the government has a set of rules for that. It has to be accessible. And it also has to be the best available, some clause like that, which you can get out of under only extreme conditions. And you should, the video told me, don't even try, okay? So, and the government explicitly does that. One of the rationales for that policy was to generate innovation to make more accessible software, okay? Well, maybe economists don't want this sort of legalistic with no dollar signs in there. But in the case of carbon, we've got a price. We've got $190. So imagine that the government just announced when we evaluate bids we're going to take into account not just the price, we look at the price of the concrete we're not going to just look at the bid, but we're going to add in $190 per ton of carbon, and you have to get evaluated for what you're doing. Well, there's a bunch of technologies for lower carbon production in cement manufacturing, ranging from putting in some additives, which I think might be a 30% reduction, to using an entirely different process, which would be 98% reduction. So that's an example where if, we know we've got, global warming isn't controversial at all. So since we've got consensus on that, we can, but there's some countries where it's not controversial. So if there's consensus on that, then you could have a policy saying, hey, we're not making the bet on which technology is going to work. We know that some will work, some won't. We'll let the private sector sort that out. But we promise if you create the clean cement that's certified by some certifying body, then you can factor that into, we'll factor that into your bids. And that could create a market for this type of innovation.
Thank you. I think we have to end there. So thank you again to Michael for the session. Okay, and then we're at 2:04 right now. We're going to resume at 2:15 for our next parallel session. Thanks.
this up.
Yeah, I think that we should be able to, and you just use the clicker. Okay, we're going to get started with the third parallel session that we have in here. Okay, great. Thank you for coming to this session. We have 3 speakers who are each going to present for 30 minutes, and we'll take questions as we go during the presentations as opposed to at the end. Okay, we're very happy to have our first speaker, David Yang, here from Harvard. I'm going to hand it over to him.
Great, thanks for having the paper on the program. So it's very much related to the talk by Michael just now, but this is about the private market, so private VC market. We're going to talk about appropriate entrepreneurship and what's the impact of the rising of venture capitalists in China, how that's affecting the rising of entrepreneurship in the developing world. Okay, this joint work with Shareholder, Junxi Liu, and Jacob Moscona, who's also in the audience, who will help with all the difficult questions. Okay, so the background motivation of this research is that for a long time, global investments in entrepreneurship and innovation really is concentrated in the developed country. In fact, it's mostly concentrated in one country, which is the United States. Okay? To the extent that we think the ventures that are invested in the developed country or the technology that's been developed in the developed country are tailored to characteristics that's appropriate for the developed country, this will mean that these technology that's coming out of, or this business model that's going to come out of such process may not be the best technology, best business model for the rest of the world, especially in the developing world. Okay? A natural hypothesis of this would be, had there been a developing country that emerged as a global venture capital or entrepreneurship investment leader, this will have consequences not only going to affect the entrepreneurship and technologies coming just for that country, but it's going to potentially affect the ecosystem for the rest of the developing world. Okay? And this is the hypothesis that we're going to test empirically in this project. In particular, we're going to think about the venture capitalist, venture market as a case, and think about sort of these entrepreneurship investments around the world as a result of a very dramatic rising of the VC market in China. Okay, so this is a picture that shows you sort of the recent history of the venture sort of investment, especially the destination of the investments around the world. For the longest time, since the early days of the VC, which is a business model that's funded in the United States, U.S. is the basically monopoly by far of the source of the venture capitalists. Up until the early 2000s, 90% of the VC investments are geared towards business that's situated in the United States. And this has really dramatically changed in the last 10 years, where China rise, where now the venture investment is bipolar. U.S. occupies about 50% of the world's venture investment in terms of destination, and China's the 40%, and the rest of the world remains about 10%. Okay? Now, yeah. Right. So, but if you look, so 2019 is going to be sort of the peak if you think about China's sort of overall share. But if you even just take the average of the last 10 years, China remain about 35 to 40%. Okay. Now, what makes this particularly unprecedented is that this is the first and only sort of developing country that rises to this stage. And to the extent that we think the business model that may get funded or attracted by the U.S. ventures might be very different from the venture that's get funded in China, that would have potential consequences for the rest of the developing countries. Okay, and a particular mechanism that's going to make such emerging market spillover potentially plausible in the VC world is that in the venture capitalist environment, we're operating under extremely high degree of information, lack of information or uncertainty. So a lot of the venture are funded because of the existence of early benchmark. And for a long time, the benchmark for the successful business that existed only in the United States, that you can only get funding if you can say that this particular business model has worked out in the United States, and you can receive funding in the potential in your own country. Okay. Now, As China rises, it's going to potentially change some of the landscape. Now, in addition to the companies that worked out in the United States, you can also have a different set of companies that might have worked out in China. And for some of the emerging markets, they could use a different set of those benchmarks to potentially attract funding and to fund their own business. Okay? This certainly seems to be sort of pretty salient if you ask the industry players, where they explicitly saying that now a lot of the Chinese business that's been receiving funding over the last 10 years has been used as a potential benchmark when they evaluate sort of business opportunities in the emerging market. Okay? One particularly salient example, and this is actually very much related to Michael's talk just now, which is the education tech sector. This is a sector that barely existed in the United States, in part because the modern brick education infrastructure in the US is fairly good, that there's no such high demand for personalized sort of ed tech sector to emerge. China had a boom in education tech sector in the mid 2010s, particularly driven by sort of a large demand of education sort of solutions in the rural sector and in the sort of the second or third tier cities. After the China's rise and receiving a huge amount of funding in the VC market in the education sector, then it has the entrepreneurs in the sector in India start to follow suit, and some of the largest players today, such as Baidu, is very much sort of a result of potentially following sort of the China's model. And this is explicitly been mentioned by the VC player that are active in the space, where they're using previously you could not get this funding to the entrepreneurs in India, but now they could because they have seen a similar business model have worked out in China. Yeah.
VC market, or is this like, how much should we think of there also being involvement of the state as being something that's distinct between the US and China?
So we're not going to be distinguishing, for example, go back to this figure, how much of the China rise is coming from pure private VC funding, how much is coming from government-led funding. There's going to be a part of the what's going to sort of, I want you to have in mind is that you could imagine to the extent a lot of the China sort of VC lead is going for sectors that government cared about and that not necessarily suitable for China domestically. That would limit to the extent that other emerging market might pick this up because it's distortion even within the Chinese environment. So you can think about to the extent we're going to find the other emerging market benefiting from the China's sort of rise, it's going to go against sort of a lot of the earlier stage potential government-driven distortive forces.
And I guess, I mean, thinking about Michael's talk with like this, thinking about the social returns, like if there's high social returns, you might still see diffusion, but just different actors involved in adoption in other settings.
Right.
But maybe that's just.
So here we're going to mostly think about sort of the ones with maybe high private returns. Yeah.
Didn't the Chinese government like destroy this, huge boom? And
Yeah.
And did that destruction have any negative spillover on, venture capital investment in the sector outside of China?
I'm going to come back to this at the end. Yeah, I don't have anything to show you about the collapse of some of the sectors in China. I will show you evidence about the earlier rises, but we're going to come back to this in the end.
Just a clarification question to follow up on that. How much of the VC boom in China is U.S. capital, like Sequoia, or how much is it, domestic VC funds?
It's a mixture. A lot of the earlier players were graduates of either their U.S. VC themselves or the graduates of the individuals who worked at U.S. VC firms. So that we're not going to make a strong distinction. I'm going to actually show you some evidence that a lot of this later on emerging market sort of follow-up is driven by a lot of by the local players, not just by the ones. Domestic savings. Right. So I'm talking about sort of the source of fund, right? You can think about Sequoia and then the graduates of the Sequoia funds and they start their own funds and so on. So there's certainly you can trace almost all the VCs in the world to the U.S. At some point. So there's no distinction from that perspective. Okay. So the three questions we're going to ask in this project. As China rises as a global VC investor, at least as another sort of source of potential leader compared to the U.S., does the emerging markets follow suit? In particular, does this mean that a lot of the more developing market, appropriate technology and appropriate business models and ventures gets funded because of China's rise? And what is the broader economic consequences of this? Okay. I'm give you a quick preview of what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the answer of the first question is yes. Developing market very much follows suit after China's rise, and this is particularly an area where developing market is similar in terms of the sector level suitability with China. I'm going to tell you a lot more about exactly what we mean by suitability in a second. Most of this is happening through local investors. Most of this is happening through new firms, and many of this is happening through similar business models that you see that has become successful in China that now emerged in the emerging market again. Okay? It seems to be not sort of having a net sort of a zero effect. It actually pushed sort of a broader ecosystem of ventures because of the rise. Okay, let me show you the four sort of three pieces of data that we needed to build this analysis. The first one is that we're going to work with a pitch book data, which is by now the gold standard of the global investment. It has its issues, but this is the best available on the market. It gives you about sort of 180,000 venture deals that took place around the world in the last 2 decades. So that's going to be the baseline of the venture deals that we're working with around the world. Okay. Now these 180,000 venture deals is going to link to a particular company, but not all the deals is going to be linked to a particular sector. And most of the analysis is going to be thinking about at the sector level, do sectors that worked in China start to rise also in an emerging market? So we're going to need to find a way to categorize all these deals into sectors. Okay, we're going to start with the hand-curated sector mapping that the pitch book did, which maps about 26,000 companies into 266 sectors. So you can think about these as natural language technology is one sector, one of the 266 sectors that's under the umbrella of AI and machine learning macro sector. Okay, there's going to be 15 macro sectors and further divided into the hierarchy of 266. Surveillance and fraud detection will be, again, as an example of one sector under the fintech macro sector. Okay? We're going to essentially take this 26,000 company that has mapped to these 260 sectors as a training set, and then use the machine learning to map the rest of the companies, about 440,000 of them, that have ever received any deal in the pitch book data into these 266 sectors.
I don't want to derail it, but I'm interested why you would do it this way and not just try to compute the similarity of all the different deals and then compare similarity across the countries as opposed to sector.
So we can do that if we don't want to take a stance on exactly what's the buckets of the sectors. So that would be one way to do it. It's going to be harder in some sense. If we're going to do that, we're going to talk about sort of 440K by 440K pair. So computationally, it's going to be 2 years later, I will report maybe some. So one thing we could do is that once we have the bucket, we can look at sort of within all the companies within the sector, pairwise similarity regarding business model. I'll have something to show you on that in a bit. But that's computationally much less demanding than we're going to do 440K pairs. Okay? Now, once we have the sector, what's going to be extremely important and relevant for the for part of the analysis is that this is going to allow us to define which of the sector China did better than the U.S., either in relative or in absolute term. Okay? There are going to be sectors where U.S. by far leads in terms of the number of companies that receive the venture deals. And there are sectors, again, education tech sector is the one example I showed earlier, where vast majority of the companies who receive venture deals are Chinese companies. The U.S. was not a big player in this. This sector may not exist had China did not emerge as a venture leader. Okay, so I'm going to define China-led sector in our baseline as the sector that has relative more deals coming from China than coming from the U.S. companies. And we can also do this in the absolute term. The baseline results is not going to be different by which way we do that. Okay, the third empirical exercise, sort of data sort of exercise we need to do to building a lot of the source of our for our identification is that we want to find a way to potentially measure country pair level, country pair by sector level, whether you're suitable, more suitable and more similar in terms of the sector suitability with China. Okay, the idea is that for companies that have certain sector that's more suitable to China and similarly more suitable to China, you might start to see a greater emergence of their local ventures following the suit of China. Yeah.
Do these deals tend to get pitched in both markets, or do you, or don't, or like either
So I'm going to show you, I will show you on average within a sector, for example, what's the composition of the founder. But I don't know within the company what's the composition. That we can do maybe by adding company fixed effects. That's something, an answer that's findable, but I don't have that on top of my head for you. Yeah. Okay, so for the country pair and by sector level suitability measure, and you can think about this as a matter of how appropriate for a given sector that sort of a Chinese technology would have been for another country, especially those in the emerging market. We're going to take sort of, this is one approach. You can think about many potentially other approaches. We're going to take all the World Bank's sort of development indicators as our starting point, and then we're going to assign each of these indicators to potentially multiple sectors that are relevant. So if it's about sort of education and fintech, we're going to assign any variable that's to do with education and human capital to that sector and so on. Okay, so it's going to be M-to-M matching, that multiple sort of indicators may be matched to multiple sectors. And then we're going to standardize all this and then calculate sort of the distance across these indicators within a given sector, how different you are relative to where China stands in terms of the socioeconomic conditions before the rise of China. So this is going to be an ex-ante measure, and sort of that's going to the weighted sum, the average weighted sum across all these indicators is going to be our appropriateness, our suitability measure at the sector country pair level. Okay. I think I see another hand. Right. So we take all the indicators and we do the matching. So we did not hand cherry-picked. Yes. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I realize I think we're streaming, so we should be trying to ask questions on the mic. So was there another question? Or?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can just shout it out while the microphone. Yeah, so you began by positing that Chinese venture firms will develop a technology that's distinctive from what's being developed in the U.S., right, because it's in a developing country. But when you designate these China-led sectors, you're just looking at sectors where the quantitative number of deals, you know, for Chinese firms is bigger than the quantitative number of deals for U.S. firms. The technology could be very similar. Is there anything in your empirical work that's trying to actually quantify the distinction or the difference in the technology being pushed by Chinese versus U.S. firms?
Right. So that's a great question. So two answers to that. One is I'm going to show you some pictures just as for now that, you know, the sectors that sort of worked in the U.S., even at the sector, you can think about this at the extensive margin, that do distinctively look very different compared to the sectors that worked in China, compared to sort of where these sectors sort of situated across the spectrum of the emerging markets. The second, I think what you're really after is that now can we define some notion of business model and measure it and see that do the business model measurement of the company that worked in China look distinctly different from ones in the US? And that question is going to be slightly harder because if we ideally would like to compare that within the sector. I'm going to show you some evidence of that with the answer earlier. Within the sector, we can measure cross-country pair level differences in the business description. That's going to take sort of the pitch book description of the business model as the actual business model. That would be one way to do it. Another way that we're struggling of thinking about doing it would be sort of having a clearly defined sort of dimensions of business models and then actually code them and then do this to 440,000 companies, which you know, in theory is doable, but empirically is harder to implement. Yeah, but I agree with that sort of. You know, I will show you sort of a maybe more black box way of thinking about business model, but not in a more concrete way. Okay, so this suitability measure actually do capture a quite reasonable variation. So what I'm showing you here is on average across the sectors, what is the country's average level of suitability relative to China across these sectors? Okay, so what you see here is that emerging markets overall, especially the large emerging markets, are substantially more suitable on average to China. And again, probably not surprising. But what's also noted here is that China is not going to be the ones that's going to be closest to all emerging markets. You know, many sort of developing countries in Africa are not that similar in terms of socioeconomic conditions, sector by sector, compared to China. But on average, they're much more. The emerging markets are much more suitable. But that may not be the sort of the most relevant measure because the U.S. is always going to be the status quo option. So China rising is going to offer a second sort of option for you to potentially benchmark. So what's potentially value added here is going to be the differential suitability that you can be pulled into China relative to the US. So what's shown here in this picture is the difference between the average sector level suitability between the US versus China for each country. So here you see a clear picture that most of the developed world are much closer to the United States in terms of the sector level suitability versus the developing essentially the entire emerging market. They're much closer on average to China than to the US. Okay, so this is going to be at the baseline where, as China rises, you're going to see potentially a lot more sectors that's going to be potential that's going to share a high level suitability relative to where the US stands.
So I assume you don't know what all 1,000 indicators are, but can I think of this as basically...
Jacob may know.
Yeah, maybe Jacob knows all 1,000 indicators, but can I think of this as just like the distance in GDP between the US and that country, or sorry, between China and that country?
No, so a lot of it, so in fact, and this is really what is going to give us a lot of variation. Even within the same country, across sectors, you're going to have very different suitability with respect to China. So take here as two examples, agricultural technology and fintech. Right? For fintech, India ranked as the highest based on our measure about how suitable that sector is with respect to the condition of China. But India is, on average, more suitable to China relative to the US, but it's not nearly as more suitable. So we're going to use a lot of the within country across sector level variation in where it stands, and sort of that's going to essentially take out sort of the country level GDP where that will explain sort of the average differences, but it wouldn't explain all the within sector differences. Is going to be sort of India in the human in the human capital composition part is going to be closer than for example the soil suitability part. So these indicators are being allocated to the sectors. Right? We're going to take all the indicators and then we're going to allocate indicators to the sector that we think is relevant. Now, these are all done by hand by our judgment, so you can quibble about that. But it's going to be, if it's about education, we're going to assign all the human capital related indicators to education. If it's about agriculture, we're going to assign everything about crops, suitability, and those type of things to attack and so on. Okay. So let me charge on a bit and start to show you some results. Our baseline analysis is going to be a triple diff. We're going to think about sort of the countries, for country C in sector S at time t, how much investment that sector receives as a function of whether the sector was led by China. It's going to define the sector level, whether it's happened post-China rise as a global leader in that sector, and whether that sector in that country is more closely suitable compared to where the situation is in China. Okay? We can control for all the two-way fixed effects here, which is going to be that the differences in entrepreneurship specialism by country, for example, wouldn't affect our result. The trend, nation-specific trend shouldn't affect our baseline results, and global trend that's going to be specific to different sector also shouldn't affect the results. This is really going to be identified out of within country, across sector, and over time level variation. Okay? So the regression estimates that I wanted to focus on is the positive coefficient in the first two columns here. The positive coefficient here means that there's going to be a rise of sector receiving more venture funding during years after China has risen in sectors where China actually led, and in sectors where that sector is actually more closely suitable compared to China. Okay, you can do this a bit more disaggregatedly across sort of the deciles of suitability. Focus on the right-hand panel here. After the 2013, which is the year in which China sort of on average start to rise, you see that as sectors within a given country start to become more are more suitable relative to China, those sectors indeed after the post-2013 period start to receive more investment funding. This is not the case before 2013, so your sector level suitability to China, these are time invariant characteristics measured beforehand, does not predict sort of your pre-2013 investments where China was not the benchmark, it did not exist as a benchmark, the US was a benchmark. Okay? In other words, the reverse of this is that US was played as the benchmark. Right? If you have sectors that are more similarly suitable to the US, and to the extent before 2013, US is the only places where you can use as a benchmark, it's the places in emerging markets where there's a sector that's more closely similar to the United States that receive more funding. That's no longer the case in the post-2013 period, but before 2013, for the emerging markets, it's those sectors receive the funding. Now, you have to remember that on average, emerging markets have fewer of those sectors. Right? Emerging markets is going to have a lot more close to China sectors, and they really take advantage of that after the rise. Yeah.
Super interesting, and I fully believe the results. But I'm wondering whether you could do more to think about the direction of suitability. Because one way to think about this is that if I give funding, I breed foreign competitors to my products. And that probably I don't want to do, but I may want to make them be able to build me better inputs. So I'm wondering whether you can do anything to tease out like differences between, so thinking along the value chain, from inputs to different processes.
That's a great point. In fact, this is a conversation we were just having a few days ago. I don't have anything to show you directly, but thinking about sort of the different competition motivations, thinking about how this then potentially benefit or hurt the other countries where the funding might be coming from. That's something that's certainly empirically potentially tractable, but we haven't done anything close to that. Okay. So I have 5 minutes left. I want to show you one notion about the magnitudes. I want to show you some sort of results on what we think is happening and then the broader implications. Okay? The effect here is quite sizable. Okay, 1 standard deviation increase in your sector's suitability to China triples the amount of investments that that sector receives. If you think about this in a more aggregate sense, had China not emerged as a second global VC powerhouse on top of the US, you will see 20% fewer emerging market deals overall speaking. And to the extent that emerging sort of VC deals and company backed by VC really is a disproportionately large of successful companies, this is a very sizable increase that emerging market received. And to the extent that these are happening in the sectors where the business model might be more appropriate, this could be even larger benefit to the broader ecosystem. Okay? I want to show you a few more results regarding the mechanisms. This one has come up a couple of times. We're measuring sort of business model. We can take tax of companies within the sector for each pair and think about sort of the taxal similarity as a way to measure a business model. So again, take the education tag as example. Baiju and Yuan Fudao, which is 2 of the largest players in both China and India. Based on this textual description of the business model, they're going to be called very similar. So Baiju basically is explicitly sort of modeled after what has worked in China after Yuan Fudao. And another company in China, which is meant for a different education sector, is going to be coded correctly in this case as not as similar in terms of business model. Okay? So for the sector that if we do this as an outcome and use our baseline specification, the sectors that receive more funding, the companies that receive more funding after the rest of China in the most suitable sectors were precisely the companies that have greater textual similarity with the company in China in a sector that was funded beforehand. So it was potentially exclusively following what has worked in China and then use that similar business model in the other emerging markets. This already mentioned, most of this is coming from a variety of investors, but the lion's share of the investors were local investors. And this is not to the Chinese investors going out and do this, or US investors. Local investors played a very important role here. The final thing about sort of the mechanism is that this is not just all politics, in the sense of, to the extent that you think VC markets are somewhat efficient, it's actually screened out a lot of the the sectors where Chinese government cared about, but may not be that sort of suitable even for China. It's the sector that emerged in China from a bottom-up perspective. In the early days, there will be education technology, for example, that has the biggest sort of emerging market spillover. It's not sort of the top-down strategic sector that the Chinese government particularly cared about. That has some spillover, but not nearly as much as the bottom-up version. So what does that mean for the rest of the emerging markets economy? And I want to show you 3 final evidence regarding the broader impact. The first one is that this is not simply all driven by fat. Most of this company hasn't sort of really graduated in terms of IPO yet, just because this is a very recent phenomenon. But it certainly doesn't seem to be the case that all these companies that funded in the emerging markets were failed companies. Many of them were, if they ever become IPO, there's a higher fraction of them, and many of them just simply has not yet graduated. But it doesn't seem to be this all driven by failed cases. Okay. And the second sort of the broader ecosystem result I'm going to show you, which is quite sort of surprising, is that we can count whether a founder in the sector themselves is in the emerging market is a serial entrepreneur. Did they take the funding and the success business in the first sort of venture, and then basically use the reputational capital that they built for the first venture to fund another company in the future? Had the first company really was the successful one that wouldn't be funded, now that it's the funding, those entrepreneurs might have then become a serial entrepreneur. Okay? So this is precisely what we find. We find that not only do the sectors where they receive funding because they're China-led and more suitable locally, generate more serial funder, but potentially, quite importantly, these serial funders are not necessarily entering into another China-led sector. They're venturing into a sector that's not China-led, that did not have the China as a benchmark, but now potentially more locally suitable, and they use their own sort of track record to receive or attract future funding. Okay. And finally, sort of we have some firm level results that it seems to be also generating sort of a more firm in the local region where there are more Chinese led sectors to begin with. So I'm out of time. Let me sort of conclude that it seems that the rise of China as a pretty unprecedented case of a developing country become one of the global key player in venture really had spillover effects of other emerging markets, because the technology that's now not only sort of being tailored for the U.S. gets spread to the rest of the world, but technology that's spread in a developing country can also do so. It generates some interesting conceptual trade-offs, right? You might want to sort of think about you might want to concentrate a lot of the entrepreneurship and investments in the U.S. because there's scaling effect, there's conglomeration effects. That's going to trade it off against appropriateness, that not everything that developed or funded in the U.S. is necessarily going to be working for the emerging market, and vice versa. Not everything that's going to be appropriate for the emerging market work in the U.S. and hence had a U.S. track record. Now, the final point, back to Lee's question, is that, well, the caution's tale is that as China is moving towards cracking down on technology and cracking down or using a more government sort of oriented version of directing VC, and to the extent we see that only the ones that are bottom up ventures in China get spilled over to the rest of the world, it may start to mean that we're going to see maybe fewer of such spillover effects because of what's happening domestically in China. But we don't have an answer to that yet. But in the next couple of years, this is maybe what's happening. Great. Thank you.
People have to do questions over coffee. Sounds good, yeah.
So my slides will show up magically. Well, let me first. Oh, I do it myself? Oh, perfect. Well, it's very appropriate to have industrial policy conference at Columbia, because the intellectual parent of industrial policy was a graduate of Columbia University by the name of Alexander Hamilton, who's now a Broadway sensation. So if you care about a musical version of industrial policy, you might want to check it out. All right, so I'm going to talk about a research project co-authored with 3 other person with slightly different title. From the, how do I do this? No?
Not advancing. Sorry, just checking in with tech. It looks like the slides aren't advancing. I don't know if we have a, there we go.
All right, so, and it's also appropriate perhaps to talk about Chinese industrial policy. The previous paper is Jay's presentation in the morning as well, because China is in the background or foreground of many presentations in the morning. And one area in which Chinese industrial policy has attracted a lot of attention is its pro-innovation industrial policy, offering subsidies to firms doing innovation. And one of the often quoted data is that by now China records many more new patents in a year than any other country, including United States. And Chinese patent count, clearly has experienced a leap and bound in the last few decades. One of it has multiple pro-innovation industrial policy. One of the biggest one has the acronym of INNOCOM, which has a budget which is offering a big reduction in corporate income tax for, in the judgment of a government committee, qualified firms, and the budget outlay is bigger than the Science and Chips Act in the US in dollar amount. And two interesting features of this particular pro-innovation industrial policy is, the committee trying to judge whether the applicant for the subsidy has innovative ability or not, and one way they judge that is to count the number of recent patents owned by the firm. And the other feature is that the purchased patent is also eligible in the application. You don't have to present just in-house patents. And neither is unique to China. For example, the second feature, purchased patent is allowed in subsidy application is something that's a feature also shared by, say, the largest pro-innovation subsidy policy in Europe, the patent box policy. And the idea is, I guess, the same subsidy, the goal is to encourage more commercializable innovation. So if the same program can incentivize more firms, not just the firms that apply for subsidy to do innovation, why not? I guess the kind of intuition for why you might allow for purchased patent to be used in this. And the justification for why you look at the count of a new patent is that the alternative, you're trying to discern true quality of recent innovations is intrinsically hard. And perhaps a private sector CEO cannot really tell the quality of a patent in its early stage. And also probably you don't want to give bureaucrats too much discretion anyway to decide what quality is. For whatever reason, these are two important features, and we're going to evaluate the role of those features in the success or failure of these particular innovations. As a quick note, we're going to call inability to tell quality of innovation as a possible mild form of government failure, to contrast, to borrow terminology from as a pricing literature, strong form of government failure where lobbying, corruption then cause decision makers to deviate from social welfare maximizations, or semi-strong form government failure where bureaucrats don't work as hard as the private sector counterparts because they may not be paid as well. Whereas the mild form, talks about an issue that may not need to involve gross incompetence or corruption. So they're just being average. But nonetheless, we're going to argue they might have some consequences. So here's a picture about a time series of a patent count. So this industrial policy, we're going to evaluate a 2008 policy shock that dramatically scaled up the policy and introduced explicit link between number of new patents applicant firm has and the probability the firm will get a subsidy. We're going to empirically verify this. And you see the 2008, in fact, is a special, shows up in the time series plot of a count of patents. The rate of a patent count accelerates after that. Now, this is an area, innovation is an area in which there's a well understood market failure, existence of spillover. And we're going to allow for that. And so therefore, we know with the market failure, in principle, some social intervention could raise welfare. That's well understood. Also well understood is in practice, whether this works or not, depending on the relative importance of government failure or a market failure. There's lack of consensus about what the net of the two is, and here we want to assess in this particular case. We're going to suggest that in this particular case, this is the single largest pro-innovation industrial policy with the aid of structural estimation. We're going to conclude that this program generates a return, social return of a minus 19.7%. And again, within the structural model, if you only make one change, which is to allow bureaucrats to be able to tell the quality of patent, nothing else. I mean, this will lead them to only subsidize high quality patent, and this will turn around the return. The return will become positive 7.8%. Patent trade also play an interesting role here. So we're going to, as a secondary contribution, we want to argue there's a potential dark side of patent trade. In standard literature of patent trade, we understand patent trade is welfare enhancing, allowing better sorting between who does the invention and who used the invention. But in this context, patent trade could reduce welfare. In fact, if you make it harder to trade patent, welfare loss becomes smaller.
Yeah,
please.
I'm curious, it's not completely clear to me yet. Like, are you thinking of this policy as the problem is it's a poorly designed policy or it's not the optimal policy? Or are you saying even in a setting where you have an optimal policy, you're interested in the fact that the bureaucrats who are implementing the policy are kind of average quality citizens?
So we're saying counting patents but not being able to tell quality is not unique to this program, but it's a feature of the program. It's not, and this feature has very important consequence. Can you do better or not? We're going to do some counterfactuals that trying to see whether there are ways to improve on the design or not. Yes, please.
Sorry. When you talk about the bureaucrats being average, above average, below average, are you talking about the INNOCOM bureaucrats or the patent office bureaucrats or both?
The INNOCOM bureaucrats in this case.
But how do we know whether the patent office bureaucrats are doing a good job on the patent examination?
That's a separate question, but I can report some, yeah, they may not be, but I can report the following numbers. You can look at average rejection rate in Chinese patent examination process related to the US. They are comparable. So, I mean, the Chinese rejection rate is slightly lower than US, but that's not what gives you, that's not, so the dramatic increase in patents is not because the Chinese patent examiners approve every single applications. Okay, so are they doing a good job or not? I'm just comparing to their US counterparts. They're not that different. They may not be that different. I don't know. Okay. All right. So the story in words is this. Before I go to more details, we're going to argue that when it's difficult for a subsidy approving committee to know the quality, okay, subsidy can dramatically raise the incentive for firms to devote resources to produce low-quality patents. In our structural model, low-quality patent would be those defined as that don't directly enhance productivity of the firms, do not generate spillovers. They become variable only in the context of subsidy because they can improve the chance of a firm to receive a subsidy. Patent trade makes this worse because without patent trade, only those firms that apply for subsidy might waste resources. With patent trade, other firms may also be willing to waste resources with the hope that whatever thing they produce can sell to those firms that do apply for subsidy. That's the sense in which there's a dark side to patent trade.
I'm a little bit confused about the counterfactual or the notion of efficiency. Like, if I could tell in advance which projects are high quality, then I could make a lot of money. But the point is that that's not knowable in advance.
Yeah, indeed.
So, like, why is that an interesting counterfactual?
So this is to illustrate it's very hard to make it work. So I'm not saying bureaucrats should know the quality. I'm saying just because it's genuinely hard to know the quality, and in this very practical context, this is by itself, this could turn the otherwise socially efficient program to be negative return program. Okay, I'll just skip a few details. I'm going to talk about the four sets of prominent features of the data and use that to guide construction of a structural model and use the structural model to do policy evaluations and to do counterfactuals, including other things you can do that can make the program work a bit better. Okay, so I'm going to skip those. So here's a few words about how the program works. So the 2008 policy shock dramatically raised the subsidy budget so that about 60% of firms that satisfy very basic requirement can be counted on to receive a subsidy, so very high probability of subsidy, and introduce an explicit link between number of new patents the applicant firm brings to the committee and probability of getting subsidy afterwards. We're going to verify those, not just, you can read these off from description, but we're going to verify this empirically as well. Interestingly, the more new patents a firm brings, the higher the chance of getting subsidy, but all the way to until you get 6 patents. Going beyond 6 doesn't seem to help. Perhaps the bureaucrat's intuition, the number of patents owned by firm is a very skewed distribution. Some firms, Huawei currently is the firm that each year records the most number of patents in China, thousands of new patents. So you don't want to give subsidy to a single firm. That's why at some point you stop, I guess, at the, once a firm has 6 patents, okay, yes, you are innovative enough, and you stop. That's a feature of the program. We're going to verify that as well. Once the committee decided a firm is eligible, the firm will be awarded a title known as High or New Technology Enterprise. High or New Technology Enterprise. The certificate is good for 3 years. In these 3 years, the firm is entitled to a reduction in corporate income tax rate by 10 percentage points. You can imagine from 24% to 14%. Very, very big financial incentive. And firms in a set of in 8 industries. So the program targets firms in 8 industries: advanced manufacturing, modern services, that satisfy some basic requirement, having enough engineers, spending enough money on R&Ds. Okay, that's it. Okay, so I'm going to give so therefore you can imagine conceptually the entire economy, the universe of all firms can be sorted into 2 big buckets: firms that are potentially eligible to apply for subsidy and those that don't. Within each bucket, you can separate it into 2 sub-buckets. So among the firms that maybe could potentially apply, there are those who already, before the program, had 6 or more patents, and those that had fewer initial patents. And then among the firms that are not eligible to apply for patents, there are those who are in the targeted industries and those that are outside industries. The reason you want to separate the 2 sub-buckets in the second category is that those firms that are not eligible to apply for subsidy, but in the right industries potentially can benefit from spillovers if the program inspires more high-quality innovations. That's why you want to separate them from the others. So I'm going to report 4 sets of data, respectively about behavior of the bureaucrats, reviewing the applications, behavior of the patents, behavior of the firms, behavior of the patent trade. I only have 15 minutes left. Okay, so I'm going to rush. For the question about behavior of bureaucrats, we're going to make use of relatively unique data about, for one relatively large city, we know the scores the Bureaucratic Committee assigns to successful applicant firms. Okay, we not only know which firms eventually get a subsidy, but we know what scores, the numerical scores they receive from the committee. And the committee consists of local government science and technology commission and the local text bureau. We're going to use the data to verify the role of a quantity of patents, the role of a quality of patents, the role of purchase patents in the probability that the firm will receive subsidies, controlling for some obvious features of firm, industry, and so on. Okay, so here's a regression. We report 2 types of regressions: linear probability model versus the OS, linking, various things to probability of getting a subsidy. I'm going to just zoom in, given the time, because zoom in with one type of regression, which is combining both firms, look at the universe of all firms that potentially can apply for a subsidy. So these are the firms that are in the right industries, but also satisfy basic requirements like number of engineers, minimum R&D expenditure, and so on. Look at all of them, and a subset of them, about 60% of them receive subsidy. So we're going to regress the probability outcome of getting a subsidy on firm features. And we can verify, give me maybe 2 minutes, or 1 minute. So as you increase the count of new subsidies applicant firm presents, probability of getting subsidy rises. In fact, rises very steeply, right? So getting 5 pattern is better than getting 4 pattern. Getting 6 is a lot better than getting 5, but going beyond 6 does not materially raise the probability of getting subsidy. So count matters until it reaches 6. Quality, we do, so in column 1, so we're going to measure for, think of example of 2 applicant firms. Each has a portfolio of patents they present to the committee. For each patent, we can compute subsequent citation count. So we can use expo information to assign quality score to this. So 2 portfolio of patents potentially correspond to 2 different quality scores measured this way. And the insignificant coefficient in the first column related to the quality proxy means quality higher quality does not seem to raise probability of getting a subsidy. Now, this is not to say that bureaucrats should know future citation count. We're saying bureaucrats might do whatever they want to do, use soft information, talking to the CEO, trying to gauge the quality of the innovative quality of the firm beyond the count. Whatever they do, not successful. Alternative measure of quality is also, we think is very interesting. That is, for every patent, in order to maintain ownership, the owner has to pay an annual fee to the Chinese PTO to maintain it. Presumably, and the subsidy regime is such that once every 3 years you can apply for new subsidy. But when you apply for a new subsidy, only new patent will be counted. So the old patent that you have used is no longer recognized by the Bureaucratic Committee. So those patents that in the minds of the CEO that are worthless will not be renewed. And we know using future information can count fraction of patents in a given application portfolio that gets renewed 3 years later. Okay? And what we see, so that in the second column, the 0 insignificant coefficient for quality proxy means future renewal rate doesn't forecast probability of getting subsidy at the time of subsidy either. So this is, again, not to say that bureaucrats should know future renewal rate. We just say whatever they do, they are not successful in guessing the quality of the innovations. And we have a third way to do this, which is estimate marginal contribution to the firm profit as a way to measure quality. I'm going to skip that. I'm going to fact number 2. Fact number 2 reports a pair of data patterns. On the left is the one you just saw, that huge increase in count of patents and 2008 policy shock appear to play a role in raising the rate of increase. The graph on the right shows average quality of the patents in the country, in the targeted industries, where quality is measured by 2 ways. The red is citation count, and blue is the renewal rate. So they respectively correspond to other people's view of the quality of the patent versus the firm's own view of the quality of the patent. Either way, same result, namely, subsequent to the 2008 policy shock, there's a very dramatic decline in the average quality of the patents. Fact number 3 is about behavior of the applicant firms. Recall I told you that it appears to be the case that getting 6 patents is very important in Bayes-Style regression. And the policy was announced in the second half of 2007. and implemented on January 1st, 2008. Number of patents owned by firm, is in the year before the program, most firms own very few patents. Small number of firms own many patents. There's nothing special about owning 6 patents. There's nothing special about the density of the firms that owns 6 patents. The first year of the program, you see that there's a rush to get 6 patents. So firms clearly understand that getting 6 patents makes a very big difference in the chance of getting a subsidy response to that. Please.
I was wondering regarding the quality of the patents. So, I mean, as you say correctly, it's very hard for a bureaucrat to know that ex ante. However, one widely used proxy that you can know ex ante is international patent families. So if I actually apply, or if my patent has been applied in 2 different jurisdictions, or even has been granted in 2 different jurisdictions, that's often used as a quality proxy for patents. Is that something that you have looked at? And also, did you speak with the bureaucrats? Did they know about this? Because this would have been an easy way around it by requiring basically these companies to be at least in one other foreign market. By that, they would prove that their patent is also recognized by another patent office that is not the Chinese one.
So, we thought about it, but haven't done it, partly because a relatively small subset of the patents will simultaneously be used to apply for international patent. But the logic of our story will be, if the subsidy rule is such that you need to, having an international patent will enhance your chance. You're going to see a huge increase in Chinese firms applying for foreign patents. Given what I described, the rejection rate is not that different. In fact, because even the USPTO does not think it's their job to necessarily approve only high-quality patents. They want to approve new stuff, right? So that may not end up solving the problem. But we follow this. So I want to reiterate our third measure, which I think is a useful measure because it gets at what you want to get at, which is that for every patent, we can also estimate marginal contribution of that patent to firm's profit. That's sort of a real, a firm value-based measure. By that measure, 2008 shock also result into a decline in quality. There is a decline in marginal contribution to firm profit average across all those patents in a year.
Could I actually have a question that sort of follows on that, and getting to sort of, I'm going to push you away to the welfare effects. Like a patent's not an innovation, a patent's a property right, and so the policy, patent's a property right, so subsidizing, the subsidy is in a way the patent and protection of the property right, the collective property right, and do we want, I mean, the aggregate welfare effects of encouraging firms to patent the marginal innovation seems like just the generation, it seems like the subsidy of patent thickets, which seems like a terrible idea.
It's an excellent question. You see, socially, not all innovation needs to be patented. Yeah. Maybe. So that could be, that's an excellent question, and I have, they may very well be right. I don't think we're in a position to particularly evaluate this yet. Thank you. So I'm running out of time. The last data feature is that if you look at patent trade, if you classify patent trade based on who are the buyers, who are the sellers, I'm just switch straight to a descriptive summary. The fastest growing type of patent trade are patents sold to firms that are satisfied in the right industry, satisfy basic conditions, but don't have enough patents to start with. These are the fastest growing buyers in the patent market post 2008. Okay, so that should be important by the firms. I'm going to skip those. I'm going to. I don't think I will have time to. So the structural model is going to try to micro-found the idea, incorporate the feature that described in this. In particular, we're going to have firms in the right industries, firms outside right industries. We're going to allow for spillovers And the spillover, so a given firm's productivity has its own firm-specific component, but also industry-wide component. The industry-wide component can rise with the number of high-quality patents in their industry. So therefore, ex ante market failure is built in, that in principle, the program could raise welfare by promoting more high-quality patents and therefore by promoting more spillovers and raise every firm's productivity in their industry. I'm going to skip. I don't know how to.
How do you get that parameter?
Oh, we're going to do it in two ways. So in our calibration, the baseline case, we just take the number from the literature. So this is the Bloom et al. Survey based on essentially rich country data. In one extension, we estimate ourselves. So it turns out our own estimates will be the implied spillover parameter that's lower than Bloom et al.'s survey data. Okay, so our minus 19.7% number is uses Bloom et al. Measure of spillovers. If one were to use our number, the program will have even lower returns. Okay, I don't think I will be able to explain this well. So I don't know. So only perhaps 50% satisfaction or 30% satisfaction. I'm going to just describe in words what. So this will be you imagine a static model with 3 stages. So in the first stage, firm decide to innovate. How much do I want to innovate, and how hard should I try to get high quality versus low quality patents? In the second stage, firm have a chance to go to patent trade market to either decide to either buy or sell or do nothing. In the third stage, you produce and you apply for subsidy if you are in the right industries. If you're not in the right industries, you just count the money. And so our program evaluation is done in this way. So the models will be essentially calibrated based on a set of parameters from the literature, a set of parameters calibrated by matching model moments with data moments. The targeted moments look great. Non-targeted moments look reasonable. So unfortunately, I won't have time to give you the details. So here's how we do the program evaluations. With those parameters, we can first, in the first column, you can compute if there were no subsidy program, what will firms do? Firm in each type, in each of the 2 big buckets or 4 sub-buckets, how each of them will do. You can compute, and then what you find intuitively is that no firm in any bucket will want to devote resources to low-quality patents, because low-quality patents don't enhance their productivity. You cannot sell them. Market value for low-quality patents 0, so no one does it. And then you can. I'm going to define welfare as the sum of profits of all firms in the economy. So they give you a number. With subsidy, okay, so incentives suddenly change. You find that many firms want to produce low quality patents. Certainly, those firms in the right industries but don't have enough initial patents devote a lot of resources to produce low-quality patents. It's less costly to produce low-quality patents than high-quality patents. As important, many firms that don't otherwise eligible to apply for subsidy, including those outside the target industries, also waste resources to produce them, because now the market value for low-quality patent is non-zero. When you look at the sum of the profits under the subsidy regime, subtracting the social cost of a subsidy and compare to the welfare, sum of firm profits without subsidy, that's what gives you the return to the subsidy program of minus 19.7%. Okay, so maybe I skip a few. You can separate it. So I guess maybe the one important evaluation is this. Like, given the structural models, you can do a very simple. You can do a following thought experiment in a very straightforward way. Suppose suppose bureaucrats can tell the qualitative patterns. So they will certainly want to only subsidize high quality patterns. And you don't need to change any other parameters in the model. In that case, the return to the subsidy program becomes plus 7.8%. That's because with this subsidy, more high quality innovation will happen. And because of the spillover parameters, social welfare does go up. Productivity of the firms in the right industry will go up. And you can do various other counterfactuals, including modification of the program, but I'm running out of time to do this.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Then we need to wrap up, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I think we have to conclude.
Yeah, okay, so thank you very much. I'm happy to talk over coffee later.
Okay, yeah, you should be able to just go ahead and click through. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep time.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So thank you for including our paper in the program. I'm Hao Chen from Peking University. This is a joint work with Justin Yifu Lin and Mingzhi Xu at Peking University and Songrui Liu at Renmin University of China. So the title of the paper, Learn in Order to Practice, actually, this paper we want to focus on the role of local governments in shaping industrial policies and foster economic performance at the industry level. So we studied the effect of political rotation on local comparative advantage in China. So the thing is actually the mobility of government leaders can carry knowledge and diffuse knowledge across regions and using industrial policy tools to boost economic development. So I do not have to say much about the importance of knowledge in modern economic growth, but the knowledge is acquisition and diffusion actually requires direct forms of human interactions. Therefore, existing studies mainly focus on migrations, flow of workers and carry knowledge across regions, across firms, across countries. But other than that, in a more centralized economy like China, so local government leaders may also play a role in knowledge diffusion process that can affect local economic development. Because there are a special group of people who may affect local economic development strategies for the future. At the local level, they are the local government leader. The highest government leaders at the local level in Chinese is the city leaders of the party is called party secretary, and the mayors who are the leader of the government. But their decision-making would be tightly linked with their tacit knowledge. The tacit knowledge can be accumulated from their past work experience. And in this paper, we investigate their industry-specific working experience. And so existing literature on knowledge diffusion paid relatively little attention to this specific channel, and our paper is to fill this gap. Just briefly introduce the institutional setting. So actually, China provides an ideal setting for our study, because at the local level, there are a few people who make decisions about development strategies, about industrial policy, which industry to promote. It's at the city level, so prefecture city level, it's city party secretaries. And we focus on these guys. They are the highest level of city leaders. And the second level is city mayors. We also examine the effect of city mayors. They have large discretion on deciding the development mode of a prefecture. More importantly, there is a regular rotation of local leaders by upper level governments. So the central governments like to, they do not let one stay at one place for a long time. They rotate the government leaders regularly, like every 3 or 5 years. And this decision is made by provincial leaders for city level government leaders rotation. It's made the decision like when do you leave and where do you go. It's made by provincial leaders and have to be approved by the central government. It's usually unexpected by the rotated officials for themselves. And in our paper, we say that this rotation may facilitate diffusion of knowledge. Here is industry-specific knowledge and development experience across regions. Actually, there are numerous examples in Asian China, and I will give you some examples. This is Su Shi, who was one of the most politicians and speakman in Song Dynasty. His lifetime career is characterized with rotations across over 10 prefecture-level cities in China, and this is typical for politicians in Asian China. And when he worked in Huangzhou, this is a prefecture-level city in China, he discovered that the farmers use this kind of interesting farm tools for rice planting. It can enhance the efficiency of planting rice. And when he then transferred to other prefectures, he diffused this knowledge and helped local people to adopt this rice planting knowledge that helped rise the local agricultural productivity. And this technology has spread to most part of the southern China where people plant rice. And a modern example, this is Li Fenghe, who is now the current vice premier of the state council, a very top level government leader. But 20 years ago, he was also a leader at the city level and worked in Quanzhou, then Fuzhou, then Xiamen, three prefectures in Fujian province. When he was rotated from Quanzhou to Fuzhou, in Fuzhou he proposed development idea to support some industry, that textile industrial clusters. These industries actually have a comparative advantage in the Quanzhou city. Quanzhou has industrial clusters of labor-intensive industries. And when he was then transferred from Fuzhou to Xiamen, as the government leader in Xiamen, he then promoted the support of industries including electronic and textile. This industries actually Fuzhou had a comparative advantage. So here you can get a brief idea of what we want to document in this paper. So in this paper we contribute to our understanding of the following questions. So first, how political rotation affects knowledge diffusion, affects local comparative advantage, and if so, what's a mechanism? So we assemble detailed data, the data on city leader resumes and biographical profiles, and measures of industry-specific expert performance as a proxy for industry-specific productivity. And more importantly, to identify mechanisms, we use measures of industrial policy based on textual analysis of annual government work reports, the documents, over 5,000 documents at the prefecture level over 20 years. And in our paper, we outline a very simple conceptual framework to inform our empirical investigation. So in the framework, it's a multi-region, multi-sector framework where local production efficiency is affected by knowledge diffused from other regions, and the transfer of government leaders actually enhances the efficiency of industry-specific knowledge diffusion. So, and following that, we derive our hypothesis based on this framework, and we carried out reduced form tests to study the causal impact of political rotation on industry-specific export performance and investigate mechanism. Okay, and we found that the coming in of a new government leader with working experience on certain industries promote the local industries, the local affected industries' productivity, and raises global competitiveness measured by reviewed comparative advantage. And we discussed two mechanisms. One mechanism is the implementation of industrial policy favoring the affected industries, and the other is social connection, so the social network between government leaders and firms. And so the main finding of our paper is, the title is Learn in Order to Practice. So two respects. One is learn and one is practice. So learn that the coming in of a new city party secretary associated with, we found a significant increase in the RCA, the industries where he has his previous position. So the idea is once a leader transferred from city A to city B, then, and for example, city A has comparative advantage like in textile industry, then after this new appointment, we would find that in city B, there is an increase in the competitiveness in the textile industry following the coming in of this government leader. And the mechanism is that we found that, so this industry-specific productivity increase is associated with the practice of industrial policies in favor of these products. Okay, and we contribute to several strands of literature like worker mobility in productive knowledge diffusion. Actually, here, what we mean by knowledge in this paper is more broad. It's not restricted to productive knowledge, but knowledge like to management, knowledge of governance, knowledge something in the government leader's mind, like which industry to promote, how to implement industrial policies in favor of certain industries based on my experience, and the impact of political rotation, how to measure industrial policy, and as well as explaining China's exporting success. Okay. So I will go to our empirical analysis. I have introduced the data. So the first data, political official data set. This data is collected by the team in Peking University, led by Professor Yao Yang, and they have city-level leaders' information during nearly 20 years, and they collect their biographic and resume information, include detailed working experience, and we focus on city party secretaries, as I just mentioned. And we have export data. We use the China government work report database that incorporates full text of prefecture-level government work reports. We do it as comprehensive as possible to construct our measure of local industrial policies, city by sector by year measure. I will introduce it into detail later based on textual analysis method. And also, our analysis is also supported by other firm-level data and city-level data. So our final example consists of over 3,000 prefecture-level 300 prefecture-level cities and over 1,000 industries. As of HS 4-digit code is very disaggregated. Okay, then I will introduce the key empirical setting. That is how we measure political rotation in China. So we focus on party secretaries, the top leader in each city, and we define a party secretary transfer variable. This is a transfer from city C prime to city C. It's an indicator variable. This variable takes one if T is during this guy's tenure in city C. So when he leaves this city to other cities, this becomes 0. And it takes one if the party secretary last position is in city C prime, which is different from city C. Yeah, question?
Is the rotation random, or do the people have a say in where they will go? I'm asking because even if the new municipality doesn't have yet a comparative advantage, I, as a politician, might be more inclined to go to an area where I'm more certain that my policy might bear fruit. So I might choose a municipality that is kind of similar in kind of the basic characteristics.
Exactly. So, I mean, yes and no. It's definitely not random. It's selected by like upper-level government, province-level government, or the central government. But here, actually, our identification assumption relies on that this appointment of local leaders is not correlated with like industry-specific characteristics. So and actually for so as a local government leader themselves, they have no say on where I want to go. It's totally determined by like our upper-level governments, and sometimes it's random. For example, I expected I can spend several more years here, but the government realized that the government immediately transferred you to other regions. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. I have no doubt that sometimes it's random. My question concerns whether sometimes it's not random and whether those might be important times. For example, in U.S. universities, when the law school is really screwed up, they bring in a lawyer to be the new provost, or when the B school is really messed up, they bring in someone from a B school to be the new president. Is there a dynamic that might occur there in some of the more important industries and communities?
Exactly. So actually, like the upper-level government can take into consideration of the government leaders' industry-specific experience of this. But actually, later I will show you some balance tests, and we conduct multiple tests to see there's no systematic selection at the industry level of this kind of,
It wasn't clear to me from what you said before if the measure of success is in the same sector that the official moved from, In other words, you give...
Yeah, I will show you the empirical specification soon. Yeah. It's industry specific, actually.
It's interesting. So in other words, if you're an official and you move from city or province A, where it was textile, to place where it was telecom, it would not be counted in your data? In other words,
from a city to...
Yeah, from a city that's where the success was in textiles to a city where the official was responsible for focusing on automotive or telecom.
Oh, no. Actually, the government leader is responsible for the whole economy.
So your measure of outcomes is not industry specific. Is that right?
It's industry specific. But we focus on actually the top leader. You can consider it as a mayor, the top leader of a city. He's responsible for the whole economic growth and other bunch of things in this region. So he's not only responsible for specific industries. Yeah. So that's what we want to tell. Actually, so the government leaders can choose some strategies, industry level policy tools to promote certain industries that can be more beneficial to local economic growth. Yeah. And okay, let me do some description. So among all our city year observations in our sample, about 10% of city level government leaders are in their first year and transferred from other cities. So not all city leaders are transferred from other cities. It can be appointed from upper level government. For example, you were official at province level government, and then you are sent down to a city to become the top leader. It can be also promoted locally, which are also very common. So like before you are the mayor in the city, and then you become the city party secretary. That's a promotion, local promotion. So among all the new appointment, about 1/3 is the city leaders come from other cities, other prefecture level cities at the same level. And the 2/3 are come from like upper level government appointment or local promotion. And our variation, actually in our empirical analysis, we just focus on those who come from other cities because we want to address the mechanism of intercity industrial policy diffusion. Okay. And this figure actually shows at the city level, there's no systematic patterns in the frequency of such intercity government leader rotations during our sample period. And we use city by industry by year level reviewed comparative advantage based on export for the productivity measure. We choose export instead of sales or employment because we want to focus on the international market, and we want to exclude the possibility that the government leaders may affect local demand, and we want to just focus on supply side story. Yeah, and we can then use a structural approach to further decompose this RCA to different margins based on a trade model. Like we can decompose it using gravity model to supply side factors and demand side factors, and also the ability of market entrance, that how many destination countries can you export to. Okay. Yeah, this is our empirical specification. I will spend some time on this. So this transfer variable, we have defined it. It's a transfer from C prime to C in year T. And actually, this variable can take one for at most one C prime across the country, because there's only one top leader, only one party secretary in each city. If he is transferred from other cities, then for that city, C prime, it takes one. If he is promoted locally or appointed from upper level government, then this is 0 for all C prime. And this is like a triple difference. And actually, what's important is here, that is in C prime, in his previous work city, in city J, in industry J has comparative advantage. So the RCA of industry J in C prime at the year, so the capital T is the time of leaving the previous position. So this RCA larger than 1 captures the learning effect that we want to document. And this specification is quite similar to existing literature, like the paper by Danny Bahar, who is now in another session. Yeah, he used this way to in his specification, this transfer variable is migration, to study migration-induced knowledge diffusion at the industry level. Yeah, so actually we are very similar to this, to their specification, to use this industry-specific knowledge structure, industry-specific export basket measure to capture this effect of knowledge diffusion induced by some kind of linkage across regions. Okay, and in this triple difference setting, we can control for a bunch of 2x2 fixed effects as well as city by sector linear time trends. And we found that the party sector transfer shock indeed induced an increase in local comparative advantage in the city and in the affected industry. And this result is actually driven by supply side factors instead of demand side factors, and also ability of market entrance. So you can export to more destination countries and export more products. And if we further decompose the supply side factor using structural approach, we found an increase in variety differentiation, a lower marginal cost. So this positive means the RCA determined by marginal cost. So it means lower marginal cost, and so it's enhanced productivity and higher quality. So it's, we found supply side response to this. Yeah.
I was wondering if with your data you can identify second order effects. So suppose a bureaucrat moves from A to B to C, and then somebody else moves from F to B to D. So once you get to D, you will bring your competitive advantage from, let's say, F. But since you pass through B, where somebody else has already been
so
through,
not just the last term,
yes, not just the last,
maybe the term before.
Yeah, because that would be evidence of diffusion. It's just one bureaucrat indirectly spreading it into different regions of the country.
Yeah, actually, we conduct this exercise. I did not put it here, and you will find that the effect is decayed. So the effect is most strong for the for your experience before, just before this term, and it's become much weaker for the before terms. Yeah.
Also, is there any sense in which the previous region's RCA is a good thing, is welfare enhancing? Is there a sense that it is a good idea for the new prefecture to replicate the previous region's RCA?
Potentially, it's not. Okay. Yeah, actually, it's our paper is basically it's just a partial equilibrium analysis, and we can talk talk very limited thing to like welfare implication, which industry is most appropriate to promote. Yeah.
Can you identify whether when they rotate from a more advanced region like the East Coast to the Western region, which is one of the things the government often tried to do, whether there was more of an effect? That is to say, when go back to what we talked about in the morning, there's a place-based policy. Was this a success? Was this used as a successful place-based policy to disseminate from the more advanced
region to less developed region? Exactly. That's a point actually we want to make for policy implication in our paper. Yeah. Actually, this kind of like rotation of government leaders with specific industry experience can be regarded as a policy tool, like for industrial policy. And actually, what we found is that the effect is larger for the kind of rotation you mentioned, so from more developed region to less developed regions. Yeah. So it's like a policy learning and diffusion of experience across regions. Any other question? Okay.
Hey, I'm trying to catch up on this. I'm looking at, as you talk, looking at your paper, so maybe it's in the paper. So I really do love this, and I've seen a bunch of work related to this over the years. But particularly, there has been a fair amount of work looking at subnational data in China on export performance and FDI performance, as well as certain sort of technological developments. And I was trying to find out in these papers, they have different proxies for laws, certain types of laws, for instance, about property rights, about how they, laws regulating FDI and joint ventures, And there's a couple of other ones. There's Danielle Harmonius's work too on coding different types of technology institutes and extension centers. And I know, not to try to make your life more complicated, but it would be, I don't know how you're accounting for any of that beyond fixed effects.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned can be potentially addressed by the city-by-year fixed effects, but you mean the industry-specific. I think we will look into that deeper further. Later, I will introduce our industrial policy measures based on the local documents of regulation. How much time do I have? Okay. I move a bit faster. So we have conducted multiple robustness analysis, including a bunch of balance tests to show there is no industry-specific selections. And we also, we study the effect, political rotation, the rotation of prefectural mayors who are the second highest level of government leaders, and we found similar effect, but with a much smaller magnitude. And I will skip this. So we found that the effect is positively, the magnitude of the effect is positively correlated with sectoral contract intensity. So that suggests the role of government leaders in addressing coordination failures and to reduce transaction costs. That's an important rationale for industrial policy, and it's stronger for less developed regions based on infrastructure, market access, and GDP per capita, and especially stronger for officials who are young and better educated and who have knowledge background on political science and law or engineering. And then we quickly go to the mechanism. We address two sets of mechanisms. First is industrial policy, as I just mentioned. The second is social network effects. So we capture the social network effect using firm registration data, which can capture investment flows induced by political network. There's a paper several years before called Moving Umbrella. So if a city leader moves, then the local firms with connection with him follows this leader and make investment decisions. But the summary is that industrial policies are important, but we do not find supportive evidence for this. Other mechanisms, including this social network-induced investment flow.
Can I ask a question? Is there any interaction with the rotation of the provincial party chair?
Sorry? You mean?
Is there any interaction of your effects with the rotation of the provincial
level leaders? So here we just focus on the city level leaders. And I guess
the provincial get a lot of attention as defining how the province does, and I just wondered whether that turns out to be important.
That may be, but city level appointment and rotation is more frequent. And maybe we can look into that. Okay, thank you. So, questions?
This seems to be this is what I was looking for. What do they bring? So, based on this slide, what they bring, is knowledge of policy, of sector-specific policies, as well as networks, right?
Yeah.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
There is a corruption version of this. So I forgot the paper. Someone documented when leader moved from location A to location B. Many firms in location A that previously connected also set up factories in location B because they can continue to benefit from the connection. So there's a potentially less sanguine interpretation of the same patterns.
We test this mechanism and we do not find significant effects. Partly because we focus on manufacturing. And that effect mainly works on high-rent sectors, including finance, real estate, something like that.
No, manufacturing. That isn't there many corruption cases? Fallen leaders, they were reviewed to receive bribes from firms that coming from their previous locations. Anyway.
It's possible. Okay, I think I have very limited time. I will very briefly introduce how we measure industrial policies. So we measure industrial policies use textual analysis based on annual government work report. And this is like, this is an example, so it's in Chinese, but we highlight the keywords in English. So we have to find some supportive tools for that the government is going to set up, like support some industries. Which industries is here, like pharmacy, EVs, electronic information, and yeah, these are some industry keywords. And we use like machine learning methods to segment words and do the matching to match it to the standard industrial classification code. And what we find is that, okay, this transfer shock indeed increases the probability of the affected industries to be targeted in this region, and we validate this measure of textual analysis based on like firm level subsidy and tax data to show that, okay, what they claim they actually do to support the firms that in this industry. And we also check the social network story, as Shangjin just mentioned, but actually we do not find like changes like rise and declines of this sector-specific investment following this flow of government leaders from city A to city B. Possibly because here we focus on manufacturing, and it may be harder than real estate and financial sectors to do the corruption things by establishing firms.
So on the mechanisms, I'm also curious, I mean, you talked about investment flows, but can you look at like input linkages? Because you showed that the relational industries are the ones where this is most important. And so, finding trustworthy suppliers of parts might also be a constraint. And I just don't know if you have any data that could speak to that.
Yeah, actually, we could look into that later. Yeah, I think it's a good point. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and I think you have about a minute left to wrap up.
Yeah. I think I have no time, around out of time, so let me just very briefly conclude. So in this paper, we highlight lesser known mechanism for inter-industry knowledge, inter-regional knowledge diffusion, the rotation of political leaders, and we find this mainly driven by supply-side factors, and we identify industrial policy implementation as an important mechanism for this. So there are some policy implications for this, the role of local government leaders in implementing industrial policy, like what kind of government leaders you will appoint to specific regions and how to use their industry-specific work experience as a tool for industrial policy making and economic development. Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll start our final session, we'll say at 4:05 p.m. A little behind.
but I am. I've done nothing but eat cookies all day. I just feel like I need to get home and purge. It's terrible.
I'm not living upstairs, so.
And I don't have any like people. The microphone is up here. Do you see the microphone?
The audience microphone?
Yeah, I'm Andrew.
Yeah.
Guy, very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
But there's one for the questions. I need Nathan. That's me. Nathan, nice to meet you. How are you? I'm Rick Alaska. I'm Andrew. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to stand in the back.
Get my slides here.
Oh, there. So I'm going to stand in the back so I can see both questions and give you time. I'm going to do that at 5, and I'm going to, when there's 5 left, I'm going to do that at 1 left, and then I'm going to shut you off.
And we can take questions throughout.
Take questions throughout, yeah. Is that okay? And I'll just ask the mic.
Are you managing the questions? Or
I'll try.
I mean, we can do that. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try.
Collocation. Okay.
Okay, guys. Let's get in here and get going. If people are planning on being here for the session, it'd be good to sit down. I'm going to lay out a little bit of the ground rules. Guys, let's carry conversations to the hall. Okay. So I'm going to stand in the back. I'm going to give time, but I'm also going to look out for hands if there are people with questions. Try to wait for the mic before you have questions because there are people listening online and they need the microphone. We'll pass you the microphone so you can ask your questions or make your comments. And every speaker will get 30 minutes of speech and questions. Is that good? Okay. So our first speaker is Guy Lalande, and I'm going to let him take it away. Thanks, everybody.
It's more. It's not working, but okay. Perfect. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me today. So I'm going to present something which is not an academic paper, but rather a data-oriented and policy-oriented project from the OECD's Directorate for Science, Technology, and Innovation. And this project, called QUIZ, for Quantifying Industrial Strategies, has the objective to measure and benchmark industrial policies across countries, measure and benchmark industrial policies, and their composition as well. This is not, of course, a project that I did on my own, but a joint work with many co-authors that I will mention later. So I don't think I need today really to motivate why we want to discuss industrial policies, but I'm rather going to motivate why we need to measure industrial policies. So for several reasons. First, because for sound policy making, we are required to have at least a helicopter view of industrial policies, not only what the government is doing in a given country, but also to understand what other countries are doing. Measuring industrial policy is also a first step to ensure transparency and accountability on industrial policy, and is also a first step to enable policy evaluation, not necessarily impact policy evaluation with a proper counterfactual, but at least some kind of the assessment of the effectiveness of industrial policy. And finally, measuring industrial policy also facilitates, to some extent, international coordination. So measuring industrial policy is, of course, a very complex challenge, and it becomes even more complex in a world where the number of objectives assigned to industrial policy is increasing. So beyond the usual objectives of productivity, of competitiveness, you now have other objectives such as resilience, strategic autonomy, supporting the green transition, and so on. And of course, not all industrial policies entail public spending or monetary transfers to firms, but even the simpler question of measuring how much countries spend and on what priorities is already a very difficult question. The information is publicly available, it's out there, at least for the Western democracies, but it's not really usable for several reasons. For instance, because numbers may cover different periods, because they may cover different types of support schemes that are not comparable, or because the actual expenditures may end up being much higher or much lower than what is announced in the press. So there are several questions we want to address on industrial policy, at least industrial policy expenditures. We want to understand how much countries spend and on what priorities. Are they supporting the digital or the green transition? Are they supporting SMEs, specific sectors, and so on? And through which type of policy instruments? Are they using grants, tax expenditures, venture capital loans, whatever? Another important question related to this is the evolution through time, because we are seeing massive investment in industrial policies those days, and they have the potential to completely change the composition of industrial policies. And even more difficult, we would like to know which firms are supported, in which sector, which firm size, and so on. Of course, this question of measurement is in fact part of a broader question, which is the how question of industrial policy. How do we design and implement better industrial policies? So the OECD supports its member countries throughout the policy cycle, not only with measurements, but starting from conceptualization. We published last year a paper on a conceptual framework for industrial policy. Up through implementation, we supported several of our countries, and we continue supporting several of our member countries. We do specific studies on specific sectors and so on, up until evaluation of industrial policies. But of course, the OECD is not alone, and many other stakeholders, including academia and other international organizations, are also contributing to this burgeoning literature. So in the quiz project, what do we do? So basically, we have two main contributions. So the first paper, which is a joint work with Chiara Cruz-Cuolo and Luis Diaz, is to design a methodology to measure industrial policy expenditures in a cross-country setting. So we have designed this methodology hand in hand with an advisory group, which was composed of academics, some of them being in the room today, and practitioners from our member countries. The second paper I'm going to present today, which is a joint work with Chiara Cruz-Cuolo and with Diaz again, and with Luis Guillouet, Charles-Edouard Van der Poot, Camilla Weder, and Hadassah Zondeutsch, is an application of this methodology to industrial policy expenditures in 9 OECD countries. And finally, currently we are expanding the coverage of this work to cover new countries and potentially also new policy instrument. We're also going to update the database. So besides the two papers that I just mentioned, you can find on our website other resources. For each of the covered countries, we have country notes and country fact sheets explaining in more details each country's industrial strategy and the main salient features of these strategies. And most importantly, we think that this database is a public good, so it's available at the finest level of granularity, at the policy instrument level, on our website. So feel free to use it to explore this for your research, and but also just to identify policy examples that may be relevant for you. Okay, let me just preview the main results. So the first main results I would like to underline today is that industrial policies are sizable. On average, in our 9 countries in 2021, they represent 1.4% of GDP, only considering grants and tax expenditures. When you consider additional instruments such as financial instruments, you can add another 0.7% of GDP. Within these grants and tax expenditure, when you look at the composition, what is really salient is that 30% of these grants and tax expenditures target specific sectors. And these sectors are mainly energy and, to a lesser extent, transport and manufacturing. And this sectoral characteristic is more prevalent than other important characteristics, such as, for instance, policies targeting the green transition, supporting jobs and skills, or supporting SMEs. Each of these categories represent between 10 and 20% of the grants and tax expenditures. I mentioned green transition. We also show that green industrial policies are growing quite fast. Over our 3 years of data, they grew of more than 10% as a share of GDP on average. And we also show that they are more targeted. They tend to target specific sector and specific technology more than the rest of industrial policies. And finally, we also document some significant heterogeneity across countries. So I will briefly go through the methodology because I think it's important to understand what we measure and how, and I will then detail a bit the results I just previewed. So our measurement framework is based on this paper that I mentioned earlier by Chris Cuolo et al., which provides a conceptual framework for industrial policies. In this paper, we define industrial policies as interventions intended to improve structurally the performance of the domestic business sector. So this is a purposefully very broad definition. And there are several consequences to that. First, that we are not restricting ourselves to the manufacturing sector. We cover the whole private sector. The second consequence is that our definition of industrial policy encompasses both horizontal and targeted policies. Horizontal policies that may not be labeled explicitly as industrial policies under other definitions. But we feel that this type of measurement requires a broad definition because we want to acknowledge the fact that more standard or targeted industrial policies cannot be understood in isolation, has to be understood hand in hand with other areas such as skill policies, such as general business framework policies, tax policies, trade and investment policies, and so on. So that's really the objective of this broad definition, to encompass these policy areas. That being said, when it comes to measurement, of course, we cannot measure such a broad scope. So we are going to focus on what we call industrial policy expenditures, which is a subset of industrial policies. And we know that some other aspects of industrial policies, which are not industrial policies expenditures, are already measured by other initiatives. Think about labor market programs, think about trade policy, think about tax policy. We see a bunch of other data sources that can be used to measure these other components. So on industrial policy expenditure, we define industrial policy expenditures as direct public support to businesses, so from the public sector to businesses directly, aimed at promoting either investment, competitiveness, and economic activity. So this is the core of our definition. In practice, we cover 4 types of policy instruments that are on the right: grants, tax expenditures, and financial instruments, loans, loan guarantees, and venture capital. So financial instruments are recorded separately because they cannot be compared directly to grants and tax expenditures. Just to give an example, loans must be repaid, grants must not. And we also introduce, importantly, a threshold. So we focus on policies whose annual expenditures are above this threshold that has been set low enough so as to avoid any significant impact on our main results, but has been set to avoid treating the very long tail of small policy instruments. Yes?
Would the investment in things like testing centers, which, as you know, we're interested in testing centers, metrology institutes, would they be covered by any of this, the quality infrastructure issues that I'm interested in?
So the answer, it depends. So the first bullet here is direct public sector support to businesses. So if this testing center is a private entity or a public-private entity, then it will be covered. If it's a public entity, it's not covered.
Why is that?
Because it's a pragmatic reason. We can easily identify to keep the example of testing centers, we can easily identify that it benefits to businesses if this is either private or public-private. If it's purely public, it's difficult to measure the amount of support going to businesses.
What's the reason for excluding agriculture on the list? Because on the previous slide you said you wanted to be as sector agnostic as possible to even include services, but now here you're actually excluding one sector that receives, of course, a lot of industrial policy, as we know in the European Union. Yeah, just curious.
Yeah, so in fact we collected the data on agriculture, and just focusing on this narrow definition of support to agriculture, agriculture benefits a lot from direct support to businesses. There are 2 reasons why we excluded agriculture. The first reason is that a significant share of support to the agriculture sector channels through regulated prices that we are not able to capture well in this framework. And the second reason is that this is already measured by other databases and other OECD databases, which cover the 2 aspects, direct support and price support.
Sorry, I just want to round out the question by asking about the other 2 on the list, which is why weren't public procurement and direct subsidies included?
Exactly. So, I mean, it's a direct consequence of our definition. We consider direct public sector support to businesses. For public procurement, it's difficult to disentangle what is really, the purchase of goods and services from the support part. That being said, this is, I think, one of the major limitations of the current databases. So we are trying to figure out how we can cover public procurement or a part of public procurement in the next version of the database. Okay, let me continue then. So I already mentioned the exclusions. Thanks for the questions. I briefly mentioned the data collection methodology, just to say that we start from publicly available sources, mainly budgetary documents, reports of government agencies. We process this information and harmonize the information based on the agreed and published methodology that we have. We do some quality checks with several other sources, OECD and non-OECD ones. And finally, and most importantly, our data is verified by the participating countries, flagging any missing scheme or any mistake. So the first version of the database covers 9 participating countries, of which 4 of the G7 countries. So we cover Canada, Denmark, France, Ireland, Israel, Italy, the Netherlands, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. Sorry, I don't know why there's a problem with the colors. And we end up with more than 1,000 policy instruments per year, and we cover the period 2019 until 2021. So what information is available? So in the database, for each policy instrument, we have the type of policy instrument, whether it's a grant, tax expenditure, and so on. We have the annual expenditure for each year. And importantly, we have what we call the eligibility criteria. So we list 7 eligibility criteria, which are on the right, and the list is likely to evolve in the future. But these 7 eligibility criteria are our way to proxy for the policy priorities. So these 7 modalities are not mutually exclusive. Of course, a policy can be both green and sectoral, or for SMEs and targeting R&D. But what's important to understand as well is that these policy tags are not determined by the policy narrative that you can have in the press, but are rather determined by the actual criteria to be eligible to the support based on the law or the regulation. So this is the only way to avoid having uncomparable tags across countries. Okay, so let me now focus on the main cross-country results based on this measurement exercise. I encourage you to look at our website where we have more results on individual country strategies. This is just an overview of what we can say at the cross-country level here. So the first results I already mentioned is that industrial policies are sizable. On average, grants and tax expenditure represent in 2021 1.4% of GDP, but there is considerable heterogeneity across countries. Grants and tax expenditure range from 0.6% of GDP in Ireland up until 2.3% in the United Kingdom. And there is even more heterogeneity for financial instruments. On average, it's 0.7% of GDP, but it can be as low as 0.1% in the UK, and it's much more important in Italy, for instance, with 1.8% of GDP. Even within grants and tax expenditures, there is a significant heterogeneity between the importance of grants and tax expenditures across countries. On average, tax expenditures are slightly more prevalent than subsidies, but in some countries, tax expenditures represent the vast majority of the support, such as in the United Kingdom.
Can I just ask one question about that? You're excluding low corporate tax rates. Like Ireland, was ordered to take 13 billion from one company by the European Court. That wouldn't show up there at all, would it?
Yes, exactly. So that's a very good point for 2 reasons. First, it's not always completely straightforward to disentangle the tax schedule, let's say the corporate income tax schedule, from tax expenditures. So in our methodology paper, we've spent quite some time trying to delimit what is considered as the tax schedule, what's really tax expenditures. Yeah, so that's a very important point on this. In terms of composition now, so we are using these eligibility criteria, these 7 tags, to identify the composition of industrial policy expenditures. And what we see is that sectoral policies are the most prevalent. On average, around 30% of grants and tax expenditures target specific sectors. And this is much more than policies targeting R&D, targeting the green transition, jobs and skills, or SMEs and young firms. For each of these criteria, they represent on average between 10 and 20% of grants and tax expenditures. And some of the modalities are even much lower. For instance, digital transition represents only 3% of support on average. And again, there is a lot of heterogeneity across countries, as you see from the dotted line. Just to take an example, jobs and skills. It's a very important priority, for instance, in France, where it represents 35% of grants and tax expenditures, whereas it's almost absent, for instance, in Israel, where it represents only 1% of grants and tax expenditures. So these sectoral expenditures, they target different sectors. But the top three are energy, transport, and manufacturing. So support to the energy sector is the most important and is mostly provided through green grants, an important part of this being support to renewable electricity production. And it's very important, for instance, in countries such as Italy, Denmark, or France. The transport sector is also quite important here, and support to the transport sector includes, for instance, rebates in fuel taxes and support to maritime freight. And support targeting the manufacturing is also quite important. Also, it's only in a few countries, especially France and Sweden, and mainly relies on grants.
Electric vehicle production would be in manufacturing or in transport?
In manufacturing. What we don't see here is the service sector. But that doesn't mean that the service sector is not supported by industrial policies. It means that the service sector in many of the countries we cover is so important that, by using horizontal policies, you already support the service sector to a large extent. So probably there is no need to have specific support schemes for the service sector. Another important takeaway from this graph is that the top three sectors here, energy, transport, and manufacturing, are also three sectors that are instrumental for the green transition. Well, I already said that in the energy sector, 60% of the support is green. That's unfortunately not the case for the transport and manufacturing sector. For the manufacturing sector, yes. For the manufacturing sector, it's only 20% of the support that is green. And for the transport sector, it's around 5%. And worse than that, I said that a significant share of support to the transport sector channels through fuel tax rebates. You must understand that it's fossil fuel tax rebates, so probably brown support, yes. So we have a definition of green that is based on previous OECD work. I mean, for each of the criteria, we have a definition of when a policy can be considered as following these criteria. For green, it's basically support to technologies that reduce either greenhouse gases emission or pollution. So let me focus on these green subsidies. As I said earlier, we see a considerable growth of these green industrial policies over the 3 years of our data, more than 10% as a share of GDP. And as I mentioned also, green industrial policies are dominated by sectoral support, mainly to the energy sector and to a lesser extent to the manufacturing and transport sector. So green is dominated by this sectoral support, but also to a large extent by technology-specific support, which means support that are not technology neutral. And this has grown quite significantly, mainly driven by this green, but also by some other areas such as digital. And this really asks new questions about this directed support, but I will come back to that in a minute. If I still have a few minutes, I wanted to focus on two examples to underline the heterogeneity of the strategies across countries. The first example is to show how different countries can choose different strategies and different instruments to address the same objective. So here it's the support to SMEs. And I want to focus on comparing Italy and the United Kingdom, but you could also consider France or the Netherlands. They have similar strategy. So in Italy, they have a problem of access to finance. So they focused on financial instruments, such as loan guarantees, to support their SMEs. In the United Kingdom, they adopted a quite different strategy. They are mainly using tax expenditures. And here, it's mainly tax expenditures for R&D that are more generous for SMEs than for other countries. So for other types of funds. So different countries, for the same objective, they adopt very different instruments, and there are some rationale behind it in this case. Another example, and here it's quite different, it's to illustrate how countries can substitute industrial policies with other dimensions of policies. So here on the y-axis, this is the amount of industrial policy in our job and skill category across country. And on the x-axis, it's from another database of the OECD. We are measuring labor market programs provided to workers. So basically, we are comparing support provided to firms for jobs and skills versus support provided to workers directly for jobs and skills. And we see that different countries adopt very different strategy. For instance, France spends a lot on support to firms and much less on support to workers, whereas Denmark, for instance, has the opposite strategy, spending a lot directly to workers and much less to firms. And this is the same kind of trade-off we can find on taxes. You mentioned earlier that we measure tax expenditures, but corporate income tax rates also have a role to play. We have a similar graph in the paper where we compare the role of tax expenditures versus the role of the baseline or the average tax rate for CIT. So I will stop there, perhaps just a few words of conclusions to say that, to me, this data that I've shown today, they portray industrial strategies that are in transition between some legacies. I mentioned fossil fuel tax rebates, but there are other examples of older style industrial strategies, and they're also undergoing significant changes, even over a short period of time of 3 years, where we see a lot of green and a lot of technology-specific policies coming up. So the objective here, this paper is purely positive, but it already indicates a few areas where perhaps you may want to provide policy recommendations. These legacy policies, they must be reviewed thoroughly, that's one thing. This comeback of targeted policies, these non-technology neutral policies, they raise a number of questions on the ability of government to pick the right technologies and to have a portfolio of technologies. And finally, this heterogeneity across countries suggests that there is room for peer learning. Of course, different strategies rely on different contexts, and they may explain a significant share of the differences, but still, there may be strategies that dominate others, and countries must be able to learn from others what works and what doesn't. So just a last word to say, of course, that I encourage you to use the database. This is a public good that we provide to the research community. So feel free to reach out to us if you find any inconsistencies. There may remain some inconsistencies, or if you have any questions. Thank you.
So thank you so much. This is a project that's been around for a while that's just now kind of evolving and coming into its own. We should have a new working paper coming out pretty shortly, but it's a who, what, when, and how of industrial policy. It's a text-based approach. And it shares some similarities with what Guy and the OECD team is doing. And the motivation for this paper, I usually have to spend a lot of time doing motivation, but the motivation for this is really to kind of attack the lack of evidence around industrial policy, the notorious thin evidence around industrial policy, and in particular attack one bottleneck for us researchers, which is measurement. And why do we care about measurement? Again, this might be obvious to some people in the room, especially those deep in the weeds of industrial policy work. But really, just to kind of think about what we're doing in the context of the emerging literature, we care about measurement because we really think we've made a ton of progress with what we call type 1 questions. Questions that can be easily addressed by, or not easily addressed, but can be addressed using the kind of classic policy evaluation framework, questions that are testing theoretical questions about industrial policy, like is industrial policy correlated with market failures? How is it operating? What are the mechanisms of industrial policy? We've made a lot of progress here. It's where I've spent a lot of my work. It's where people in this room have spent a lot of work. Let's excavate industrial policy using our canonical tool set, digging into, importantly, single case studies, very carefully, well-chosen case studies, and saying, hey, what can we learn from these things? What can we learn? Let's excavate them and follow the data and learn from these case studies. But there's this whole other set of questions. This whole other set of questions that still kind of nag at us. And we often get this criticism, well, that's fine that industrial policy works in South Korea. That's cool, but why does it seem to fail everywhere else, or if it does? Right? There's all these comparative questions, right? There's theoretical questions about industrial policy, but there's a lot of practical criticism of industrial policy and institutional questions of industrial policy. These are fundamentally comparative questions about the efficacy of industrial policy and the nature of practice around the world. And here we have very little progress. And we think we have very little progress because of the nature of this kind of missing data. We lack comparative data. We lack the data to compare, like, why is industrial policy efficacious in one setting and not efficacious in another? We need kind of panel data to do these types of analysis, to these kind of classic comparative, to answer these classic comparative questions, right? So this paper is really motivated by, we really want to answer these questions, but there's like kind of this missing data set, right? There's this missing data set in industrial policy. And it really nags at us as people who are really digging into the empirics of this subject. And really, there's a problem that we're missing a cross-country comparative data set on this entity, on these things. And there's really actually a measurement challenge when it comes to industrial policy. Industrial policy is really, really hard to measure. In fact, like it's fundamentally something that's actually hard to observe. And what do we mean by that? We can consider the classic case of tariff, like the kind of industrial policy par excellence, the classic industrial policy we associate with 19th century infant industry protection. And really, we can download subpar UNIDO data, regress industrial policy outcome or industrial outcomes on a data set of tariffs. But what does that tell us? Well, we get into a lot of problems really quickly because tariffs can be used for all sorts of reasons. They can be used for all sorts of rationales beyond just infant industry rationales, beyond just kind of protective rationales for incubating industry or shepherding new industry. They can be used for revenue. They can be used for things like managing terms of trade. They can be used for pure rent seeking in some places. Right? So taking that data set, taking a data set of industrial outcomes, regressing them on tariffs, like what does that tell us about the world? We quickly run into a bunch of issues because we can't take for granted that a tariff is industrial policy per se. We can't take for granted that a policy lever that we observe in the wild is an industrial policy. We need kind of more information there. We need more information about what is the intention of the policy. And so this paper is going to attack that issue, and we're going to do two things. We're going to deliver a measure of industrial policy, and we're going to do so by developing the algorithm to classify industrial policy at scale. We're going to develop this algorithm and apply it to a global giant database of commercial policy. And in applying this measurement to this global database, using this algorithm, we're able to construct new, this important flow-based measures of industrial policy at the sector, country, and year level, right? And because we're able to do this, because we're able to construct relatively high resolution measures of industrial policy, note these are going to be flows, these are going to be very simple indicators and coverage ratios of industrial policy practice, but nevertheless, with these things, we can start saying some stylized facts about the world. That for the first time, we can kind of start making industrial policy legible, start doing the things that Guy and the OECD team are also doing, start trying to think about what are the stylized facts of practice around the world. We're going to do so a little bit more imperfectly than Guy, but through a different scope and time, through a longer scope and time, and across many, many countries, right? And so our approach, like I said, is going to consider the language of industrial policy, rather than taking a policy instrument as given, rather than taking a policy instrument per se and thinking, hey, that's industrial policy, I'm going to study industrial policy comparatively with a tariff. And we're going to really, really focus on the intentionality of a policy. We're going to think about what's the language of intentionality underlying a policy lever, and we're going to be very ruthless about focusing on this because as scholars, as comparative scholars, we're really interested in these type 2 questions, where intentionality really matters. We're not worried about studying what countries are randomly doing, what they're accidentally doing across countries. We want to compare industrial policy episodes, intentional industrial policy episodes in one setting versus another setting.
Why is intention so important for the effects?
Yeah, so they might not be. So for Reka Juhas's paper and my own paper, we can get at some mechanisms. We can estimate some treatment effects and useful moments using things that really mimic an industrial policy. She herself uses kind of the Napoleonic blockade, as kind of an exogenous shifter of protectionism. But a lot of these type 2 questions are about the kind of comparative efficacy of industrial policy and the criticism we immediately get when we try to use these types of episodes or we try to use kind of exogenous random stuff. They're like, people are like, well, that's great, but we care about what countries are intentionally doing, not what they're randomly doing. So in particular, a lot of these, go.
Is the Inflation Reduction Act an industrial policy?
Yes.
How do you know, given that it's actually a macroeconomic policy?
For all the reasons I'm about to show you. But this will come up a lot. This will come up a lot. Most of the seminars turn into kind of like, is X an industrial policy? And it's going to have to pass a test. And you think of a policy you're curious about whether it comports to our definition of industrial policy, think about how strong the language is. And I'll show you in a minute. Think about the kind of guidelines we're using in a minute.
But also whose language, right?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
So here's 2 subsidies. Here's 2 Asian subsidies in our data set, right? And our algorithm is going to look at this text of these commercial policies, or rather textual summaries of these commercial policies. And we want to discern between these 2 types of things. Here we have like an industrial policy par excellence. From China, it's a Chinese EV policy. There's many, many, many policies out there like this. You crack open that database, that GTA database, giant commercial policy database, and it's shocking how overt policymakers are on the goals and intentions of policy. In particular, industrial policy goals to do things like boost growth in the Chinese battery industry. That is, goals to change the composition of economic activity that are occurring in an economy. And we want to distinguish these cases from policies that are not used as industrial policies per se. Like policies like a rice stabilization policy, which could be a subsidy, we want to distinguish between these 2 things, right? We want to be able to distinguish between these 2 things at scale, and what we're going to do is develop a classification algorithm that applies to this global database that's able to discern between these 2 things. And from this kind of discernment, and through applying this algorithm at scale, we're able to create these flow-based counts. And so this gets a bit to the question you had, how do we define industrial policy? In fact, we're going to take a very strong, a very broad, rather agnostic view of what industrial policy is. It's going to be very similar to what Guy and his team are trying to do. Is like, we want to be very ex ante with this. We want an industrial policy goal that's not ex post, it's not driven on, a lot of people define as industrial policy as stuff we don't like. We want to avoid that type of reasoning. We're going to follow a very simple definition. Industrial policy is going to check two things. It's going to check two things. We're going to first focus on things at the national level. That's for the sake of simplicity for this study. And we're going to focus on a stated goal of a policy. We want a policy that is done at the national level, but has a goal that we call an industrial policy goal. The goal is to change the activity, the economic activity, intentionally within a national economy. Right? You might do that through a number of ways. You might do that through horizontal policy, through vertical policy, through different types of levers. We're agnostic as to that. We want to see an intentionality or a goal that's doing exactly this. And if an industrial policy satisfies these two things, or if a policy, commercial policy, satisfies these two things, we're going to think of it as industrial policy. Right? So we're omitting, for the simplicity of this study, place-based policy. And by the way, this definition is not ours. We're hacks. We're stealing from like the US ITC, his colleagues' earlier studies. We're using a very kind of legalistic definition of industrial policy, and we're going to operationalize this algorithmically. And so let's think about how we're going to operationalize this, what the data is that we're taking this to. We're going to take this to the Global Trade Alerts database. So for us trade wonks, this is a giant, giant database of commercial policy collected by a Swiss outfit. And really the remit of this data set is to, and this database, is to kind of monitor any global commercial policy that's discriminatory in any dimension. So it's a giant, giant remit. It's going to collect a lot of stuff. And importantly for our work, it's going to have very nice textual descriptions of the commercial policies that they're picking up. And in particular, it's going to have a large global reach. We think of it as trade wonks, as trade scholars, as really the best data set there is on commercial policy, on non-tariff measures. The WTO's isn't as good. The WTO inventories aren't as good. UNCTAD's data isn't as good. For the data walks out there, that might be, you might already be aware of this, but really this is the best non-tariff measure data set we have. And we're going to mine this. And it's going to be, really, it's going to cover 2009 through 2022. Actually, we have 2023 now. And it's going to use valid, credible policy announcements. So it's going to use credible things that seem not just people just saying random stuff, things that seem somewhat legitimate. It's going to pass a legitimacy filter. And it's really well suited for measuring industrial policy because, again, it has a large scope. But importantly, for our use case, it has very short policy summaries in English, in a standard language, regardless of the origin of that industrial or that commercial policy. So how do we classify industrial policy? What's the process? Yeah.
So if you had going back to Rick's question, for instance, you invest a lot of money on metrology, or you invest on innovation programs open to all sectors. This wouldn't count as industrial policy.
Think about that policy, whether it has strong enough language that satisfies these two things. Is it a national policy? That's just us being trivial. But say the second part. So repeat the criteria you were interested in.
Say the second one, which is an innovation program, subsidies of innovation open to all sectors. Not necessarily to change the composition of economic activity. You always want to change it, but
if there's some specificity to it, if it's an R&D policy, it might be de facto an R&D policy because we think of R&D as having specificity to it. There's a paper here earlier that showed the kind of industrial specificity. You can codify that with industrial codes. It's a type of economic activity. We think of it as having specificity that is beyond more precise than merely a macroeconomic policy. But again, think about this. Does a policy comport with these two things? Is it at a national level? And is its language strong enough? Are its goals strong enough? Does it have the intention that's stated that it's going to change the nature of economic activity within an economy? And how strong might that language be? Yes.
So this is great. So that means that a focus of a policy on strengthening the competitiveness of a certain sector's firms would count because that would alter, although it might not say we're going to give direct subsidies or whatever it might be, but if it strengthens firms in a sector, by definition, by your definition, it alters the, okay.
Yeah,
Great.
It has a goal. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I had sort of a related or maybe the opposite question, which is, you know, what about situations where politicians might kind of couch a policy in this language because it sounds kind of nice, but they might have like other types of political goals in doing this? Is that like something you want to incorporate? Is it something you don't want to incorporate? How do you think about
yes
those?
And no. So two things to that. And that's like, and we're cynical people. We are political economy people. And so the first thing, alarm bells are going off in public choice folks' heads. Well, what if they're just posturing? Well, one thing is like, so first things first is like, in order to discern whether something's cheap talk or not, we have to measure it at first, right? So you need that measurement in the first case. But then we also get into this sticky thing where policy, like, I talk to a macro person and they say, a policy announcement is a policy. It's forward guidance. It's changing beliefs of investors. And so you also get into that murky territory where one might have to adjudicate that type of stuff. But the political economy issue is something we want to do downstream from this. But that's exactly the type of stuff we're interested in. So what we want to do is, with this data set, we want to function.
I think there's a follow-up here.
Yeah. Is it a way, are you thinking about delineating consumption versus production subsidies, changing the structure of consumption versus the changing structure of production?
Yeah, so there can be consumption side policies that are industrial policies. If the language if the language satisfies these two things, you can have consumption side policies, demand side policies that very much have an overt industrial policy angle to it.
I guess my follow-up to that would be like, is that delineation important or useful? Like,
a lot of these are edge cases. A lot of things that appear in this data, the vast majority of them are going to be things that like, you read it and you're like, yeah, that's industrial policy. Yeah. And we want a classifier. We want a function just to kind of get high level with what we're doing. I can't get into the machine learning details, but let's get very high level and kind of illustrate what we're doing. We want a function that takes this text, right, and maps to a prediction, a binary prediction, for simplicity, a binary prediction. Industrial policy or not, we want a function that's able to take that text and give us that type of output, right? And so this is a very, very simplified workflow of what we do. We do something much more complex, but this kind of delivers the main idea of what we do, right? We're going to annotate that data. In order to get that function, we're going to use these 4 steps. Our poor graduate students who had the misfortune of taking our development class and our trade class, they're RAs. They're going to be given a rubric, a very simple definition, that parsimonious ex ante definition, and they're going to code industrial policy or not, just following a very, very parsimonious set of rules. Right? And so we get a subsample of about 4,000 examples of industrial policy with a very simple tie-breaking rule, social choice rule, that aggregates, it's a voting rule. We have 5 people coding every single industrial policy. And so we get an annotated subsample of data. We transform that data into a numeric representation of text. Let's abstract that away. That text can be turned into data. I think that's not controversial to say. We pre-process it. And we're going to train a model. We're going to fit a model on that annotated subsample of data that are poor RAs annotated. And we're going to get an F-hat. And that F-hat, you can think of fitting a logistic regression on that data. But we do a couple things too. We also fit an LLM model. But just for kind of making it clear what we're doing, think of a logistic regression fit on this type of annotated subset of data, right? And then by taking that trained model and applying it to that GTA data set, about 50,000 observations, we're able to then go through industrial policy not, industrial policy not, industrial policy not, and create counts or coverage ratios at the sector, country, year level. And by sector, I mean HS code 6 or so. So relatively detailed. And so again, in practice, we're going to use 2 classifiers. We use a simple binary logistic regression that we're all aware of, we've all seen. And we use the kind of, it used to be painful to present BERT, but now we kind of know what people have more or less an intuition of what a large language model is. And really the performance is pretty well. First off, I want to say that students really agree pretty quickly on what industrial policy is, using a very simple definition. Yeah?
You said there's like an English language summary that you're using if it's a foreign language.
They're all English.
There could be a situation where in the long version of it, there is a sector specificity, but in the English short version, there's not.
Absolutely. Maybe there's some errors that are lost in that translation. We have another project. We have the source documents, and we have those English language summaries. So the beauty of large language models is we can create an artificial GTA, much to their chagrin, that's able to kind of, we're developing a summarization method that summarizes those documents and gives us textual summaries to check if those things are happening, because those things could be happening. Yeah.
Can I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think implicit here is that there is an answer, right? A consensual answer, and that when you say students all agree. But to go back to my IRA example.
Quickly. They agree quickly and with most things.
But to go back to my IRA example, if you go to Global Trade Watch gives you one perspective. If you go to the German government that thinks of filing a WTO case, they give you another. If you go to the United States, they give you another. If you go to Chalmers Johnson's classic book on industrial policy, he says, no government will ever acknowledge it's doing an industrial policy. They always couch it as something else. Why do we believe an LLM gets, on average, the right answer as opposed to a highly biased answer?
Yeah. Well, bias relative in what direction and what kind of bias are we talking about? Again, I'm going to say something that's really surprising, that governments are really forthright, even when it's illegal, even when it's subsidies that they're doing industrial policy, because it can cut two ways, right? Like there's an incentive to obfuscate industrial policy, like there surely is, but in many cases, as political actors, there's also reasons to be relatively forthright and parade around with what you're doing.
So why do they fight about this all the time?
Who?
Germany, the US, Japan, China.
Well, for an amount, how much time do we have? There's a lot of reasons why. But yeah, no, but like we can crack open this logistic regression, and if we do k-fold cross-validation on a held-out sample, the very basic bag of words in logistic regression gets us almost 90% of the way there. And you can crack open that logistic regression, and every beta coefficient in that logistic regression is tied to how predictive a term is. And you could look at those terms and rank them. And you see that the terms that show up seem pretty face valid. So I can't prove validity, but we can crack open the model and say, hey, the things that it's using that's being fed into this model that are positively loading industrial policy seem reasonable. Like growing, changing, active measures of something. The language is very, very pretty face valid to us. We can also go through and do a bunch of validity exercises as well. Are we picking up things that make sense? Are we picking up industrial policy episodes that we hope we're picking up? It's shocking how much we pick up around the world. Yeah.
I'm going to be the one nerd that is actually interested in the methodology here. I was wondering, how would you detect false positives? Did you ever do a check on what the students coded and whether it corresponds to what you would code? Did you have like an inter-rater reliability in your case as well? Oh yes. We have intercoder. We have an intercoder reliability section in our technical appendix, and we can also we can talk about that for sure. Okay. Yeah, it comes up a lot.
Maybe one thing that can be interesting is just taking a country that is in the other sample and just checking what you find, what you actually have. I guess that will be, 100%. Then you can say, hey, we find that, and that works really well. So for the others, it should be possibly
100%. And that's why it's been so nice interacting with this crew over here, because they've been, this stuff, it makes us sane. It makes us feel sane. We're not picking up something that's epiphenomenal. This seems like relatively reasonable. We also talk to trade lawyers and but absolutely, these things are great, and it's why we see other work as complementary in validating each other's methodology. So I'm going to go really quick. It's just to say, LLMs do really, really well. They're actually, our new LLM does even better. It's at 95%. I can get into reasons why, but the whole point is that LLMs are picking up something very nice. They're picking up nonlinearities and some contextual stuff that's maybe lost in a very simple logistic regression. So what are the descriptive statistics we have when we start kind of looking at this data? And some of these are changing, but one thing I want to say is non-tariff measures are not the same as industrial policy, right? That this giant data set, these are not all industrial policies. I'll ask the GTA people, sometimes they will talk as if, and they have good reason to, as if all these policies are industrial policy. Not all non-tariff measures or tariff measures are industrial policy. Kind of making that assumption is kind of wrong, but about 30% of policies in the database are. Actually, in the recent database, in the updated data set, about 40% or more are, just because there's a lot of industrial policy making going on. And moreover, this is a chart from the economists who used our data, who really don't like us all that much, and they published an issue about 2 weeks back. But they kind of validate what we do. It's like, you can see that, and this is kind of what we find. We find this kind of very, and I think this comports with what Guy also sees and other people see, at least in this post-COVID period. We see a real ramping up of industrial policy. In general, we see that return of industrial policy trend, no matter what way we measure things or what shares we use. Yes, perfect. And of course, this tracks the policy language, the policy language as seen through the lens of the economist. It really tracks the kind of policy attention from different political manifestos and party manifestos around the world. And really, actually, if you look at 2023, it's even higher. It's like, oof, it's even higher. So industrial policy is back. This seems reasonable. What policy tools are used? And this is really important. I'm going to show you different nomenclatures for industrial policy use. How do these industrial levers break down? One thing I want to say here is that, look at tariffs. For the vast majority of policies, a lot of things are not tariffs. So tariffs get an inordinate amount of attention in the press. They get an inordinate amount of attention just in our kind of colloquial kind of talkings about industrial policy. But when you kind of take an ex-ante definition of industrial policy, look at what's out there, not a lot of them are tariffs. There are a lot of things that kind of populate Guy's world. There's a lot of export-related measures, or that's actually, you don't have export subsidies, right? Yeah. But we have a lot of these subsidies that would probably presumably show up in the OECD data. Yeah.
I have one question on the trend that you showed earlier. Could it be that part of the increasing trend is captured by what we call the comeback of industrial policies? Not that countries are implementing more industrial policies, but also that politicians are more and more mentioning industrial policy narratives in their communication.
And maybe that's the case. Maybe language is changing through time. Maybe it's okay to be more overt with industrial policy goals. So that's something we haven't looked at. Maybe the nature of language and the way people articulate policy is changing. One thing I want to say is this isn't the result of countries just doing more stuff post-global financial crisis. That is, if you look at the share of policies, the share of industrial policies as total policy making is also going up. And no matter what numerator or denominator you use, you kind of get this upward trend. In particular, you get that real post-COVID spike, which is very kind of salient to many of us, kind of in the weeds of industrial policy making.
Can I ask just a quick question? Here.
Oh, sorry.
Earlier in the morning, a couple of presentations touched on the importance of dynamics in policies, and I know you're looking at a flow here, but have you thought about looking at
when it exits?
Yeah, and I mean just changes to the existing policies over time, kind of more of a panel.
No, we haven't. We want to. There's a lot we can do. We do have some data on the potential sunset of policies, but I think
that would be very interesting.
It would be super interesting. You get into some issues with case-dependent policies versus time-dependent policies, state-dependent policies versus time-dependent policies. But no, I agree. I think that would be really useful. Also, so there's some similarities in the industrial policies used across different types of countries, right? There's state loans and trade finance and financial. Industrial policy, by the way, is a very financial thing now, right? In this kind of globalized world, industrial policy is inordinately outward-facing. It's not the ISI of the past. It's not very similar to the ISI that we very much talk about when we talk about industrial policy. And it's very much financialized. It's going through financial instruments. It's going through financial institutions. It's going through non-state and state financial institutions. It's really, really promoting exports a lot too. It's very outward. But that's to say, low-income countries still use some tariffs. Tariffs do show up. They're just not this kind of thing. They're not kind of this massive thing that countries use. And one point I want to make, these are pretty capacity-intensive and fiscally intensive instruments that are being used. And that's to say, if we look at which countries engage in industrial policy, and I want to really condition this. Is what we find is that wealthy countries in this data set, the ones doing industrial policy tend to be the higher income countries. Higher income countries dominate, if we use an ex ante definition, the industrial policy landscape. And there's many reasons why. That might be the result of bias. I'm not going to say this definitively, that industrial policy is mainly done in the OECD world.
It costs money.
Exactly. It takes bureaucratic capacity. Of course, maybe countries also, maybe larger countries active in more markets do more stuff. No matter what way we kind of cut the data, you see this very steep income gradient with industrial policy practice. And I don't want to like stake too much on this finding. I think the important thing to take away is that as development economists, we would do industrial policy, and people acted as if industrial policy was this exotic thing of the past. Oh, that's the thing China does. That's this thing that faraway places do. No. If we're clear and we're intellectually honest and think about what industrial policy is, it's being done in our backyard, right? I can't say anything relatively speaking, but it is surely active in our backyard and surely has returned. And the one thing I wanted to, I don't have any time, the one thing we do find is there's a really strong correlation between industrial policy and what you're good at doing. That is, there's a strong correlation between industrial policy use and your comparative advantage in a sector. And that strong correlation, that strong slope, is really being driven by the higher income countries. Middle income countries are more aspirational in their targeting of the distribution of goods out there. And low income countries, which don't do a lot of industrial policy, it's hard to find a relationship between comparative advantage and industrial policy at all. I'll stop there.
So I think we have a 15-minute break, and then we have our wrap-up section. Is that right, Laura? Yeah. 10-minute break, and then we have our wrap-up.
Some group from Argentina contacted me. No, I know. You know, that's still from the university. Yeah, yeah. So whenever you need it, we would love to. Yeah, we'd love to. No, anything like that, we're really, because we're so capacitated. And we have such a bias geographically. Latin Americans were really worse. I remember reading that. It was like exciting to see and say. This presentation also the rotation.
Check.
study. So that's one reason why. That's what she's studying about. Her paper is on, her job market paper is on coordination only. I run actually. That's the very clearly about coordination, policies of coordination, which are good, have a very low physical footprint. They're probably near, and that's why some cheap top policies actually might have some effect because they're able to
Check, 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 check. Check, check, check.
Okay, could get into your seats. The forced march continues wherever. If the seat's not taken, take it. That's fine. Just don't. Yeah, it's fine. Sit anywhere. Just. Yep. Sit anywhere, particularly up front. There's seats up front. Oh. Come on over. Come on over. Okay. Yep. So. Okay. So we are at our final panel of the day. We've sort of tried in the plenaries to do things that are people who are at some level. I mean, they're all academics, but are somehow a bit involved in what you might think of as the actual governance, the actual whatever that means, the actual governance of the economy. So this is not going to be econ rules. You should not interrupt these people. They've got 10 minutes each, which is the normal amount of time you get to talk in an econ talk, but they're going to do it all in a row. And we're going to go with the tyranny of the alphabet. So we're going to have, so we're going to start with Lee Brandstetter, Carnegie Mellon, who's, I'm not going to do long introductions. You want to hear them, not me. Then we will have Caroline Panov, OECD, Tristan Reed, World Bank, Joe Stiglitz, Columbia, previous. You might know who he is. So.
Well, thanks very much. I'd like to begin by really thanking the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this fascinating conversation, hear from this very wide-ranging and interesting set of presentations. It's obviously appropriate that we reflect all of the new thinking and the new policy attention to industrial policy with a conference like this, and I just couldn't be happier with the outcome. So thanks. I know that brevity is not just a soul of wit, but it's the essence of being a good end-of-day panelist. So I'm going to try and make just 3 points. Right. My first point is, as we highlight some of the new thinking, I think it's good that we not forget some of the older thinking. Number 2, that the East Asian experience with industrial policy is really interesting and I think worth considering, especially in the long run. And finally, I'm going to speak a little bit about what I believe to be the centrality of human capital for economic development regionally and internationally, and some of the exciting new opportunities generated by new technology that I very much hope policymakers around the world take advantage of. All right, so point number 1. As we highlight the new, let's not forget the old. Right, so I have really enjoyed reading and learning from some of the new work on industrial policy, including some of the papers that have been presented here. But there is a little bit of a strain in some of this new literature that goes so far as to suggest that when we're evaluating industrial policy and its efficacy, really the only evidence that we should be relying on and paying attention to are studies using microdata and employing the most recent, most bulletproof techniques with respect to causal inference. Now, I'm an applied microeconomist, and I like to think that I worry about causal inference at least some of the time. So I like that kind of research. I really do. But I think it would be counterproductive when we're considering something this important to the policy world to not pay sufficient attention to a lot of the other work, including some of the older work that doesn't fit into this category. And part of the reason why I think that is that these techniques that have been the focus of the causality revolution or the credibility revolution are really, really good often at helping us quantify short-run partial equilibrium effects, but they can be less useful, not always, but they can be less useful at helping us thinking about the long-run general equilibrium impacts of policies. And there's a lot of theoretical work that suggests that the long run and the general equilibrium is really something that we need to think about. So I think that going forward, we're going to need good theory, we're going to need good case studies, we're going to need good qualitative reflection on the history of individual countries, and yes, some descriptive and correlational empirical work. I mean, I found that some of the most interesting and socially useful presentations today were, preliminary work that at this point was fairly descriptive and correlational, but still really, really informative. Point number 2, East Asia as a focus of research interest with respect to industrial policy. So I got into economics because I wanted to explain Japan's meteoric rise as a technological superpower. And I took very seriously the idea that part of that rise was driven by successful industrial policy. And I remember well the surge of interest in East Asian industrial policy in the 80s and 90s. And that wave led to some really useful insights and to some really useful research that I think is still relevant to contemporary debates. Now, some of the new work, which is really fascinating, goes back to the era of super fast Asian growth and seems to demonstrate that in particular cases and contexts, industrial policy seems to have worked in a pretty powerful way. And I think that's work that we really need to take seriously. But some of the other new work, including work presented today by Jie Bai and Shangjing Wei, suggests that industrial policy in an East Asian context can miss the mark, distort investment, and reduce welfare. And that stream of the new work actually mirrors earlier work that called into question the efficacy of Asian industrial policy in earlier eras. Not at all times and places and contexts, right? I think it's silly to adopt the maximalist position that this can never work and never does. That's surely false, right? On the other hand, if industrial policy is usually successful, then it should lead to a more productive allocation of resources than what the market would produce by internalizing externalities and correcting market failures. Sometimes that happens. But we're in 2023, And I can't help but look at some of the Asian growth champions of yesteryear today, economies like Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, and not note that one of the striking things about them is that they've actually fallen short in terms of converging to U.S. productivity levels. I don't know how many of you have seen the Fernandez, Villaverde, Ohanian, and Yao paper, right? A lot of bones to pick with that paper, perhaps. But it makes this observation. And these are hyper-educated societies with high investment rates. They do their homework and eat their vegetables like few other societies in human history. And yet, it's not that they've fallen short, but they do seem to have fallen short of where we thought they might be a decade or two ago. All right? But if these societies are not necessarily industrial policy success stories, I think they are human capital accumulation miracle stories. And that leads me to my final comment, which is on the centrality of human capital accumulation or skill accumulation and new opportunities to accelerate human learning. Now, economists have been arguing for decades about how important differences in human capital are in terms of explaining income differences across countries. Despite substantial convergence in years of schooling across countries, however, there's been much less convergence in terms of actual skill mastery as reflected in the kinds of standardized tests studied by Eric Hanishek and Ludwig Wussmann. They show that test score results, or their measure of human skill, is really highly correlated with income, that industrialized East Asian countries have test scores that are among the best in the world. And they've shown in cross-country growth regressions of the kind that modern economists perhaps look askance at, that you can explain most of East Asia's convergence to Western income levels just by looking at their human capital without having to appeal to industrial policy in any significant way. And John Ramalis has shown that if you plug East Asia's measured rise in human capital into a standard trade model, you can explain most of their emergence as exporters of knowledge-intensive goods, again, without having to appeal to industrial policy. And I will perhaps somewhat controversially name myself as a big fan of Ben Jones' work on his so-called generalized human capital theoretical model, which describes conditions under which human capital properly conceptualized and measured can actually explain much of the difference in income across countries, and that the complementarities in the skill of different workers can actually lock poor countries in a knowledge trap. Okay. So economists have been traditionally skeptical about government policy picking winners or trying to use subsidies to shift the location of current production across political boundaries, but many of the same economists readily acknowledge serious market failures in the education space and the need for public investment in education. So let's take seriously for the moment the idea that raising human learning would yield significant economic growth outcomes for depressed regions in developing countries. Well, the good news is that we may be on the cusp of a revolution in human learning possibilities, driven in part by advances in AI. Now, I don't have time to summarize all the evidence behind this, but for those of you who haven't read it, Kartik Muralidharan's exciting AER paper shows this exciting result that it's possible to expand learning outcomes in a developing country context like India, even among disadvantaged kids, by more than half a standard deviation in an unbelievably short time and at an almost unbelievably low marginal cost. And this is mostly because the marginal cost of extending access to an AI learning system to an additional student is really low. Right? Now, and there are studies that show that in advanced countries, you can also get big learning gains, maybe not as big as the ones Kartik has found, but still big gains at low cost. So after this exciting day looking at the new thinking and the new research on industrial policy, I have to confess that maybe my old priors haven't shifted all that much. I still worry that efforts to shift current production across national or regional boundaries might lead to inefficient subsidy wars. Gordon Hanson cited the infamous example of the Kansas City border war, which was very interesting to learn about. I kind of worry that the battle of the CHIPS Act versus Made in China 2025 will similarly end in an expensive and inefficient stalemate. Maybe not. But if this is possible, then is it possible that as a research community, we could try to shift this competition upstream, away from a subsidy fight over current production and towards investment in worker skill that leverages some of these new technological developments? What if regions and countries competed in workforce development and education rather than production subsidies? This is less likely to be zero-sum, much more likely to be positive-sum, and new technology creates a moment of opportunity that I hope we can convince policymakers to seize. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll try to be just as good as that. My enthusiasm for the topic is kind of trying to trump over my kind of body slowly, kind of feeling like it would be time for relaxing on some of those parts. So a few things just about another disclaimer, maybe to say also I'm also a microeconomist and very fascinated by causal identification, share some of the frustrations and how that can help us in all of the contexts, although I very much value it. But what I'm mostly focusing about and what most of I spend my time mostly on is this group here in the middle, which you can see slightly, which is a group of policymakers from different OECD countries, but also other countries, and who are, and this is the Working Party on Innovation and Technology Policy, so who are very much into the game of innovation and technology policies, and there it is very much about, well, how to go about it, and how to go about it the right and best ways. And by the way, I would suggest maybe some of these could join the next edition of this, because if we're talking about industrial innovation and technology policies, maybe some of those doing them will bring us some interesting perspectives to the table. So then a lot of this work, and there's some recent work we did, is then thinking about, well, what do we really do in terms of what do we advise countries to do and on what basis? And this is the done some recent work on Germany, where that issue about industrial policies, thinking about green, thinking about digitalization, was very much the key issue, and they are struggling with some of the evidence that we then have. And I'll leave you just with, there's one kind of big idea that I want to leave you with, not trying to go for 3, I'm trying to have that within the 10 minutes, which is really, I mean, thinking about the next step forward in this work for me is really trying to work out the right balance. And that's unfortunately a bit like the gymnast here, and it's not quite as obvious, and that will need quite a bit of thinking. Now I'll tell you a few things of why I think that's important and why that's a lot of the things that we had in here, and how what are some of these different dimensions around that. So why do we want to think about the balance? Well, the first thing is, I think we've heard it, we've had a number of different evidences. There has been really a spur of investments, not only in the US, but also not only in the EU, at the EU level, but also really a wealth of countries are doing it, whatever skepticism is leveled at them, whatever happens. So there's a lot of investments, a lot of money being made available. And so that is the first one to think about if you want to do kind of engaged work on some of these things, and we want to take this seriously and think about it. The second one is then, and that maybe goes closer to what you might be already waiting for and what we are separating you from with some appetizers, intellectual appetizers, is, well, there's a hell of a lot of rationales, and we heard it today, like even Chicago economists can think about ways on why you would want to do it. And it's basically, you have this economic rationale that's still there about a range of externalities, and we have a number of things, especially when it comes to innovation and social value, etc. There's a number of social issues. We're very concerned about inclusive societies, we're about security. We've gone through successive crises to discover, well, maybe we need to work that in. So there's a number of reasons why that didn't work, was just leaving it all to the markets. And then if really none of this works for you, there's still the planetary reason. So we're slowly, or actually not slowly, we're quickly reaching a point where, well, life on the planet is somewhere at risk. And clearly, we know that if dynamics go the way they are at this point, they won't go any further. We won't. Now, the trouble is, with all these kind of different objectives, we had a previous spur of big investments that led to this episode here. And if you compare this kind of past spur of investments, it was kind of on the easy task list, because you had a fairly understandable geopolitical situation, you had a fairly understandable target, and you kind of could then go for that specific one. We are not in a world that really is trying to do at this single one target. We're in this much more complex context. And so unfortunately in that, what we're looking for is this kind of the perfect social welfare planner. That's what I was thinking of, where you would kind of, the candidate who would do all of this and lead it. It's not, we've said it can't be markets on their own, but it must be an entity that is all-knowing, all-powerful, benevolent, engaging all the stakeholders, not corruptible, but engaging them, and it is coordinated on all of its actions. We'll go there, which is hard to find. So then, how do we get the right balance, which I really think is important, so we are no longer in a world where we say it's all about kind of the markets, or it's all about government. Government is somewhere in there, but government has its imperfections, as the markets have their imperfections, and that will practically mean, to me, it means getting a balance in terms of, and where do we set that is not such an easy or obvious thing. So it has to do with what do we then do. So the agile execution, the way I would call it. You want to give in support, you want to have public support, and for as long as it needs be, so you can't just pull out of it, and there's lots of episodes where countries then pulled out of support and came back into it when it then would not succeed, but yet you want to be able to pull out of it at some points, which is not an easy exercise. And how do you do that evaluation? Well, you want to do that by keep building in a number of checks. You want to have very strong public accountability. So the fact that there needs to be some public action to direct things shouldn't mean or be an excuse for leaving the markets out as much as you can. And we've seen all the failures that can happen from some past industrial policies that have tried to do that. And also trying to do things so the government or government entities trying to step in where markets could do it or where stakeholders could do it. And here, I'm not just talking about industry, I'm talking about universities, I'm also talking about citizens. So there's a question about more orchestration than action, and how do you do that in practice is another big question. And then the final one is, of course, you want to test rigorously with some of the new tools. And I share exactly that same frustration. I'm a big fan of all kind of rigorous microeconometric analysis, but there are some kind of shortages when we try and understand something so major and when it comes down to the countries. And another thing that we have talked less about is getting the right balance also with the kind of goal we set. Because in the past, we are thinking about industrial policies that you are trying to build up, in a developing country tries to build up some manufacturing sector for some capacities. But the new industrial policies are very different. We're talking about key technology development. What are these key technologies? How do you define them? We're talking about even when you look at some of the strategies that countries are formulating, it's about creating inclusive, green, resilient societies, making them prone to future crises of various sorts. And to me, the framing, the way you frame the challenge you're facing in itself is already kind of going to affect what you can achieve. How much you're going to pick a winner? Are you going to start with you want to go to an achievement, so what you want to achieve, and you leave the technology open, or you're going to build and support and say we need a capacity building, and we need an industry in that sector that is doing in that city that is doing the following. So all of these things are important choices that will affect the execution, but also some of the trade-offs. So the broader your objective, in a way, the more you can take into account the trade-offs. So is it national security over anything else, and we're incurring higher costs, more inefficiencies? So all of these issues then become important. And another part as well is also how are these goals set and who sets them? So we're setting these goals in the name of society. So how is society part of these processes? Who is that society that we're talking about? And all of that, in a way, then should be something on our minds if there's a lot of public funding going into some specific and directed ways. So a big agenda, but I think overall, if we can get the balance right, it would help some of those investments. Thanks.
Thanks. Can you hear me on this one? That's okay? Oh, great. Can you pass that? Hi. So I want to give some reflections on today from the perspective of economic development and to highlight how that's maybe different from the experience of the United States or the European Union. And what I'll start with as context Yes. So I'll start with some context. So you may have heard that the World Bank is evolving. This was a request. This was a request from Treasury Secretary Yellen about a year and a half ago to change the institution and reform to address some of the challenges of the 21st century. And so I want to focus in on a specific aspect of that. And this is just fresh off the presses. So this was agreed with the governors at the annual meeting in October. And this is a new set of core analytics for the bank. And I want to highlight two particular phrases. So one is about the country economic memorandum. So this is a report that's done, say, every 5-10 years for each country, talking about big, important economic issues. And what the note says is this will focus on prosperity and key economic sectors. So there's a focus on specific sectors. It's left undefined, but there's a focus there. The second is the country private sector diagnostic, which is going to be reframed and focused on specific opportunities to increase private investment. And so I want to highlight this is a pretty big change in emphasis. For a long time, the bank has focused on, they would always recommend what we called horizontal investments. So something that is not sector specific, improve your banking system, reduce the procedures to start a business. But people were very uncomfortable with sector-specific work. But the clients want it. And I think that there's also there's also a recognition that a lot of the problems in development are specific to sectors and industries. The skills that you need, the infrastructure, the regulation. And so, these new diagnostics are going to, hopefully address that. And so, I have to say today, I'm not going to talk about official World Bank policy on this topic. I'm giving you, my views as a researcher as an economist in the research department, because this is all still very much under development. Next slide, please. Thanks. So I want to talk about two questions. So the first is, how do we identify these key economic sectors? And maybe the first answer an economist would have is say, oh, go to the ones with the biggest externalities. And we have all these rationales, but as someone who's written a paper trying to identify externalities, that's going to be incredibly contested and is probably not feasible to do for all sectors and countries. So I'm instead going to sort of take Stiglitz 1989 as given and say there's lots of market failures everywhere. Instead, what I want to do is see if I can identify some benchmarks for what might be the right sectors to target. And we'll say that there's probably some market failures we can address if we do a deep dive and study those sectors. The second issue is, how do we develop these sectors in a way that's consistent with legal commitments under trade agreements? So you all know the example that from the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, which has these Buy American local content requirements, which are expressly prohibited under the WTO agreement on subsidies. This is something that Indonesia and Europe and various countries are very upset about. So for a country that is still committed to those rules, I think unlike the United States, how can you, what space is there for industrial policy? And I'll say that not a lot of people know this, but the WTO is essentially defunct. Basically the way it worked is that you had disagreements over who's violating the rules, and you had this kind of court system where you could say this person has harmed me or this country has harmed me and they should change their policy. Starting in the Obama administration, the US government would veto judges, and there's now no longer a quorum on the panel. So the countries can go into arbitration, they can deal with their own, the WTO is now irrelevant. There are, however, many regional trade agreements which have different systems to resolve disputes, and so even if the WTO is not functioning in that way, there will still be, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and in Asia as well, to sort of deal with these. So countries have still made commitments, and they need to abide by them, to the extent that they want to. And I'll say many countries do want to abide by them. I'm not saying whether that's good or bad. I'm just taking what they're saying is given. Okay, so I'll start with some evidence, which is just to say that I think if you're a developing country, what is your goal? And I'm going to say maybe sustained poverty reduction is a nice way to start that. We say growth is out of fashion. Let's focus on, sustained poverty reduction. And so I have some evidence on that from a paper which is forthcoming eminently in Econometrica with Penelope Goldberg. And so we start with some theory, which is just, you've probably all learned this, is that, firms have fixed costs, they have some overhead, they have to pay back a loan. That means there's a minimum efficient scale. And so you get a sort of threshold model. The market has to be, your business has to be a certain size. I think prior emphasis has been on sort of supply side interventions to fix that problem. So, giving credit gets people a loan, they can get over the hump. What we focus on this paper is the demand side, to say you need actually access to a large international market to do that. And I think some of the Korea examples, that wasn't just industrial policy on the supply side. They needed to export too, so demand was relevant. I don't have enough time, so I'll say, read the paper, but we basically show that we estimate this profit function for sustained poverty reduction, and we show that the size of the international market that you're integrated with is very important, and so are exports. So this seems to be an important driver of growth and a reason why developing countries should focus on export sectors to begin with. Next slide. Okay, good. It is also the case that developing countries have a small number of export capabilities. And so I think this means that a lot of focus is needed. Just to show, revealed comparative advantage is a measure that says you just export relatively more than the rest of the world, and so that means that your industry is competitive, productive enough to compete internationally. We see that those industries are specialized. They're not constant over time, so these green lines are the green bars are, you have a revealed comparative advantage that you didn't have the last decade. But the blue one is ones that you did have last decade. So there's also a lot of industries that are sort of slow, so it's relatively slow moving that you can target. Next slide. So here are my benchmarks I want to propose. So what is the risk with industrial policy? It's that you allocate capital and resources to unproductive industries. David Dollar and Shangjin Wei showed us in the Chinese economy, there's a lot of that misallocation through state-owned enterprises. So how could you avoid that risk? And so this is what I'm proposing. So the first is you say low-risk industries. Those are ones that already have revealed comparative advantage. You're doing a good job in exporting. You know that if you relax some constraints, you can grow more because you have the international market. The second is, which I'm calling higher risk, are ones that aren't productive today, but they have similar capabilities. You can measure this from Hausman and Klinger, which is an important contribution I want to highlight, but also have large and growing markets and few existing competitors. And what I'm calling this is like filtering on business principles, like what are the opportunities in a very simple way. But this is different from complexity or sort of what other rich countries do. And my claim is that many countries, this is from experience, many countries have not fully exploited the low-risk opportunities. So even in the things I'm already good at, I'm not doing enough. And this high-risk opportunity set sort of filters out a lot of things. So I can help countries choose in this example. Okay, this is the second question. So industrial policy, I think, doesn't need to violate trade rules. And I want to make a very specific point here. So in Nathan's paper, they use this data set from Simon Evenet called the Global Trade Alert, which collates all policies that countries implement that discriminate against foreign commercial interest. And if you read Simon Evenet, I mean, he created this thing like to defend the multilateral system, and he thought this was terrible, and he wanted to shame people. But Nathan's paper, which is really useful and comprehensive, but it seems to suggest that these are the only things that include that industrial policy is, right? It's local content, subsidies, tariffs. But I want to point out that there's a lot of industry-specific interventions that don't contravene these rules. Product quality standards, we learned a lot about that today. Linkages to new suppliers, infrastructure, skills, regulation, subsidies that don't condition on export. You can challenge them in the WTO, but you have to show harm. But the point is that there's a lot of stuff here that can still be targeted at industries that doesn't necessarily discriminate against other firms. And the final thing I want to say is that under demand-side constraints, so again, from a developing country perspective, trade policy is still an important part of industrial policy. This shows you the tariffs. The dotted line is the one, so the sum of the two is the sort of WTO agreed tariff, and then the blue line is sort of what countries get on their exports, including preferences from other countries. And what this shows is actually low-income countries still face the highest tariffs relative to high-income countries. Why is that? Because they export agricultural goods, and we haven't liberalized that sector. It's also true, I have some research with Lucas Zavala that shows that phytosanitary standards actually make it harder for developing countries to export. So there's a lot of things that developing countries can do to improve market access, and that will help them grow. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm the last person I'm supposed to summarize everything. It's been absolutely fascinating, and I can say I agree with most of the things, and I'll talk about a few that I don't. For somebody who's been involved in both the theory side and the policy side for a very long time, it's really nice to see industrial policy back on the table. You know, let me talk about first on the theory side. I think the market failures, the presumption that markets lead to efficient allocation, I thought was destroyed about 50 years ago. And it's taken the policy community a long time to catch up. But it's important for policy because it does direct you to the question of where are the biggest market failures, and in particular in industrial structure. And by industrial structure, I mean what is produced and how it's produced. So having a good understanding of what the nature of the market failures are, I think directs you a lot to how you design industrial policies. And, you know, including, I think, market failures in the financial markets are particularly acute, and that leads you to think about development banks, the role of government in providing credit, guarantees, you know, understanding why markets aren't working. The sector that's always in the government is almost always education, and the underinvestment in education is obviously important. But let me say, I think it's not sufficient. Next one, while it's, you know, I agree with almost everything that Lee said. The reliance on just education is really bringing us back to what has been said for the last 20 years. If we just fixed education, everything would be all right. There was a really interesting discussion, I think, this morning on place-based policies, which I view within industrial policies. And I think the market failures there are a different set of market failures. I did work a long time ago on theory of local public goods, the allocation of you know, spatial allocation. And it's very clear that markets don't, on their own, even with no frictions, allocate resources efficiently. And when there are frictions, cost of mobility, it's even worse. And that leads one ought to think very carefully about what are the frictions. And this is really relevant, particularly in the United States and Europe. I mean, it's relevant everywhere. But the standard model that says that people will migrate to high-wage areas and low unemployment just is not true. And we have to think about the reasons for that, and then try to figure out maybe there's there's something about these places that have some distinct characteristics, which we have to take into account when we design our policies to remedy the huge differences in income. This is also relevant in development. The north and south of Italy have no trade barriers, and they have persistent income differences, which even they have a minister in the government whose responsibility is to reduce those disparities, and after 30 years has not succeeded in doing so. And that makes us think that the models which say, oh, it's barriers to the movement of labor or capital that are the problem. Here, there are no barriers, no institutional, no legal barriers. There are obviously some other barriers, and we have to try to identify them. So I think a deeper understanding of the theory of why our benchmark theory isn't working, I think, is really important in trying to design industrial policies. The second point I wanted to make is that every country has an industrial policy, and the only difference across countries is whether they know it or not. And by that I mean every aspect of policy, of institutional design of a country, affects what people do in the country. So, obviously how we design our educational system has a very big impact, but when we have a bankruptcy law in the United States that gives first claimant in the event of bankruptcy to derivatives, it is de facto I don't want to say a subsidy, but it gives them a preference over other aspects, and it was encouraged the development of the derivatives industry. And that leads to we subsidized in one way or another the financial sector. We give tax deduction for mortgages. You can go on a list. We had an industrial policy in the United States which was to create a larger financial sector, and we did. It went from 2% to almost 8% of GDP. It worked in destroying our economy. So that was an example of a bad industrial policy, but it was viewed as very low risk. And it was actually a lot of enthusiasm about it on both the private and the public side. And that is related to the disparity that I mentioned in the theory between private and social returns. They were good jobs. They were well paid, but the disparity of the returns, the profits, and the pay, the private returns and the social returns was so large that we were misled in our industrial policy by that disparity. So that's really an important warning that when you think about this, because of the market failure, you want to think about the fact that the reason we're doing this is that there is a difference. A couple other points very quickly. A lot of the discussion is on manufacturing, and manufacturing is only a small and declining fraction of GDP. It's half in the United States, it's half the healthcare sector. So we're talking about something that's unimportant. And I don't want to put it quite that strongly, but because I do think it's important. But what I really want to emphasize is that we ought to take a more comprehensive view. The service sector is the important sector. Industrial policy in the service sector is more difficult. In some ways, it's more akin. We've had industrial policy in the United States since at least since the beginning, but a very important aspect that was 1863 when we decided to intervene in the agricultural market to promote agriculture, which was then the major sector of the economy, and we succeeded, but an important part of that, small enterprises, and so we had a very extensive extension service. And there's been less discussion of that. That's going to be important, I think, in the service sector going forward. And that brings me to a very broad point. We need to think about a broad range of instruments. It's related to the fact that everything affects the structure of our economy. But procurement policy, industrial policy in the United States was very linked to the military. And at one time we put a lot of emphasis, when I was in the Clinton administration, on dual use. And so we thought very consciously of how our military, not only procurement, but development, what we did, had benefits to the economy more broadly. I keep getting, it's making me very nervous. It's making me, and I do understand the value of time. Let me pick up just a couple of other things very, very quickly. I couldn't agree more with Lee about looking not only at East Asia but other countries. I was involved. I was one of the 4 people that I don't know if you know this book, The East Asia Miracle, that came out of the World Bank. So I was one of the. That was really a transformative experience because we had seen what was growing, where the growth was, and so the World Bank asked me to go around to all the East Asia countries and talk to them and study them, but talk to them about how they were designing their policies, talk to the people who were the recipients of the monies, the financial. It was actually, as I say, changed my view about how economies work. We had a very big dispute about the relative role of industrial policy versus education, equality policies. I was of the view that industrial policies were very important. In the published version of the report, that is given less attention because it went through a World Bank review and didn't fully reflect the views of the authors, or at least one of the authors. But the fact was that, to give you just one example, the use, and this goes to risk, if you ask where was Korea's comparative advantage, it was in growing rice. And if they had invested more in rice, they would have become an even better rice grower. But their view was that the best rice grower was not going to have a standard of living comparable to the West. And so they ignored the World Bank and the IMF, and they took, you might say, a high-risk strategy. I don't want to say, the fact that one person won in betting in Las Vegas says everybody should go there and bet. But I think there are a lot of other examples that I could cite, and it was strategic. They thought about it very carefully, of what they were doing, and that's an example. But I think once you look at other examples, and I hope this community who's interested in industrial policy looks at, for instance, Chile has had its success to the, going beyond copper has been very deliberate industrial policy, sometimes supported by foundations rather than the government. And it's an interesting institutional structure. Norway has an interesting both place-based industrial policy as well as trying to important human capital, in particular gender-sensitive policies, because, but also has tried to think about the links between what the knowledge base that they have in being oil and gas into other industries, and has been very successful, for instance, going into pumps. The final thing, I guess, because there's a lot, or two more things. I think doing industrial policy in the context of the global constraints is a challenge. And I very much agree with what Tristan said. The WTO is over. And if you read Jake Sullivan's speech at Brookings last April, he basically says, we wrote the rules originally, they were convenient for us. Now that they're inconvenient for us, they're irrelevant until we rewrite the rules for ourselves again, and then we'll obey them. And that suggests that there never were rules. If you have rules that you only obey when they're convenient, you are in a world without rules. But there will be a lot of effort to try to, in some way or other, level the playing field. There's going to be a lot of pressure globally to do that, even within that. So that will be an interesting aspect. I do think that for developing countries, not for the United States, for developing countries, having local content is a good thing. And that was a bad thing to have it in the WTO. But I don't think for the US and Europe that can be justified. But there's another set of issues that's going on right now, policy issues. I don't know if you've been following the OECD efforts at what's called base erosion, profit shifting, tax reform. They would not allow tax subsidies. And so the good news is it's going down in flames. Nothing is going to happen. But it is I know it hasn't been fully officially announced yet, but and I'm not sure they know it yet. But anyway, this is my forecast. I should make a two-handed forecast, but I think this is pretty clear. But it does highlight the kind of global discussion and pressure that is going on. And finally, let me come back to the issue of evaluating success and failure. And there are a couple aspects of this that I just want to emphasize. Remember, we began with saying the whole reason for this is a belief that markets aren't working perfectly. And therefore, evaluation is really difficult because we tend to use market evaluations of an intervention that is designed because we don't believe markets are working. And that creates a tension, which I think in many ways may lead us in the wrong way. So, for instance, right now, we don't price carbon. And that's a big deal. And interventions that lead to a greener economy and save the planet, I value a lot, even if in commercial terms they don't succeed. The macroeconomic effects that Lee referred to, I think, are first order. And by macro, I mean not only on demand side, but what I mean by creating a learning society, creating institutional structures like educational systems or banks, a financial sector. These are transformative, and are not captured in our normal statistics. Life expectancy in Japan and China in Japan exceeds that in the United States. If you go to visit Japan, you don't feel like it's a poor country. They have smaller cars and smaller apartments, but in many ways their standards of living are higher, I think. So GDP really doesn't reflect living standards in an important way. And it embeds a sort of material value to what is success. So this goes back to another strand of work that I've been involved. I think we want to have more comprehensive ways of judging. It's hard to do on a sector-by-sector basis, but and even if we're not quite precise, what I just want to urge, going beyond the micro studies to try to do some assessment of the societal impacts of these interventions, which I think are going to be crucial for the success of the United States as well as other countries around the world.
So thank you, everybody. So a conference is fundamentally made up of not just the panelists, but everybody. So we have a time for a couple of questions. So I think we want to have that, and then we will get you to the wine. So take a minute, take a couple of minutes. There we go.
Okay, come on.
Absolutely.
Monopolize. Okay. Actually,
and you get to choose who's next.
Okay. I actually have two questions. One is spurred by something that Lee said about Taiwan, Korea, Japan, recent preserved productivity performance not being, and so the question, which actually I at least in the room I was in, it hasn't come up that much, is whether you need different institutions for catch-up than for pushing the world frontier, right? And so that's a question maybe for everybody, but it was spurred by something that Lee said. And then the second point was spurred by something that Tristan said and what Michael said during the lunch talk, which was, because that governments can't be seen to be failing. We should be designing policies that only pay out when they're successful, right? Which is, in the case of developing countries, actually in contravention to WTO rules. And so in some sense, I'm happy that the WTO is becoming defunct, because now you could condition on export success. You can condition subsidies on export success, for instance, which I think makes a lot of sense. Export is a good metric, right? That's clearly what a metric that a lot of successful countries use, and so maybe it's a good thing, and we should, so rather than, I guess I understood what Tristan is saying, no, there's a lot of stuff we could do still in the context of like existing WTO rules, and I'm saying maybe not. It's pretty clear that the conditioning on export success is not okay in terms of WTO rules, and maybe that's a good thing. We should just leave those behind and do something else.
Okay, one more question, and then we'll go give the panelists the last word.
Hi there. I would be interested in Mr. Reed's response to what Joseph Stieglitz basically said. So I was about to also say, having a high rate of return, because you said that there's a risk that you might target interventions that have a high risk of not returning a high profit, so to speak. So what would you respond basically to him? And then if we have to change the metric for evaluating successful industrial policy, who's going to decide on the process of what's going to be the new metric of success? Because that seems to me hitherto has been the economist community that defined it, and that was GDP, and we now know fairly well that that's at least insufficient. So it was an academic determined process. What's going to be the new process of determining the metric of success?
Short?
I did. So I keep wondering what we mean by human capital, and I keep thinking it might not be years of schooling anymore, because we keep talking about that we need technicians, we need more high school dropouts doing manual work, maybe, I don't know. So I think maybe we need to stay away from the word human capital and define it a little bit more detailed, what that means.
Okay. I don't exactly know how long you have each. Just try and keep it short.
Yes, right, more detailed measures of human capital would be great. Yes, it seems like different institutions are needed for, frontier growth versus catch-up. And what's amazing is how hard it seems to be to transition from one to the other, right? Even for economies that have set development and economic growth speed records. Yeah, I think I've talked enough. I'll let my fellow panelists address the other questions.
Still the tyranny of the alphabet. You're next.
Some other order.
Yeah,
okay. No, maybe just on this issue about, I think, the frontier versus the catch-up. At least when you're at the kind of on the catch-up side, you have some information how this could look like, what you're aiming for. But one of the big challenges these days is like you want a green and inclusive, resilient future in some of these, and you don't know how this is mapping out. How exactly is this going to look like? How is he going to? So there's a lot more here in terms of how you're going to go about that, and a lot more uncertainty. I'm quite uncertain. You could have a set of measures where you say this is low risk and this is high risk because you don't know how this is evolving, and it's a highly internationally competitive environment. So to me, these are different types of pieces. Although I would not say that. I would have another question on this one. Is like, should developing countries really be thinking about catching up at this point? Is there still a point to catch up to something that is changing? So maybe that's a wrong way of thinking about it. But.
Thanks. I'll try to touch on a few. I think on the goal, I think there I've been very clear. The goal is sustained poverty reduction, and we measure that as, the poverty rate is falling consistently over a 5-year period, and it seems that export growth is the path that we know to do that. I mean, I think people often talk about services-led growth, right? You could think of retail or construction or something, but that only works in a very large economy. There's a recent paper that looks at services-led growth, and it's called Growing Like India. And the reason why it's called that is because India has a large middle class that can sustain that. But if you're a very small country, like you have to export something. That doesn't have to be manufactured goods. It can be medical service. You can have people come as tourists, come to get medical treatments like Guatemala, but you have to get income in from outside. So I think that's what focuses me on export sectors for developing countries. And I think that may be the difference between frontier and catch-up. I think in the US they're trying to create new technologies, and national security is a goal, and that's very different, I think, than growing export markets. I think on the high risk, low risk thing, I didn't say we wanted to do one or the other. I just said, these are two groups, and I think you should be aware that, things are high risk if you have no idea how to do it. I think one thing I have recommended is to say that if you're a very low income country, I would say if I did deep dives, I would want to do 3 low risk and 1 high risk. And just to say that, Sierra Leone exports cocoa, but they export very low quality cocoa, and they get a bad price, and they don't have certification, and there's all this stuff that you could do. And yet, the whole World Bank agenda has been focused on food security and agriculture in rice, not cocoa, right? And so someone in the government needs to focus on cocoa. As you become a middle income country, then you can do maybe 2 and 2. And once you're the US, you can do only high risk. But the point is you need to build on your comparative advantages. I think the final thing is that you said, I didn't mean to say the market failure paradigm was wrong. I think you can't do that in a sector scan. You can't say this industry is more distorted than another. What I was proposing was basically how do you pick sectors to then do deeper analysis, and then in each one you certainly want to know what is the market failure, and that will recommend a specific policy. So I think I answered everything. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they were all great questions. Let me first take up the export issue. I think if you look historically, export-led growth is clearly at the key to East Asia's success. But I think that is correlated with the fact that it was an era of manufacturing. And I think if you just look at the numbers, even if all the jobs in manufacturing in China went to Africa, it would make only a dent in the jobs that are going to be needed in Africa. And those number of jobs are going to go down with advances in technology. So I think for developing countries, there's no choice but that they have to go beyond manufacturing, and exports in other sectors are more difficult and are going to be it's going to be more difficult to do industrial policy, and they're going to have to be markedly different, and so the returns may be markedly different. So what I've argued is that you need a new industrial policy for developing countries that is partly less export dependent, but more diversified, including agriculture. You can develop a modern agriculture sector and services, and it doesn't all have to. I think an important point is less export oriented, but still, one of the reasons exports were important. One has to deconstruct the reason why they were so important, and think about how one could get some of the advantages in other ways. So, for instance, one of the reasons that exports were so important was they were an objective measure of success. And what?
I didn't answer his question about export targeting, but
yeah, that they were an objective measure of success, and they give jobs, they gave employment, and foreign exchange. So my view is we have to understand. We have to be very careful learning the lessons of the past, because the world today is different from what it was 40 years ago, the structure of the global economy, and to try to figure out how to get the benefits that export-led manufacturing growth gave in different ways, in a portfolio, a more diversified portfolio way. I do think that there are very big differences in catch-up versus frontier, but I think even catch-up, one wants to focus on learning. It's knowledge gap, which I think is critical, but learning on the existing body of knowledge is a little bit different from pushing the knowledge frontier, and that is where the advanced countries obviously need to be focused. But it is still the case in advanced countries that there are enormous disparities in technological capacity and enormous room for improving learning capacities. And therefore, I think the mix is different, but they're both there. And I don't think you can learn unless you're at least having some people at the frontier for developing countries. So I think there needs to be more emphasis on developing research institutions in developing countries as well. And then I guess the final two comments. One, in terms of comparative advantage, the problem with comparative advantage is that really you need to think about dynamic comparative advantage. And that's really hard. And that's what, I mean, in effect, that's what you were saying. We don't, and that's true for, that's risky for both developed and developing countries. Even developing countries, where they know the knowledge frontier, they have to make a risky bet about what their dynamic comparative advantage is. That was what the Korea example was about. And that goes to the, like any business, there are strategy questions. Vietnam made a very big bet on Robusta coffee. It turned out to be very good, but if other countries had entered that market, it would not have been that good. And it's like a competitive world out there. You can discover something that you're very good at, but if others can imitate you, your country returns won't be that great. So, figuring out what is your dynamic comparative advantage in a long-run sense is difficult. This is one of the things I had a lot of discussions with. Justin Lin was the chief economist, the two following me, chief economist of the World Bank. I had tried to push industrial policy, and he really made it the center of what he did. It didn't always seep into the World Bank, even though he was the chief economist. But as you said, it's just beginning. Sometimes, I don't know whether these are lagged effects or a new world. But anyway, but one of the things that he talked a lot about was you should think about, in your dynamic comparative advantage, what your real comparative advantages were. He didn't really, I think, fully answer how you give an answer to that question, but I think it's one of the things that we have to think more deeply about. And the final point I wanted to raise is there have been a number of discussions, importance of implementation and how you make sure you don't get capture and I mean, obviously, this has to be constantly reviewed. Transparency, civil society, government, assessing what is going on and making sure, a lot of criticism of IRA, of the rank seeking that went in. I think it still was a good bill, I think, overall. It really, when you value it in terms of global warming, not in terms of conventional measures. And so I think we ought to still celebrate IRA, but we also have a responsibility to point out that there was a lot of rank seeking and try to think about how we can design mechanisms to reduce that. And there was some very good discussion this morning. What I want to, there was a discussion particularly about conditionality. And what I want to just emphasize is processes by which you constantly review and keep the companies on a mildly short leash, not too short, but an optimally short leash, so that if they are not delivering on what they promise, then you can not renew the money. And that was what East Asia did. I mean, they were constantly, they were loans, and the loans were really renewed or expanded only on the condition that there was success in exports. So, and in broader societal goals. They had broader development goals at the same time. So I think one needs to not think of conditionality separate from the selection process, and thinking of processes of reviews, both of those who granting it, but broader transparency that allows for the societal reviews as an essential aspect of successful policy.
So I'd like to thank the panelists, thank the audience, thank especially the Center for Economic Development and Economic Policy, CPE, and the people behind that who did a lot of work behind the scenes, Alina Jennings in particular, but also, Eric thanked this morning, but Madeline, Catherine Burke, and Anna Marchesi. But again, have some wine. Thanks for coming. It's been, we now, the CPE will persist for at least 5 years. We'll see what Hewlett does after that. We hope to do this again next year. And thank you, everybody, for coming, because it's not a party without the people.